Since my horrible audience expects me to cover things like this for their amusement, yeah, that is you, Premier Chat, you bunch of assholes, I take my revenge by forcing them to sit through boring and pretentious literary allusions and references. Education is vengeance. So I'm going to begin this review of Zack Snyder's appalling Rebel Moon with the poet and scholar A.E. Housman. Housman's always been one of my favorites, and not only because his works are both lovely and simple to commit to memory. Yes, obviously with this accent I can recite poems from memory. It's why it's so horribly painful when people force me to read Josh Brolin's dirge from the Dune set on B-Sub. But no, there are a couple of reasons besides. In the first place, he was resigned gracefully to the knowledge that most of what he had to write about was crap. He actually chose as the subject of his magnum opus the Roman poet Manilius, who pretty much everybody, including Housman himself, considered not only bad but fundamentally pointless. In his own preface to the final edition, Housman said that he had produced the lot at much less than cost price, but that, and I quote, "this unscrupulous artifice did not overcome the natural disrelish of mankind for the combination of a tedious author with an odious editor. Of each volume there were printed 400 copies. Only the first is yet sold out, and that took 23 years. And the reason why it took no longer than that is that it found purchasers amongst the unlearned who had heard that it contained a scurrilous preface and hoped to extract from it a low enjoyment." This terrible subject matter had the effect of making his reviewers feel sorry for him. Edmund Wilson, for instance, was upset to witness, and again I quote, "the spectacle of a mind of remarkable penetration and vigor, of uncommon sensibility and intensity, condemning itself to duties which prevent it from rising to its full height." So yeah, maybe you can see why he's come to mind now that I've realized I'm going to have to review Rebel Moon for your low enjoyment, that'll be my sponsor. My displayed sponsor goodies have arrived. I wonder what cool metal posters they've sent me. Displayed makes these fancy, stylish metal posters with a vast range of officially licensed designs, from Star Wars to Marvel and DC, your favorite sports teams to video games, TV shows, you name it. Their magnet mounting system makes them incredibly easy to put up, take down, and switch around, and their new 3D texture finish adds an extra special tactile touch to your favorite posters. There's about 2 million to choose from, but I wanted some that really spoke to me as a person, you know? That's about right. Back to the video. The other reason is that having resigned himself to dealing with pointless and often offensively bad subject matter, he was a wonderfully catty bitch about its creators, his excuse being that he was indeed providing readers with those low enjoyments. You really don't have to do much paraphrasing to apply Housman's insults to somebody like Zack Snyder. For example, nature, not content with denying to Mr. Snyder the faculty of thought, has endowed him with the ability to make films. When Mr. Snyder has acquired a scrap of a bad idea, he cannot rest until he has filmed it. Frailty of understanding is in itself no proper target for scorn and mockery. Nihil in eo odio dignum misericordia digna multa, or it is not that there is anything in him worth hating, but rather that he is to be pitied. But the unintelligent forfeit their claim to compassion when they begin to indulge in self-complacent airs. And when, relying upon their numbers, they pass from self-complacency to indolence, and reprove their betters for using the brains which God has not denied them, they dry up the fount of pity. All of which is a pretentious way of saying that Rebel Moon is awful, Zack Snyder is a hack, and if I am to be cursed to review this cultural vacuum of a film duet, I intend to take some considerable pleasure in being very, 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 very mean about it all. Surprise, it's an ad again! Dodge this. I'm very cool because I have some of these displays. If you want to be cool too, you can borrow some of my cool. Get up to 42% off in Displayed's biggest sale of the year so far by going to www.displate.com/littleplatoon and using code littleplatoon. That is displate.com/littleplatoon using code LITTLEPLATOON. Here we are then, sometime later. The downside is it's made a complete mess of my room, so zero stars for the display, people. Now I have to clean this all up. And that, I promise, is the end. There's no more surprise ad placements. Now we have really got, no excuse. Yeah, okay, back to the video. So let's begin. Rebel Moon, Part 1, a child of ice and fire. Hit it. Roll the fucking movie already. My God in heaven, let's just get it over with. I've burst hemorrhoids more enjoyable than this fucking piece of shit film. Now, I distinctly recall back when Part 1 came out that I wanted to be as kind as possible to it in case anybody got the impression that my hatred for everything Zack Snyder was clouding my judgment of his latest terrible movie. I still have my notes from that blissful, naive time. I was going to say, for example, that launching a completely new science fiction IP is fraught with trouble, that it's an admirable risk in a world where reboots and sequels are the favorite money-losing pastimes of pretty much every major studio. I was going to say that while Disney was digging up the corpses of pretty much every known Star Wars character and parading them about like some weird Victorian macabre necro theater puppet performance, quick, someone stick your hand up Ewan McGregor's arsehole, we need an Obi-Wan Kenobi show stat. Snyder was at least giving us a new world with a new history, with a new set of heroes on a brand new adventure. That he was betting big on this new venture was a sign of confidence, I was stupidly going to say. Sequels, spin-offs, comics, music videos, an extended universe. Look at this long list of planned entries into the Rebel Mooniverse. You've got a VR experience, prequel comics, there's official novelizations, podcasts, mobile games, animation, a music video called Jello. Say what you will about the guy, but Zack Snyder has a vision for this universe, and his aspiration should be applauded. Yep, that was definitely back then. But then I watched the movie and realized that absolutely none of this is actually true. And most of the writing for the extended Rebel Mooniverse was going to take the form of unemployment letters and contract terminations. Because my god, Hunger Moon Catching Fire, or whatever the fuck this one is called, is one of the most creatively bankrupt endeavors ever put to film. A random assortment of materials stolen from other better science fiction franchises. A hollow and redundant adventure, hopping from empty world to empty world, featuring a grand total of 0 characters. Rebel-based Chariots of Fire begins with a distinctly old-sounding Anthony Hopkins narrating our essential world setup while a phallic spaceship penetrates an interdimensional vagina. There is a mother world, he tells us, where 1,000 kings ruled in succession without challenge. But they used up all their resources, and so they had to expand into space, and they formed an empire on the back of all the resources they've just run out of. Everything was absolutely fabulous until an assassin killed the king and the queen and their young princess daughter, and this, we are told, severed the royal bloodline forever. Now, just for a minute, just a second maybe, if you can, distract yourself from the giant space vajizzle and the fact that Snyder seems to think space battleship Yamato excuses his appallingly unimaginative ship design. Your brain might already have detected a couple of problems with this world setup. The biggest one, which resonates throughout the entire movie, is that the only way your distinctly human civilization, defined by its bloodlust and treachery, can enjoy an unbroken chain of royal succession lasting 1,000 generations is if this world actually has no off-screen history to speak of. In other words, that one line of exposition reveals one of this franchise's greatest sins. Absolutely nothing existed before Zack Snyder noticed it. He really has no interest at all in the backstory of his own creation, except as it immediately intersects with the A-plot, where pretty much any other story you care to name in pretty much any genre will do at least something to create the impression of history. Snyder has here told us that nothing of interest happened in his entire universe until pretty much exactly now. And I say that this problem resonates throughout the entire film because, as I'll have ample opportunity to bitch about in pretty much every scene that follows, every place Snyder conjures and every person in it feels distinctly like they popped into existence mere seconds before the plot reached them. Which is an important part of the reason this whole enterprise feels so soulless and generic and fundamentally unimportant. I could compare it with The Lord of the Rings, and the way its thousands of years of pre-plot history shaped the places and the people and the stories of its present day. I could compare it with Dune, and the way the past is essential in making sense of the future. I could compare it with the original Star Wars, which shows you can create the impression of a history-rich lived-in universe without recourse to thousands of words and pages of exposition. But I don't think any of these wonderful creations deserve to be sullied by association with Rebel Moon, so yeah, never mind. Hopkins' opening monologue then proceeds to contradict itself on an almost line-by-line basis. Having just been told of this 1,000 generations of uninterrupted rule, having been told that the Empire's spread led people to believe that the glory of the Mother World would never end, we are then told that the assassination of the King and Queen led several planets to start considering revolution, while a senator named Belisarius seized power and declared himself regent. He then sent out his most edgelord prick of a general into the far reaches of the galaxy to hunt down and destroy the Rebel Alliance. Now, it should be fairly obvious to any thinking person why almost none of this actually works, but on the odd chance there is a Snyder fan watching this video, allow me to very briefly lay it out. You cannot simultaneously have wonderful uninterrupted rule for 1,000 generations and a culture of cutthroat, coup-minded politicians, and it is very difficult to have both a gloriously all-powerful empire and a bunch of planets already on the brink of revolution, which you intend to crush by only now sending military forces to meet them. Cutthroat, coup-minded politicians will, at one point or another over the span of 1,000 generations, find a way to make sure that your bloodline cannot happily rule for 1,000 generations in the first place. That's the hard contradiction in this world setup. A slightly softer, or we might say merely apparent contradiction, is that revolutions don't simply spring up from the ether when the plot finds it convenient. They are almost invariably the result of long grievance married to new opportunity. After all, what are they reacting against? Our setup here is that these rebels have decided to exploit internal political strife in the Empire as though they have detected a new weakness. And yet, simultaneously, we're told that Belisarius is only now sending a serious military force to oppress the rebels. We never get the impression the political turmoil has actually led to any particular disarray in the Empire that wasn't already present at its far reaches, in which case, what was stopping them rebelling at any point during the 1,000-generation reign of the royal family, if that was what they were minded to do? It can't be newfound oppression because the oppressor hasn't arrived yet, but it can't be long-standing grievance because there was no one there to keep them in check at any point when they could have rebelled in the past. A more competent setup might be that the rebels are specifically reacting to the new and brutal methods adopted by Belisarius, a happy empire made unhappy when the illegitimate regent attempts to impose his own legitimacy, the star systems slipping through Tarkin's fingers as he tightens his grip kind of approach. But that is not what Rebel Moon is going to give us, given these planets were conquered in a war to begin with, and Belisarius is only now tightening his grip. TLDR, if the planets were going to rebel, the setup gives no reasons why they shouldn't already have done so. This results from Snyder's fundamentally confused and self-contradicting conception of the story. At one and the same time, he wishes to cast the Motherworld as an all-conquering force that spread through the galaxy via military means, and, at the same time, to portray the assassination of its rulers as a fall from grace event that initiates a conflict with evil. It requires a much more skillful mind than Snyder possesses to convincingly tell us why one totalitarian militarist regime was good when it had a monarch, while the same totalitarian military regime is bad now that it has a regent. And fuck it, while we're at it, the senator making himself regent implies the existence of other senators, some of whom might have their own agendas, which begs the question, was there no internal opposition to all of this? Did the people of the Motherworld all just clap? Did all the core world shrug and go along with it? And that doesn't seem especially believable to me. What about the other generals and the military leaders? What about religious figures? What about the financiers of the empire? You're telling me a beloved bloodline spanning 1,000 generations has been broken by an assassin, and a random-ass senator has said, alright, fair enough, throne's mine now. And absolutely everyone who matters in society said, as one, good for you, my liege. It really does feel like there's a much more interesting story to be told about all of this, but Snyder said, nah, fuck that. I just want a generic Star Wars clone. So here we are, at the title slate. By the way, there actually was a very famous Belisarius in history. He was a Byzantine general, one of the last of the great Romans. His story is fascinating, and I encourage you to look it up. Not because it influences this movie in any way, though. Oh, no. Zack just thought the name sounded cool. We pan down from some planets that are far, far too close to actually exist in this plane of the galaxy, and we join our bland heroine, whose name is Kora. No, Kora. No, Rick, fucking Kora. Fuck you, Rick Grimes. Kora's backstory is that she was pulled from the wreckage of a spaceship a few years back by some old guy. She now lives in a rustic village of space Vikings? No, they're too pussified to be space Vikings. Vaguely Norse space people. Snyder likes his vaguely Norse people. He's basically lifted this bunch straight from Justice League. Mercifully, though, in this movie, they do not sing. No, fuck it, I said they don't sing, stop it. The one concession these vaguely Norse space people make to the fact they are in a science fiction realm set in the future is that they have electricity. Where they get the electricity from, given they otherwise completely shun technology to the point where their entire economy is grain and they plow it using horses, I do not know. Likewise, how these people got here, given they shun technology, I do not know. I guess technology is like a space bus that you ride until it's time to get off? Zack deploys the most cringe-makingly cheap and corny set of tricks to establish that this place is paradise. You've got the nice, warm, soft music, you've got the simple peasant lifestyle, you've got Kora. Fuck off, Rick. You've got Kora running her fingers through the dirt in for no reason. That's Zack Snyder, of course there's no fucking reason. And then sniffing the dirt, because, you know, it's earthy and it's homely. And we can establish this by literally huffing the dirt. A generic man comes out of the village and he stares lovingly and longingly at Kora. Zack wants to convey that he really likes her, but this is his idea of beauty. Either that or he's thinking to himself, oh god, there she goes again, sniffing that. She's sniffing the dirt again. Why does she sniff the dirt so much? It's weird. It's creepy. No, I totally tap that, but fuck man, she sniffs dirt. And yeah, would I? No, I would, but should I? Don't know, probably not. I mean, if she sniffs dirt, what else is she going to be doing? Rimming? Well, now you mention that, maybe. The music swells. Kora stares at the planet that's about to smash into her home and wipe everybody out. He stares at her, staring at the planet. It's all silhouetted. The giant horse and a plow. It's so homely. There's birds. Isn't it lovely? It's peaceful and pretty. It'd be a shame if a space Nazi showed up and destroyed this implausibly rustic idyll. We go into the village to find the vaguely Norse space people are having a party to celebrate the fact that a hunter has bought them fresh meat for the first time in a long old time, because otherwise they just eat bread and corn? That looks like corn. I think it's corn. They're so agrarian in this far-flung outpost of a galactic empire that they have parties when a hunter brings a carcass back to the village. Zack, you know this is a sci-fi film, right, Zack? These people have electricity, Zack. Spaceships exist, Zack. They trade with people, don't they? We know they trade with people. That's a thing later. They definitely trade with people. Why are they reliant on a guy who probably uses a fucking bow and arrow to bring back livestock for them? The film wants us to be interested in a potential love triangle between generic man from earlier, Hunter Man, and Kora. And to drive home this point, it has MODOK stand up and tell everyone to get drunk now because the fucking it's coming.
For we all know it is the thrusting of hips and the loud sounds of pleasure that summon the seedlings to sprout.
Subtlety is not Zack Snyder's strong suit, as evidenced by Kora staring at her two potential hunks in succession. Oh god, oh no, the dirt sniffer, she's staring at me again. Fuck, I hope I really hope she doesn't want to fuck me. I'm not committed to this. She does weird things. I don't know. No, I shouldn't. Why is she staring at me? Why is the weird one staring at me? Ah, but you might be thinking, just who is Kora? We know she likes huffing dirt and she seems completely unsure how to direct her sex drive, but who is she as a person? What's her backstory? What's her character? What does she feel? And in a competent film, this is the sort of thing you can discover piece by piece over the course of the movie, observing her interactions, her actions, her personality, her behavior, her moral choices, etc. But this is not a competent film. This is a Zack Snyder film. So forget all of that. She's just going to tell us exactly what she thinks.
Dan is a good man. He's the best hunter among us. And a loyal friend. Have you thought of a more permanent relationship? I know that he's amenable to the idea.
It's easy between us. Does it have to be more than that?
That would be your last step to becoming a full member of this community. I'm telling you, this is home now.
I want that to be true. You know, the 2 seasons I've spent here have given me happiness that I don't deserve. But understand I am a child of war. To truly love and be loved, I don't know if I'm capable of either. The very idea of love, of family was beaten out of me. I was taught that love is weakness. And I don't know how that will ever change.
Apparently Zack Snyder just thinks this is how writing works. I mean, credit to Sophia Boutella, we'll go with that. She consistently does her best in this movie, but there's that old adage about the chef being limited by his ingredients. You can have all the Michelin stars if you want, but ultimately Zack Snyder is telling you to cook a pot noodle. There's only so much you can do with that. Also, I mean, well, yeah, hold up a second. Why do these impossibly rustic people have electricity and Star Trek sliding doors in their houses? Pick a fucking lane, people. The day after, we're still talking about sex because why not? But then Kora and we're gonna call this one Rosie, because that's basically her role in this village. Village maiden, that's what she is. Rosie, we'll call her Rosie. She's just waiting for Sam Gamgee to come and put some little hobbits in her. Anyway, Kora and Rosie are interrupted by sci-fi noises, and they look up to see space battleship Yamato entering orbit. This causes Kora to drop her seeds. It's in slow motion for some reason. Zack Snyder sees sesame seeds and these just require slow motion. Context be damned. You see a spaceship? There's slow-mo seeds. A trucker drops a burger. Slow-mo seeds. Kora runs back to the village, picks up a hammer and rings the alarm bell. Oh, you've got fucking electricity, guys. That could have just been a button. But never mind, this alerts the village that a giant evil spaceship is hovering over them, which is very lucky because they otherwise might have missed it, given that it's, clearly hovering right over them and most of them are already here and they've already seen it. But never mind. The alarm bell is really for the audience because it tells us that we should be afraid of this evil spaceship. And it also tells us that Kora is afraid of this big evil spaceship, which is about as subtle as the character work is going to get in this movie. The evil space people do not immediately descend from space battleship Yamato and land, because the script needs time for a village meeting to take place where they argue about what to do. Here again is the lack of actual history. Generic Man accuses MODOK of always choosing a fear-first response, which sort of implies that this sort of thing has happened before. And yet if it had happened before, these people wouldn't live as they do and be as confused as they are, would they? The way they act, this is their first interaction with the Empire that otherwise we're led to believe rules over them. We also can't help but recall that Anthony Hopkins told us this was the first time the Motherworld had sent a proper force all the way out here. So how they captured it and conquered it to begin with is anybody's guess. So presumably it hasn't happened before. But it's necessary in order to establish that there are other factions in play as well, to whom these dumb villagers usually sell their grain. MODOK tells Generic Man,
Don't act like we don't know you've been selling our surplus grain to the enemies of that ship up there.
But MODOK, if he hadn't acted like that, how would we fill the audience in on these important details? Kora tells them that the evil ship is really, really evil.
That ship does not represent prosperity. Its purpose is to destroy, to subjugate, to enslave. Partnership is not in its vocabulary.
No, it's an inanimate chunk of flying metal, darling. I'm pretty sure there's quite a few words not in its vocabulary. Mushroom, piano, joystick, table, webcam. I don't think it knows what a webcam is. That's not a word in its vocabulary either. Sofa, pillow, keyboard. I mean, this movie is so boring, I'm literally just naming what I see. Let's move on. And look, I don't want to keep harping on about all of this, but, well, actually I'm going to, so tough. None of this makes much sense. If, and this is Kora's strong implication, these vaguely Norse space people have never encountered a ship like this before, then why on earth would the evil space people be at all interested in what became of their excess harvest from the previous year? Would they even know that they had excess harvest from the previous year? It seems like you have no existing economic ties with the Motherworld, so the question of excess harvest is irrelevant. Anyway, Kora's already told us they're here to take everything, so this question of excess is again irrelevant. I mean, sure, don't blurt out to them, "We're selling stuff to terrorists." You're not the United Nations after all. But the Empire has no business knowing what your excess was or expecting that you would have kept it aside as tribute to them, since apparently no such tributary relationship exists. They're here to raid you and rape you. It's a Zack Snyder film after all. Gotta get the edgy sex stuff in there somewhere. The weird adolescent boys who watch this sort of shit unironically. We don't need to pad out this with irrelevant questions. They are just here to take stuff. You don't really have a choice in the matter. You can't really lie to them about how much you produce because, they're sitting up there on Space Battleship Yamato and they have a very clear view of all of your fields. Trying to lie to them will be very, very obvious and it will not end well, as any sane person with half a brain could have told you.
Right. I've heard enough. We will volunteer nothing.
Oh, so, okay, fine. So they try to lie to them. Meeting adjourned, it's time for the Evilmen to make their revival.
for the ramp, Morty. They love the slow ramp. Really gets their dicks hard when they see this ramp just slowly extending down.
Oh no, the space Nazis are here. Or is it space communists? You know what? It doesn't matter because they're basically the same. Oh my god, and the internet explodes.
No comrade of mine. Off to Gulag with you.
Space Nazi Prime does a good job of being sinister, but that really is his one thing. He takes off his hat and we learn he's really just like, he's come here from Peaky Blinders, so we'll call him Peaky Nazi, that'll be his name. We also get a quick look at Space Twink Alpha, and he makes eye contact with Rosie. This is a Zack Snyder film. Eye contact means either you're going to kill someone or you want to bone, and he wants to bone her. Nazi Blinders makes his pitch. We're hunting for terrorists led by some woman named Bloodaxe. Edgy name, bro. And we need food. Peaky Nazi offers to pay them in money that'll let them buy robots to help them with their farming, but MODOK says no, because working with your hands connects you with the land. It's what his people believe. And also, they have absolutely nothing to give, so oh no, bad luck. But come and have some ale so you can get drunk. I do think this needs to be stressed. This plan was never going to work, and it was quite obviously never going to work. And even Peaky Nazi, who will go on to be established as a bit of a moron throughout the remainder of the movie, knows it was never going to work. He's onto them from the beginning. MODOK has turned down the offer of fair payment in both money and technology in order to tell an obvious lie to the actual space Nazis, who can disprove the tale simply by noticing that none of the people in this village has died of starvation recently, or looks like they're about to. Oh god, there were so many better lies you could have told, you moose. Say you trade your surplus with local settlements in exchange for equipment and other supplies, you know, the sort of thing it's absolutely natural for small farming outposts to do. Point them in the direction of the planet's biggest city, since there's bound to be a lot more food and stuff over there. It's where you get all of your food and most of your stuff, after all. Or, you know, hey, since the space Nazis plan on sticking around for a while, at least until they decide they're not sticking around after all, accept their offer of payment and draw up some sort of work and delivery schedule, so you both get at least some of what you want. Underplay what you can give them, and hope that they accept it is true. Maybe allow yourself leeway to bargain up a little bit. Do anything, in other words, except make it so very, very clear that you are lying to them, because you would only be lying to them if you have something to hide. And hell, especially don't tell a lie if you're the kind of people who act like guilty children the minute your mark looks at you. Have you people never heard of guile? Guile is important for liars. You need to put some points into deception. You need to have some points in the speech section of your skill tree to pull this off. You people have got a minus speech skills. What is going on here? Peaky Nazi asks who oversees the harvest, and generic man volunteers himself. He not only cannot lie, he also reveals that MODOK was lying by telling them that actually they've got more grain than they can possibly store, because MODOK likes keeping it in reserve in case of famine or whatever. So, God. So now, Peaky Nazi, who already knew you were lying anyway, doubly knows you were lying. And now the story is completely fallen apart, and frankly, it's of no surprise at all that Peaky Nazi clubs MODOK to death. I'd have been tempted to do that for the sheer incompetence he displays. You're improving the gene pool by doing this. I will give the film a very small, tiny, little, microscopic Zack Snyder's penis level of credit. It's really hard to do, but you know, if you scrape through the bottom of the barrel and then down into the dirt and then down a bit further into the dirt, you might find a little green shoot of credit down there growing, ready to be, you know, found. The film has just established a character trait, and that drives an action, and God, I can't believe this is the level we're at. The film has established a character trait that drives an action, and that doesn't require a character outright telling you what they think. I did say it was a really small, tiny amount of credit, alright? But it's shown us that generic man is a chancer and a dealer who's prepared to go along to get along, and this is why Peaky Nazi lets him live and kills MODOK instead. That's, well, it's just kind of fine. It's about fine, just about fine, if you ignore that the setup makes no sense at all. And by having Peaky Nazi use the same words Kora warned them with, they want everything to I want everything, it firmly establishes that she, unlike these vaguely Norse space people, knows something. Quite a lot, it is implied, of the Motherworld and the character of its agents. This is supposed to get us wondering just what her backstory is in relation to the Motherworld, about whether she might have been one of them. And the film does give us a fair few minutes before it decides to give up on suspense altogether and just have a narrate her whole backstory in an exposition dump. But for those few brief minutes, the film sort of does maybe kind of just about progress, in relation to her anyway, like it's not just been targeted at absolute mongooses. So, Peaky Nazi and his goons bugger off and they fly away, but they leave behind a clearly insufficient garrison. You do sort of have to wonder why they even bother, since the garrison isn't big enough to actually keep control of the village, and the main threat is that space battleship Yamato will return and kill them all anyway, if they haven't got the harvest ready in 10 weeks' time. The garrison is principally here so Snyder can do creepy sex things later. This man is South African, so you know he's incredibly nasty.
That's how I like them, young.
Ugh, God, okay. Good one, Zack. Classy. For some reason, this is just a rule. Most of his other men are varying degrees of nasty, but not as nasty because their accents aren't as strong. But it does also introduce us to by far the most interesting character in this entire movie. Interesting because he's only really in it for this one scene, and so he escapes being reduced into a steaming pile of stupid later. It's Anthony Hopkins playing a robot. Anthony Robotkins. That'll do. That's good. That's the kind of quality we're dealing with here. Anthony Robotkins introduces himself to Space Twink Alpha, the only non-evil space Nazi in the movie, and much prettier than Kora.
Gay! Gay!
Anthony Robotkins is the presumed last of a race of robots once designed and designated to protect the royal family, but now without purpose, given they failed to protect the royal family, because they were serving on battlefields far away. Okay, fair enough, film. He serves, however, briefly as a sort of emissary from a dead world, which is always a fascinating trope and probably the reason almost everyone with any sense picks Anthony Robotkins and his backstory as the only halfway decent thing in this entire film. We must, of course, establish that he and Space Twink Alpha are good people, and the easiest way to do that is to have Space Twink Alpha be nice to Anthony Robotkins, and then have one of the evil Afrikaners be a dick to him. This duly occurs. After Nasty Afrikaner 2 explains to his boss what Anthony Robotkins is and why he doesn't fight anymore, which you'd think would be entirely redundant information since his boss man has absolutely no business not knowing this already, Nasty Afrikaner 2 puts a few rounds into Anthony Robotkins to prove what an asshole he is. This prompts Space Twink Alpha to come to Anthony Robotkins' defense for no reason I've been able to deduce save that he is good people. Lest you be wondering why every single one of these Nazi Space Marines is the epitome of cliched dickheadedness, save for Space Twink Alpha, about maybe why their training seems to have turned all of them into rapey psycho killers, yet left no moral effect on this one pretty twink, on whether this means Space Twink Alpha has some interesting backstory that imparted strong morals into him that no training regimen could beat out. The answer is of course no. Stop it. Stop your wondering. Stop it this instant. This is a Zack Snyder film. We're not doing any of that character establishment bullshit here. And we won't be doing it in the director's cut either, you mark my words. That'll just be gore and nudity. More tits, more blood, and slower. Even fucking slower. Trust me. Space Twink Alpha is just good because he's good. That's all we're gonna get. Bossman then forgets that Anthony Robotkins is a robot, and he tells him to go and clean himself in the river for no reason at all. Why is he washing his face in the river, Zack? He's a robot, Zack. He's not people, Zack. Evil Afrikaners aren't concerned about keeping him looking pretty, Zack. One of them just shot him several times in the head because they don't give a shit about him, Zack. Stop this nonsense. Oh, but it has to happen, you see, because Zack has this cool idea for a scene where fair village maiden Rosie sits next to tragic robot Anthony Robotkins by a river at sunset, as Anthony Robotkins uses her as an excuse for more exposition. No, Zack couldn't think of any other way to earn this scene, so he had evil Afrikaner tell the robot to go and wash his face in the river. Oh god, but hey, at least we got to the scene. But yeah, no, it's not even a very good scene. The nonsense never ends, in fact. Recall, if you will, the premise of this village. This is a far distant backwater planet of simple farmers who shun almost all technology save for their electric lights and their Star Trek doors. These robots are so rare that the leader of the Nazi Space Marines who owned the robot had to be told what the robot is. Rosie is a fair village maiden who hasn't seen so much as a vibrator before in all of her life. And yet here she is, calmly walking up to Anthony Robotkins and offering him a cloth to dry his metal face with, and then sitting down for a casual chat as if he's just normal people. No fear, no doubt, no uncertainty, no curiosity even about what should to her be this almost impossibly strange thing. Nope, none of that. Just gonna sit down for a chat so we can have the exposition. Wonderful. Anyway, this is an excuse for exposition. Take it away, Anthony.
Tell me, Sam, do you know the story of our slain king and his beautiful daughter, the Princess Issa?
I don't.
Well, you remind me of her. In myth, she was called the Chalice or the Redeemer. She was Pueri Salvatoris, and even before she was born, I and my brothers pledged everything we were, everything that dwells inside this metal skin, to fight in her name. So when word reached us on some distant battlefield that she, as prophesied, had been born of flesh and blood into our world, I felt a great warmth for the universe, and trusted that she was to usher in a new age of peace and compassion, and bring us home.
She was magic.
Ah, yes. She was more than magic. On the day of her coronation, she, along with our honored king and queen, were assassinated in cold blood by those they trusted most. I fear we lost some measure of our honor since that betrayal. I'm afraid our compassion, our kindness, our very joy died with that young girl.
So to recap, Anthony Robotkins tells young Rosie that she's very pretty and reminds him of the Princess Issa, daughter of the slain king, known in myth as the Chalice or the Redeemer. Myths we must assume have arisen in the very short time since her death, since the premise is that the royal family ruled in uninterrupted bliss for 1,000 generations, so they scarcely had need of a redemptive figure, did they? Oh no, but you see her birth was prophesied by someone, or some reason to some end. Don't worry, it won't come up again, not in part 1 anyway. The prophecy was that she would usher in a new age of peace and compassion, and also yes, she was magical. At this stage only figuratively we assume, but later tragically we find out it's literally as well. Of course it's very sad that she was assassinated along with her parents by those they trusted most, to quote Anthony Robotkins, which is interesting because it suggests the identity of the assassins was and is known, and yet has never been acted upon. Gee, it'd sure be inconvenient to the plot if it turned out Belisarius was the assassin, and if Anthony Robotkins knew he was the assassin all along, but did absolutely nothing with this knowledge, and if Belisarius took the throne as regent unchallenged by other people who knew he was behind the assassination, because then, nothing about the setup would make any sense at all. Anthony and his Robotkins had pledged everything of themselves to fight in Issa's name, posing such questions as, who made you? Are you programmed to be this way? If so, by whom? Was it by the imperial family? I would assume so. But can you be reprogrammed? If not, why not? Has anybody tried? If you're refusing to fight but you're good fighters, why wouldn't they have tried? Why do people just allow you to go around pretending that you're people? And needless to say, none of these questions will be answered. In part 1, at any rate, because Anthony Robotkins is shortly to disappear from the script entirely. He says, movingly, that he feels the assassination amounted to a loss of honor, a sacrifice of our compassion, our kindness, our very joy. All of these things died with the princess, he says, which is, again, awkward, since if the princess was supposed to bring these things, then it rather implies they were missing for the 1,000 years before the princess, in which case the long and unbroken rule of the royal bloodline was A, a bad thing, and B, highly implausible. But I think we've established by now that Zack writes on the basis of what looks and sounds cool. He pays very little attention to whether these words in this order actually make sense. Sense is for boring, square, rube type people.
Standard nerds!
With absolutely no cause at all, Rosie tells Anthony Robotkins that she thinks all those qualities still live on in him, and she gives him a crown of flowers and touches his face, and he does a little robot blush, and she leaves in order that she can be nearly raped later because, it's a Snyder film and we need to get that kind of shit in here somewhere. Now, mean and mocking though I have been, this is undoubtedly the film at its absolute strongest. Nothing else in the entire movie comes close to the pathos embodied in Anthony Robotkins and his story. Sure, I mean, it's got only a tangential relationship with logic, and it becomes almost entirely irrelevant to everything that follows in the A-plot, but to the extent Anthony Robotkins is widely hailed as the best bit of the movie, I think it's because he's the one that gives us what the rest of the film does not. A sense of time, of place, and of history. A sense that this story actually takes place somewhere, that it has some sort of context, rather than just being invented on the fly by a talentless hack. That, and Anthony Robotkins has here established the important bases for character. He has wants, motives, emotions. He conveys a sense of tragic loss, and by virtue of conveying anything at all, this makes him much more fulsome a character than anyone else in the movie. I'd have much rather follow him for the remaining 2-ish hours than the actually robotic cast we're condemned to suffer. Oh god, speaking of, we're back with the robotic humans. Their leader is dead. They don't know what to do. Even though some time has now elapsed since the killing, these people still insist on pointing out that MODOK is indeed dead.
This is your fault, Gunnar!
I didn't know that he would kill them.
Doesn't matter, he's dead now.
I took noticing in high school.
I guess just in case the audience has woken up briefly and they need reminding of it themselves. Unfortunately, in reminding us of this trivial and unimportant thing, the film risks forgetting the actually important bit of information conveyed in that death scene. You'll recall that evil space Nazis wanted all of their grain, and this was bad because without that grain they would starve. There was no possible way that they could give the Nazis what they asked for and survive. Except that now their proposed solution is to give the Nazis all of their grain and just hope it'll all be fine. But you do remember, guys, you remember this means you will starve, right? Remember how this was the thing you established? Because, you know, if it turns out you could have just harvested a ton of grain and given it to the Nazis and then made them go away, and you could have done this without starving to death after the fact, then the entire premise for your earlier conflict, the one that led to MODOK's death, was redundant and was all just there in order to get some exposition-y shit into the movie, wasn't it?
We show them how valuable we are. And when we have fulfilled our side of the deal, they will be forced to rethink how much food they leave us. We can appeal to those gentlemen in the granary, appeal to their humanity.
Yeah, they must.
Oh, no, okay, I see. So you want to give them all of your food in the hopes that these evil, heartless, cold, bastard space Nazis, they'll see this as very useful, so they will leave you with more of the food you gave them. You're going to appeal to the humanity of people who happily ponce around looking and acting like fucking Nazis in the year whatever the fuck of the future this movie's set in. Really? Okay, solid plan, guys. And if this all seems ridiculously naive, that is of course the point. What Snyder is doing here is contrasting the hopelessly innocent villagers with the wily and worldly wise Kora. She sees things for how they really are. Oh no, wait, but no, because overt as the contrast already was, such that I barely even needed to explain it to you, there's still a chance a good chunk of Snyder's target audience hasn't caught up yet. So just in case you missed it, it has Kora explain the mechanics to us in the following scene.
So, it's running. Would have thought you'd have had enough of that.
You heard them. They're delusional. They think those soldiers will show them mercy even after what they did to Sindri. Right in front of them.
Old-timer here decides now is the time to pitch rebellion and issue the call to adventure.
What if you could find the warriors that Noble seeks? The outlaws to fight alongside us.
I refuse to answer a literal call to adventure, Morty. Let it go to voicemail.
Now, Kora here explains that finding warriors to fight for the village only gives the village hope in a fight they are doomed to lose. And this is absolutely correct, and something the film just has to sort of forget about during everything that follows, because only by ignoring its very dumb premise can it hope to outrun how dumb the premise is. In the first place, it is one tiny farming village, plus whoever Kora can press gang into this apparent suicide mission, versus one massive starship that could and should wipe these farmers out from orbit at the first sign of resistance. In the second place, if, by some long sequence of entirely incomprehensible bullshit, spoilers, that's the rest of the film we're about to watch, they manage to take out the immediate threat, this one ship belongs to a massive galactic empire with who knows how many other ships that can come and take its place. Your only recourse would be to run if you wish to survive. But this is what I mean when I say that you have to ignore the premise to escape the nonsense of the thing. Because accepting this incontrovertible truth, you realize that they could and probably should run right now. overpower the small garrison, head to the nearest city, blend in, or escape off-world. There is no scenario where this village survives. It is either immediately destroyed, or it's destroyed somewhat less immediately, but just as inevitably. What the movie's attempting to do here is just Star Wars for lobotomites. But the comparison is useful because Star Wars shows how insane this plan is. The call to adventure here amounts to, find us a few warriors to defend the Lars homestead. Obviously, that is a non-starter. No sane rebel group would voluntarily pin themselves down to defend the Lars homestead. That's because the rebellion in Star Wars is properly realized. There's a reason they're always on the run, Zack. There's a reason that immediately after their biggest ever victory against the Empire's biggest weapon, they leave Yavin 4 and run away. They leave the base they were defending because they knew the Empire would return and obliterate it. Same again at Hoth. The final base occupied by the rebels was their Starfleet, and that was always on the move. Because rebellion entails sacrifice, and the first sacrifice you have to make is your home. There is simply no world where these villagers get to rebel and keep their village. And yet that's the plan Oldtimer here presents. And it's the one Kora is going to go on to enact, with the final victory preceding a return to the village at the close, and the movie suggesting to us that it's been saved somehow. Whereas, all sense and logic determines that it has very much not been saved. Not at all. In fact, it's probably been condemned. If Kora is as worldly wise as the film wants us to believe she is, she should know this already, and she should be doing everything in her power to convince the villagers to leave with her. Instead, though, she refuses the call because she rightly thinks defending the village would amount to throwing your life away, only to accept the call and cross the first threshold a few minutes later when she stops poor Rosie getting raped. None of this changes her sensible objections to Oldtimer's plan, but the film thinks that it does because the film is Speaking of poor Rosie, even though all the villagers know they're being occupied by a bunch of violent alien thugs, apparently nobody has thought to put a less fuckable person on water pail duties at nighttime, which is unbelievably careless of them. What exactly did you expect to happen sending your fair maiden alone at night down to your occupying force? Why didn't you send a fat hairy fucker down instead? Why are you leaving rape bait outside on her own at nighttime next to some horrible Afrikaner space Nazis? And so to nobody's surprise whatsoever, they grab her and take her into their barn.
It's raping time.
But her screams alert Kora, who's busy saddling a horse. And after a brief moment where she considers refusing the call, so to speak, she picks up a hatchet and decides she will intervene. Space Tweak Alpha, meanwhile, has been rather quicker on his feet. He's already tried to intervene, because he is good people with absolutely no sense of self-preservation. But this just gets him beaten up. The second most evil Afrikaner in the galaxy says,
I'm gonna tie you to a post and make you watch every day.
And just in case this wasn't edgy enough yet, Bossman adds,
But you're not gonna do anything. Not until I split this sapling myself.
Ugh, okay. Great one, Zack. Good dialogue. Top work. I do love how complex all these characters are. Love me a bit of raping. Raping's great. Good on you, Zack. Yeah, still, at least there's no edgy gay rape threats, huh? That's something.
I guarantee you by morning, you're going to be begging me for more.
Oh, okay. We've got that to look forward to. Kora arrives and demands that they stop doing their raping. She knows they all have guns, they know they all have guns, and this is a Zack Snyder film, so we get to see that they have guns. But we see this as one of them does the eminently sensible thing of closing to melee range with his gun so that she can beat the shit out of him. And so the fight begins. And here, most of the Afrikaners forget they have guns in order that they don't instantly win. Rather than shooting her from range or surrounding and suppressing her, they obligingly pop up one at a time in order that she can take them all out sequentially. Oh no, but you see, what you don't understand, you fucking snobs, you Snyder-hating snobs, is that this is all really cool actually, because it is
slow motion, you fuck.
On and on it goes. At one stage, Space Twink Alpha gets himself free so he can join in. Bossman's holding Rosie hostage though, so it all ends in a stalemate. Until, that is, Anthony Robotkins shows up, and he shoots Bossman. That would be Anthony Robotkins, robot who refuses to fight since his princess got murdered. He shoots Bossman and just runs away. And that's it for him. That's the last we're seeing of him until right at the end of the movie, where he pops up and cruelly teases us with a much better adventure that we could have gone on with him, but didn't because we were stuck with these Boring assholes. I could ask why it is the Motherworld would still be using autonomous robots whose capabilities and inclinations it is completely unaware of apparently, why it wouldn't have either reprogrammed them or decommissioned them, why it just allows these potentially unstable and unpredictable agents to embed with their military forces, etc. But I quite like Anthony Robotkins, so I'll let this one slide. I mean, it's not like Motherworld forces are trained or competent or intelligent vanguards of an all-conquering empire or anything. I'm sure this stupidity is just par for the course. If this was Star Wars, somebody would pop up right now and tell me that a stormtrooper once bonked his head. So the bad guys have always been dumb and incompetent. Everything goes. It's fair game. This is how this sort of thing usually works. At this point, all the villagers walk in tightly massed en masse, having been given their cue from the director. Why yes, the entire occupying force has indeed just been taken out by a woman, a twink, and a pacifist robot. And there you were up there being all scared. Don't you look silly now, you bunch of fucking cowards. Kora tells them they're going to have to fight, which is incorrect. No, Kora, they're gonna have to run. Stop leading them on this fucking doomed mission. Old Timer hands her father's the pistol he found with her at the site of the crashed spaceship he pulled her from, but that he just never bothered telling her about or giving her for unaccountable reasons. Anyway, this is the point at which she should be demanding they all follow her to the nearest township because the village is doomed. We have to run with the idea that space battleship Yamato doesn't maintain contact with its garrison.
I've not seen Faunus or Marcus during your reports.
They've been busy driving the villages, sir.
Otherwise, it would return rather quickly upon losing contact with that garrison, but we know it's going to be back in 10 weeks' time at the latest. That was the deal, after all. And I mention it here because you might think it's going to function as a ticking clock. Except that, well, no, not really. No, it's just not really going to come up again. At no point in the movie does Kora ever really worry that she's running out of time to save the village. If anything, the film kind of forgets about the village. But it does mean that there is a hard end point for the village. And there is absolutely no way a small farming village of people who shun weapons and technology can fight off an empire. So yes, come on, Kora, be sensible, use your wits, stop lying to them, give it to them straight. They are doomed if they stay. Oh, but she doesn't do that because that's not what the film wants. She's just going to go off on a fetch quest, looking for people dumb enough to resist a whole empire to save a doomed farm. There is one relatively nice touch in all of this though, and since there is little opportunity for praise in a review of Rebel Moon, I will call it out. The gun she's given, the one definitely not Ben Kenobi pulled with her from the wreckage of that crashed ship, has markings on it. And they match the floral patterns found on Anthony Robotkins' head and armor. So if you're paying attention, you can glean some sort of connection being built here between Kora and the Motherworld, and more specifically, given the similar design work, between Kora and the ideal of the Motherworld Anthony Robotkins represents. That's not bad stuff. Abides by the show don't tell rule. Be a shame if we were, just about to get a flashback in a couple of minutes in which Kora just exposits absolutely every tedious detail of her backstory for us. Yeah, that'd be a real shame, wouldn't it? From this point onward, the movie is almost exclusively fetch quests, and not good story-driven fetch quests. Oh no. The really boring, tedious sort of fetch quest. The type you only do because you need to farm resources. That's how this movie treats its nominal characters. They're not actually people, they are just resource. We need to grind until we've got enough of them to take on the boss level. So when asked about her plan, Kora decides that she used to know, or at least knows of, an old general called Titus, who turned his forces against the Motherworld. She wants to find him. To get to him, she'll need to contact the Rebel Alliance, or the Blood Axes, or whatever the fuck they're called. And to do that, she's going to need Generic Man, because he's previously sold grain to the rebels. So he's going to lead her to Mos Eisley to pick up the trail. They hop on their space horses and trot off out of the village. It's an overnight trip to Mos Eisley, so unfortunately, they have to use one of their explorers' camping kits from Dragon's Dogma. This allows time for some exposition and, well, it's Rebel Moon, so naturally it's all kinds of awful. Generic Man begins by doubly confirming for the slowest members of the audience what Kora's backstory is, a soldier fighting for the Motherworld.
but he poses this as a question. So you were a soldier fighting for the mother world? And this causes problems because it means she's been dwelling among them for a not inconsiderable amount of time, and yet this most essential part of her backstory is only now known to them? It's one of those questions that once posed makes you think, okay, but why haven't you asked this before now? Are you in the habit of bringing strange women with motherworld weapons out of crashed spaceships and just letting them live among you, no questions asked? Wouldn't her origin and her reason for crashing on this planet have been of particular interest to pretty much the entire village? Mightn't they want to know if, for example, she turned out to be the most wanted criminal in the galaxy? But I'm sure she can't be that because nobody recognizes her. The most charitable interpretation possible is that they have asked this question before and she said, nah, not telling. And they said, okay, go milk a cow. That would still be very, very dumb, but I think the more likely explanation is that this question hasn't come up before because Zack just writes these things on the hoof. This is the first time he's considered it, so it's the first time anyone in his universe has considered it. It wouldn't have been impossible, it wouldn't have even been particularly difficult to make this important unknown a part of Kora's character and her relationship with the village, if she'd sold them some vague backstory enough to not be turned away, but refused to elaborate upon it, creating a very definite distance and even animosity between her and the villagers. But since this would require both character work and world building, of course, it finds no place in Rebel Moon. Generic Man further suggests that she might have been a high rank, though it's not really clear what would have given him this impression. And he asks if she's wanted for desertion. She replies, that and more, which is at least a relevant tease. And then we get a big old flashback, ensuring that whatever mystery and intrigue has so far been built up around her character can be dispensed with as quickly and generically as possible. Here we go then, quick-fire character establishment round. When Kora was 9, the Motherworld forces invaded her homeworld. They did this for, by Kora's own account, absolutely no reason. They never asked for anything. It was all because they had a lust for destruction. Belisarius commanded the Motherworld forces. He is the bloodthirsty man in charge of a bloodthirsty army that, for all intents and purposes, commits genocide when it gets bored. By virtue of the fact that the people of Kora's homeworld resisted this invasion, Belisarius and his men got even more angry, and they started murdering civilians. Wait, what the fuck are you guys doing here? Aren't you the same people who arrived with Peaky Nazi earlier? You know, the obvious Dune ripoff characters? Are you priests? Is that what you're meant to be? You look a bit like priests. Something vaguely religious. Do Motherworld priests just stroll around through active battlefields, reading books and overseeing firing squads? At what point were you airdropped into the middle of an active war zone? What even are you people? Anyway, little Kora runs away, but she runs into a dead end, and who should bump into her? All alone, completely without backup or guards or any military support? Why, it's a young Belisarius himself. How very fortuitous. Oh, but remember, he's out here out of bloodlust, and the Motherworld is just killing all the innocents they can find because it has nothing else to do. Moreover, we've been explicitly told that they get very angry when the people they've come to kill resist them, so they are especially murderous at the moment, and Belisarius is their especially bloodthirsty leader, which shouldn't bode well for young Kora, should it? I wonder who's going to come and rescue her, because, you know, that is really the only way she could get out of this alive, right? Like, there's no way that Belisarius won't just kill her, right? Oh, as it turns out, no, because Belisarius, General of the Motherworld, someone we already know is fiercely ambitious, because in the present day he is Regent of the Motherworld, decides in this moment that he is an idiot. I would say it's out of character, and it would be out of character if he had a character to be out of. He drops his own gun, he kneels in front of young Kora, who has a gun of her own, and he's very edgy, you see. So he points her gun at his own head and helps her prep to shoot him. Yes, just park the fact that sci-fi laser guns have hammers. Don't ask me why. Young Kora, having just seen all the people she's grown up with die horribly, makes a strange noise. And then she pulls the trigger. Belisarius is dead, the movie ends, the rest was just a dream. Hooray, we don't get part 2, thank fuck for that. Oh, no, sadly not. We have to carry on going. The gun doesn't fire because luck. So Belisarius kills Kora's entire family and takes her away with him. Now then, you might be thinking, wait, So the Motherworld invaded her home without provocation and murdered everyone. Its lead general Belisarius quite specifically murders her entire family, and she knows that this has happened. He then takes her away with him, even though he's killed everybody else and even though she's just tried to kill him. He does this pretty well exclusively because the film needs a protagonist. But if all that is so, then why oh why would Kora grow up to be a loyal servant, not only of the Motherworld that invaded her planet, but of the man who killed her family? This is not usually the way of things, is it? Seems like this is the sort of thing that's likely to make someone resent you just a little bit. Seems like she'd have good reason to refuse orders, try to run away, try to betray you, try to bring down your empire. Not, in other words, the most reliable soldier to have on your team. It's as if I broke into your house, fucked and or murdered your dog, fucked and or murdered your entire family, and then said, well, that was fun, now be a good girl, go get me a beer. Kora tells us that she doesn't know why Belisarius should have spared her, having just sent hundreds of thousands of people to their deaths. That is a good question, Kora. I don't know either. Good job you don't ask her to any point between then and now. She posits that it might be because he saw something in her, someone, and I quote, to share in his pain, which is very silly indeed since we had no idea until this precise sentence that he was in any sort of pain. And her description of him would rather suggest that he was here because he enjoyed being a dick. Don't worry, answers to this question will not be found in part 1 of this duet. Don't worry, answers to this question will not be found in part 2 either. Skirting over all the many questions that arise as a result of this bizarre choice, Kora explains that Belisarius gave her training and an education, and she lived with him on his ship for 5 years, where his soldiers were her only family. I mean, well, yes, it's true after a fashion, but that's only because those same soldiers murdered your actual family, darling, and you seem to have moved on pretty fucking quickly. She says there was no softness, only the hard lessons of war. She then tells us that Belisarius often took her on missions of diplomacy as though she was his child, which sounds like something that isn't the hard lessons of war, doesn't it? He made her his protege, and with the ease that can only come from being a cardboard cutout character with no feelings, memories, or emotions of any sort, she seamlessly became one of them, eventually joining the army, and thereafter seems rather to have enjoyed herself. Though also growing up friends with the royal family and a child of privilege, she was nevertheless expected to do her duty and fight for the Motherworld, she explains. Fight and fuck for the sake of the Motherworld. I don't know if it's normal for military members on parade to randomly start kissing each other. It's sort of the opposite of don't ask, don't tell, isn't it? But because Zack wants to cover as many bases of her personality vacuum as possible in as short a time as possible, she does indeed start eating the face of her fellow officer. This is to show us that she was once in love, in order that this nameless grunt can die in the very next scene, thereby explaining why she now struggles to fall in love. Love is encouraged by the Motherworld training corps, we learn, because on the good old Theban principle, it's easier to attach your love to a person than it is to an abstract ideal. That's not a bad touch. It's just that it never recurs again, ever, anywhere at all, in the entire movie. Those evil Afrikaners from earlier weren't all fucking each other tenderly at nighttime, they were trying to find farm girls to rape, because that's what that scene demanded. This scene demands a short-lived love interest because Zack is attempting to do character work. See what I mean when I say Snyder just writes things on the hoof? None of these things actually connect. He's not building a culture, never mind a universe, he's just making shit up as he goes along. Kora's fuck buddy does indeed die tragically. She then bravely goes off to fight for the ideal that she just finished telling us was too abstract to motivate anybody. It's a combat scene, and so obviously though this does give us a chance to glimpse one of Antony's Robotkins getting shot in the background, which I'll praise because, well, at least it's sort of in continuity. We won't even get that when we come to part 2.
Even more slow motion follows,
and then
even more slow motion.
At last, Kora boldly and bravely waves the flag of the Motherworld over the battlefield of this newly conquered planet. And it, too, is
very fucking slow.
Kora sums all this up by telling us that she fought for the king of a distant world under the banner of a people who destroyed her home and her family. Then the flashback ends, and she as good as speaks directly to the audience.
I'm only telling you this so you know who I am.
But here's the thing, Kora, darling, we don't. We have no idea who you are. None of this makes any sense. This is just a chain of events that brought you to this very specific place. I suppose it gives us a reason for you shunning love, which would be great if that ever again became a character beat in this movie, but it doesn't. Otherwise, it's a good example of the difference between events and characterization, between people and characters. This actually isn't a universally understood distinction. Lots of people get confused when you point out that there are no characters in, for example, Godzilla x Kong, because they're under the impression that character is a quantitative thing. Here is one unit of person on the screen, ergo, here is one character. Now, it's futile trying to explain to Monsterverse fans that characters and people are not the same thing, that characters require proper motives, feelings, needs, all combined in the bracket personality. It's futile because most Monsterverse fans are themselves people, not characters. But Kora here is helpful in fleshing out this point because she very neatly encapsulates the difference. We've just seen her undergo a series of events, from her home's invasion to the murder of her family to her joining and leading the army of the very people who committed the preceding. This explains her knowledge of the Motherworld in the present day. But these events proceed without actually forming a character, and indeed fly in the face of plausible character, since a plausible character would not act or behave in this way. Kora does not think about these events. She does not react to these events. She has no agency in these events because if she did, the setup wouldn't work and she'd not now be sitting here narrating it all to us dispassionately in this way. There is actually a pretty handy contrast. While reviewing part 1 of this movie, I was desperate enough to find a character that I went and delved into the official novelization of Rebel Moon Part 1. It's pretty fucking bad, as you might expect, but unlike the movie alongside which it was written, the novelization has the bare bones of characterization. The entire prologue is in fact given over to the character of Space Twink Alpha. You will recall that I've been wondering so far why it is that he and he alone is the nicest out of all the Nazis, in fact the only nice Nazi. Well, the novelization gives him the prologue. In that prologue, we see almost the exact replica of the flashback Kora has just given us. The Motherworld turns up on young Space Twink's planet, it forces him to kill his father, it separates him from the rest of his family, his younger sister and his mother in particular, and he is taken away as a child soldier. When later on he sees the Nazis being mean to Rosie, it awakens in him his feelings of guilt and regret, his inability to save his sister, so he acts to protect Rosie as a way of overcoming his survivor's guilt. This is the difference then between people and characters. The novelization has decided it might try and make Aris, or Space Twink, a character, whereas Rebel Moons Part 1 and 2 are content with Kora being just a person. The flashback means of exposition is also by far the cheapest and laziest way to go about integrating the past with the future. It is, again, all predicated on nobody in the village ever asking her about her past during all the time she's been with them, and it fast forwards through essential beats in one condensed block without any real bearing on the present day events that prompt the flashback. For comparison, because Arcane is always a good comparison, you can compare the use of flashbacks in Arcane to the use of flashbacks in Rebel Moon. Arcane does not view flashbacks as simple tools of convenience, and their placement is always with a mind to present-day events. They very often parallel present-day events, which both ties the past and the present together thematically, whilst also giving a diegetic reason for characters to be reminiscing in this moment about these things in this way. Flashbacks in Arcane sometimes serve as thematic bookends, tying the present-day narrative together, and sometimes serve as reactions, as reflections by characters in the moment, and they're artful because they do not overstep their bounds. The stress is often on the flash in flashback. It's a momentary thing, establishing one historic detail, the basis for one present thought, the motive for one present action, without ever revealing too much or becoming a crutch on which the present-day narrative has to lean. And at no point are the flashbacks dispassionately narrated by a present-day person reading a Cliff Notes summary of their character, which is the approach that Rebel Moon has taken here. Applying the Arcane approach to Rebel Moon, everything we've just seen would be broken up into many more vignettes, and those vignettes would be spread throughout the narrative in a way that contextualizes Kora's current thoughts and actions. For example, having established that she may have feelings for generic man, an Arcanified story might show her being incredibly reluctant to take him on this adventure, to put him in harm's way. And it could be contextualized mid-journey, hell, even in a dream or a nightmare sequence that would be cheap but not impermissible, by a momentary flashback to the scene in the flashback Snyder gave us, where she cradles a dead man in her arms on a battlefield. You could tease events like this across the first act of the movie, even across the first 2 acts, and then crystallize them in the third when generic man finally challenges her about it, demanding to know why she doesn't trust him, forcing her to admit the reasons publicly for the first time. That would be the essential difference between an event and a character beat. The audience would piece together Kora's personality and motivations, rather than being told them artlessly, allowing us to wonder why Kora acts and reacts in the way that she does, and then to discover why she acts and reacts in the way that she does. No character should ever utter the line, "That's why I'm telling you all this, so you understand who I am." The rest is so obviously balked that it doesn't really need a recap. Evil man killed my entire family, so I became his daughter and fought for the empire he commanded, and never told you any of this until now because the camera wasn't rolling and Zack hadn't thought of it yet. I went around killing and murdering people just like what happened to my home and my family, but according to Anthony Robotkins, it's only when the princess dies later that the mother world loses its compassion and its decency. Rightio then. Oh god, no. Flash forward to part 2. Oh, yeah, no, we'll get there. I'm going to save it. But yeah, Kora is very, very much on board with the Empire at this point. Kora will go to drastic lengths to demonstrate her fealty to the regime that murdered her parents. Oh, I can't wait. That's a real doozy. The next day, they arrive at Mos Eisley, though for a very brief moment, Snyder seems to think it's the village of Bree from The Lord of the Rings.
And be too careful.
Outside the Mos Eisley cantina, some bounty hunters use a giant robot scorpion thing to take a prisoner. Kora helpfully tells us exactly what's going on.
Bounty hunters. They work for the Imperium.
The excuse being that generic man doesn't know any of this, which is debatable, since the whole reason he's tagging along is that he's been here before and he trades with known terrorists. He's not the perfect novice accomplice, which is the usual and perfectly acceptable use for filling the audience in. But never mind? Oh, no, not never mind, because the film doubles down on the problem in having generic man recognize the prisoner as his contact.
Kora, that's our guy.
He blurts this out mere feet away from the bounty hunters, and they proceed to talk about his links with terrorists and the location of the terrorists, and all sorts of very useful incriminating information at volume just across the street from these known bounty hunters. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, Zack. Would it be too much to ask that you had them whisper? Maybe that they go and hide around a corner? Something that gives us some sense that they're actually reacting to events like they are a part of this world? We also discover that they had really no need to come to this bar to meet this contact because the terrorists, who are apparently completely incompetent, told generic man exactly where they were hiding and who was hiding them.
No, they said they were sheltered on a planet called Charon, protected by a king named Leviticus.
But they go to the Mos Eisley cantina anyway. It's just that now they need transport off-world. Myself, the man, and no questions asked. Let's just say we'd like to avoid any Imperial entanglements, you know the drill. This is gonna be, it's gonna be so hard not to spoil the part 2 stuff in this early. Let's just say all of this works if you assume that they have no ships of their own. And I'm mentioning this now for the very obvious reason that part 2 is going to go on and give them a ship of their own and fuck it all up. But no, we'll make fun of that when we get there. A big menacing alien walks past them. And Zack very subtly wants us to know that this big menacing alien is going to be relevant later, because as the big menacing alien passes, he goes all slow motion, and the generic music generically does its generic thing. Honestly, Zack, you could just put a sign on the screen in neon saying, "This guy will be relevant. Remember him." Even though they're in a bar where their contact has just been picked up by bounty hunters, they continue openly discussing where to find their terrorist friends. Generic man says their best bet is to contact, the Leviticans? The Leviticans are the race of deeply homophobic aliens who are sheltering the terrorists, I guess. This is all information he could and should have given her before they left the farming village, by the way. I'm genuinely not sure why he didn't tell her all this before they arrived. Or, well, no, I made a mistake. I am sure why. Zack wanted to trail the bounty hunters and intro the very obviously significant menacing alien in order to set up a tediously predictable betrayal later, but you could still have accomplished all this in a more sensible way. Say, generic man, you deal with the terrorists. Do you have any idea where to find them? Why yes, I happen to know that they're hiding on planet Leviticus, where they are being protected from the evil sodomites by the Leviticans, but I don't know how we'll get there. Oh, I know! Let's head to Mos Eisley! There's bound to be someone there with a ship that can get us to Alderaan, Leviticus, who will have to sell your speeder. That's okay, I'm never coming back to this planet again. Mind you, I suppose if he'd done that, then he'd not have needed to come with her on this mission. But that problem exists in both versions, since he already knows where the rebels are, and so he doesn't need to accompany her anyway. You'd have to invent some other reason. Maybe some combination of his past dealings with them and his want to redeem himself after getting MODOK killed. He could actually insist that she takes him with her, thus giving him the beginnings of an arc he simply doesn't have in the film we actually got. I know way back in my Rings of Power videos I made a bit of a meme out of the saying, writing is hard. But that was always supposed to be ironic, alright? Most of this is not hard, it's really fucking simple, basic stuff. The only people who seem to find writing on this level difficult are paid professional writers, and maybe people in comas. They might find it pretty hard as well. In any event, it doesn't materially alter their plans yet, because Kora still wants to go and find General Titus and his army first, the implication being that the rebels would be a handy but optional extra. And I could waste time pointing out the awkward implications there too, but hold on, no, I can't, because I'm being distracted at the moment. I'm being distracted by the introduction of a gay clown creature. This gay clown creature.
Ha! See? You're not a ghost at all. You're some kind of gay clown, apparently.
Ew, it's slightly more repulsive than regular clowns.
What is going on, Zack? He's basically King Jellybean from that Rick and Morty episode.
Okay, bye.
No, stay. Go with the flow.
Stop! You're making me really uncomfortable.
Stop fighting me. Just let this happen.
That is also set in a weird alien bar, and the similarities are such that I'd really not be surprised to learn that it's where Zack got the idea.
Yeah, I have a room upstairs with relatively clean sheets.
But it works in Rick and Morty because it's part of a bit deliberately and comically subverting the usual tropes of adventure stories, whereas in this film, it's really just there to be gratuitous and icky, and also, I slightly suspect, to establish a firm case of the not gays. Snyder films have this slightly weird adolescent male sexuality thing going on. On the one hand, look at these rock-hard, glistening abs. Look at them. Look at how shiny the abs are. Look at the slow-motion abs. My god, these abs are fucking... And then in the next moment, lol, no homo, bro. No, creepy, gay, disgusting clown creature. Gay shit's icky, right? Yeah, we're not gay, honest. Oh, but then again, those abs. Surprise, gay clown creature! Oh, but the abs are really just so fucking... no homo, LMAO. What are you, fucking Oh, just come out already, my god in heaven. Gay clown creature tries to buy a generic man because he wants to fuck him. He artfully gets this point across by grabbing his balls and doing creepy gay clown sex talk.
I guarantee you by morning, you're gonna be begging me for more.
Kora then beats the shit out of him
in slow motion.
She then decides, I know I've just seen bounty hunters in the pay of the Motherworld haul a guy out of the bar, but I'm sure just announcing my plans to the entire bar won't get me in any sort of trouble.
I'm looking for information. Has anyone here heard of General Titus or know where he might be?
A creepy, alien, Metroid, mind rapist creature uses an Independence Day reference to tell our very bland heroes that General Titus currently fights in a coliseum on a planet called Bollocks. At least I think it's called Bollocks. And before you start doing that dumb, overrated thinking thing and asking questions like, but hey, Kora, if he's fighting in a coliseum, doesn't that suggest he's a slave and he's lost his army and he's now completely useless to you? Shouldn't this change your plans, Kora? Don't you know who fights in coliseums, Kora? Haven't you seen Gladiator? Before you start doing any of that, stop it. Thoughts in a Snyder movie are like Republic credits on Tatooine. No good. Even the space Jews won't take them. They reason that they will now need to find a ship to take them to planet Bollocks, but before we can meet Han Solo, gay clown creature gay clowns his ass back into the bar with some gay clown backup. He has a gay clown posse, if you will. And he does that very silly thing where villains say, "You should have killed me when you had the chance. Now you are the one who is going to die," rather than just, killing them. At some point in the intervening, some other people who were in the bar when Kora beat the shit out of Gay Clown Creature the first time remember that they work for Gay Clown Creature after all, and they should probably have tried to help him. So they attempt to make amends by belatedly trying to help him now, and a shootout ensues. In the subsequent fight, we learn such curious details as laser beams cannot penetrate pub tables. Gay clowns can pack quite a punch. Zack Snyder really
likes slow motion.
And then a very silly thing occurs. A robed figure stands up and pulls a gun. He's looking at Kora, who has just mowed her way through the gay clown posse. Gay Clown Creature himself is advancing on her from the rear. I guess he thinks she looks boyish enough, but she hasn't seen him yet. Rather than make the very sensible assumption that another robed man pulling a gun on you is trying to kill you, like everybody else in the bar was, Kora just stands there and waits for him to pull out his pistol, take aim, and shoot. And the shot, of course, takes out Gay Clown Creature, not Kora. But I think that probably has to go down as incredibly fucking lucky. Since if it had been anybody else, Kora would no longer have a head. Anyway, mysterious robed person is this movie's Han Solo. Kora spotted this guy taking money at the bar earlier, so she and we learn quite quickly that he's the one who sold out Generic Man's contact. And this might lead you to suppose, not sure about that one. Man who has no principles and works for the highest bidder? Not exactly the most trustworthy sort, is he? Probably the sort of person I'd keep my eye on at the best of times. Absolutely not the sort of person I'd trust to take me all over the galaxy as I try to foment a rebellion against the Empire. I mean, I'd have to be really fucking dumb to put my trust in a man like that. And if I were to do such an incredibly stupid thing, I'd really have no cause to complain if he betrayed me to the Empire later, because, really, this is exactly the sort of thing people like him do, as evidenced by the fact that this is exactly the sort of thing people like him have just done. And having just seen him do it, all the red flags are raised. All the alarms are jangling when he basically offers to help me for free. He seems far too keen, doesn't he? What an idiot he must take me for. What an idiot he must be to assume I can't see straight through his incredibly obvious ruse. But once again, I must point out that if your IQ is measurable, it is higher than the IQ of any character in this movie, so of course Kora goes right along with it. And at this point, it's not spoiling anything to say that yes, he does indeed betray them later. Look, we even get a shot of big menacing alien as Discount Solo's ship, the Bicentennial Eagle, flies off. Oh god, it's just like Star Wars, only it's really, really shit. Discount Solo says he'll first need to stop off at another random planet so we can do a fetch quest. There's a guy there Kora might find useful, he says. She points out that they can't afford to waste any time, but she agrees to go anyway, even though it is the very definition of wasting time, given her plan does not require picking up strange men on the word of obvious traitors. This is what I meant when I said that the film has a clock, it's just kind of forgotten to wind it up and set it ticking. Meanwhile, over on space battleship Yamato, Peaky Nazi is getting high in his bath. This is dangerous, children, it is not something to try at home. An underling reports that the bounty hunters have information pertaining to the whereabouts of the rebel base on Dantooine, which Kora and Generic Man already know about, which will make it the height of silliness when they decide to toddle over there anyway in a few hours' time. Peaky Nazi is very pleased by this news, but he's much more pleased about the private time that he's about to have with his pet hentai monster that is presently sucking on his hole. Whoa, no, not gay, here's a gay clown, but not gay, no homo, lol. I'm sure we'll get the extended universe version of the hentai scene in the Snyder cut of this movie. If you watch that though, then I'm afraid you are just very, very gay. No amount of gay clown can no homo the homo away. We hop away to nondescript fetch quest planet number 1. You might recall that Discount Solo had his own reason for coming to this planet, but the film does not quite recall that, because at no point does Discount Solo benefit in any way from this journey. We are just here to pick up a person. This person is inexplicably being kept as a slave by this old rancher man, who inexplicably sets up shop on what is, by all available evidence, an entirely barren planet, when he could be literally anywhere else having an easier time. The Dragon's Dogma pawn they've come to collect is basically Mowgli after he got smashed by a whole truckload of puberty and then discovered Planet Fitness. Abs, God, look at the glistening abs. No, gay clown creature, save us from the gay. Now, Kora and co know nothing at all about Mowgli, but having taken one look at those rippling abs, they've decided they really need some of that, and who can blame them really? So they're going to try and set him free. By way of character establishment, Mowgli lets us know that he is guilty of crimes against the mother world, and we are shortly to learn that he can also talk to animals. This is the extent of his characterization, and neither of its two components is at all relevant to anything that follows, either in this part or part 2. You might be asking, why is he a slave here specifically? How was he captured? Where is he from? You might also be asking why our hero should so desperately want him on their team, given they know absolutely nothing about him. He says it's well known that he's no friend of the realm, but it isn't, because we have literally no idea who you are, Hunk Mowgli, and neither do our heroes at this point. Our heroes do not have the money required to buy Hunk Mowgli out of his slavery, but because he needs to join their team and we really don't care about how they go about it, because we're Zack Snyder, the rancher randomly decides that he will let Hunk Mowgli go if Hunk Mowgli can complete the How to Train Your Hippogriff side quest. The rancher has a hippogriff, you see. He's got himself a buckbeak. How he got a buckbeak and why he wants it is about as clear as anything to do with anything in this movie. Why he would only now decide to have Hunk Mowgli try to train Buckbeak when he's had both of them here for some considerable time, it is implied, is likewise completely unknown. Why the film is about to do an extended How to Train Your Hippogriff section, given that Hunk Mowgli's animal wrangling skills will never, ever be at all useful or relevant for the remainder of either movie we're covering here, I do not know. But that's what's happening, so yeah, you're just gonna have to suck it like your peaky Nazi gargling on alien tentacle dick, no homo. The terms of the deal are that if Hunk Mowgli trains Buckbeak, he goes free. But if he fails, everyone, Kora, Generic Man, Discount Solo, all become his slaves. But if you're expecting Kora to say, well, fuck that then, because we didn't even know this guy existed and our plan doesn't need him, so these terms are completely unacceptable, well, you expecto incorrectio, you little gremlin, because nobody in this movie thinks things through. Kora asks Hunk Mowgli if he can ride Buckbeak. Yes, that is now a sentence. And he says, yes, I can. She should really be asking him what he can do besides riding animals, because riding animals really isn't going to help her against the giant evil spaceships. Oh no, oh fuck, of course. Oh no. So yeah, we're doing How to Train Your Hippogriff. As everybody knows, you have to bow to them first. Oh my god, he's actually fucking doing it. Why aren't you flying away, Buckbeak? You're free. You can fly. You don't need to stick around here just because the plot wants you for no fucking reason. Just leave. Be gone. Fly away. Live a happy life. No, but no. Hunk Mowgli bows. He speaks some gibberish. Gibberish being a guaranteed way to calm down feral animals. Honestly, you give it a go. Go to the zoo. Hop into the lion enclosure. Speak gibberish at it. It'll love you and it'll be your friend. Trust me, bro. I'm sitting here wondering how Hunk Mowgli knows how to talk to hippogriffs. Are they both, perchance, from the same planet? Is that planet this planet? What's the background here, movie? But never mind, none of it matters. We'll get a little bit of this background in part 2, but it still really won't matter at all. For now, though, Hunk Mowgli and his glistening abs go flying off on Buckbeak. The only noteworthy part of this sequence is that Zack Snyder sort of outdoes himself. He thinks this shot of Hunk Mowgli jumping to try and land on Buckbeak looks cool enough for slow-mo. And then he looked at the slow-mo and he thought, you know what would make this even cooler?
More slow-mo.
And then he looked at that and he thought, you know what would make this even cooler? Ah, yeah, this pioneer of the cinematic arts has given us the prophesied, the mythic, triple slow motion shot. Buckbeak is now his friend, he flies Buckbeak back, the terms of the deal having been fulfilled. He goes to leave with the rest of our boring saps, the Suicide Squad, that's what we'll call them, but he stops and looks back as the rancher attempts to ride Buckbeak himself, but Buckbeak throws the evil man off and kills him horribly. I still, why movie? Why does the rancher want to Buckbeak? Why would Buckbeak not just have flown off? What are these lives like when the camera isn't on them? Oh, fuck it, never mind. Kora asks Discount Solo if there's anybody else he knows of along the way, and he says he has a couple of ideas. I scream into my whiskey that we're just wasting time because the plan doesn't need any of these fuckwits and the village is dead anyway, and Discount Solo is obviously going to betray you and none of these people are characters, so what are we even doing here, Zack? But never mind, more fetch quests, yay. But before I forget, I'm going to do a bit. It's a recurring bit. Each time we pick up someone this film thinks is a character, I am going to play you, back to back, every bit of dialogue they have in the entirety of Rebel Moon Part 1. Are you ready? It's not gonna take long. Here's what Hunk Mowgli has to offer us going forward.
Wow. That was amazing.
Yep, I'll do it.
You got him, lads. Maybe this isn't suicide after all. They gave their lives for us. I know a thing or two about the guilt of carrying on when those you sworn to fight with are gone. Honor them with everything that you can from now. Carry them. Thanks, Gooner. You know, I never did trust that pilot.
It's almost a shame you killed that son of a bitch noble and we don't have to fight. This would have been a beautiful place to die.
The next fetch quest takes us past Mustafar to this generically dystopian hellscape, and I'm going to ask you to note the extent of this planet's industrial development. It is essentially a factory world. All this stuff, I'm pretty sure, would have taken decades, if not centuries, to construct. It looks like it's been this way for quite some time. And I'm asking you to note this because the film is about to do that thing again where it just makes shit up on the fly. We're here to pick up one of the cast of the Acolyte. Zack couldn't actually get the license to use real lightsabers because even Kathleen Kennedy thought this thing was too shit to be Star Wars. But the Acolyte here does have laser swords and she is basically a Jedi in that she looks kind of cool and has no character to speak of. Ooh, it was as if a billion prequels fans cried out in terror and were suddenly silenced. Our motley crew actually meets this next pivotally important character off-screen, since we jump from their landing on the planet to their descending with her on a lift. Discount Solo pitches the suicide mission to the Acolyte, while the rest of the team stands around gormlessly having forgotten that they really don't have time to be pissing about on these side quests. The Acolyte, though, is on her own mission at this present moment as she leads Suicide Squad into a large room where we meet and fight and inevitably beat a giant Spider-Woman. For some fucking reason, Black Widow has been stealing people's children because she is upset about climate change.
This was my home before they came. Taste the air. It's poisoned my body. It weakens my eggs, and now my children cannot emerge.
Black Widow's problem, as she helpfully exposits, is that climate change has damaged her eggs, and so now she steals and kills children in the name of justice. My problem, though, is twofold. In the first place, I invite you to cast your minds back into the mists of time, way back, to about 2 minutes ago, where I asked you to remember the big factory planet Vista that has clearly been built up here over many decades at least, and that has therefore been here for at least some time. This is a very good example of the film just making shit up on the fly and forgetting to factor in any sense of history, since if Black Widow used to live here, then she ought really to have been very pissed off by industrialization a long time ago. This is not something that has suddenly occurred. It is, as the tedious environmentalists like to put it, a systemic problem. Mind you, they also like to pretend it's racist and that there can be no environment without gay Palestinian indigenous rights, so I don't propose to draw too heavily on their rhetoric here, but insofar as environmental degradation is systemic and is long-term, Black Widow has no business getting uppity about it now, when she should have been very uppity about it back when her home was being demolished to make room for the factories in the first place. She wasn't, because this film operates on a just-in-time manufacturing basis. We have arrived here just in time to meet the Acolyte, just in time to accompany her on her personal mission, just in time to meet Black Widow, who has become angry just in time to steal a child, just in time for the purposes of a cool fight scene. Some people can overlook the complete absence of history in a fictional creation, but this is a Zack Snyder film, and so it's far from the only problem with this scene, which leads us then to the second place. If Black Widow has been pissed off and stealing children for maybe a few weeks at this point, and if, as we shall shortly learn, she kills the children she steals, and if she hasn't actually come here to negotiate terms with anyone from this big old Amazon warehouse of a planet, then why is she holding an unmurdered child? Being charitable and assuming maybe she was open to negotiating terms and she just forgot to mention it before they started fighting, then why does she keep the child alive in her arms during the fight, given she is now fighting for the right to murder that child as vengeance? You seem to have unnecessarily encumbered yourself, my Spider Queen. Anyway, this is all sort of slightly, maybe kind of done in order that the film can establish the Acolyte's one bit. Everyone on the team gets one bit. Hunk Mowgli vaguely dislikes the mother world. We learn here that the Acolyte knows a mother's pain, and so we assume she lost a child, a daughter maybe, at some point in the past. Never mind though, it's not going to come up again. Maybe in part 2 though, yeah? Yeah. Oh god, can't wait for her backstory in part 2, it's so illuminating. And as everybody knows, you should never do any character work in your first movie. Anyway, Black Widow promises to kill the child she's carrying and the fight duly commences. Then she completely forgets to kill the child she's carrying, and the Acolyte kills her with her not lightsabers. Black Widow grabs her, lifts her up, and just kind of snarls at her and then gets stabbed and dies. Not really sure what your plan was there, darling, but whatever it was wrong. You probably deserved that. All this while, the rest of Suicide Squad just stands around watching, because when you've come to try and get somebody to fight for your cause, the one thing you really don't want to do is to help them fight for their cause first. Spider Queen dies, the child is rescued and returned to her mother. The Acolyte attempts to convey some sort of emotional depth by telling them not to gloat because there is no honor in this killing, there is no honor in revenge, which is a line I encourage you to remember because the film is about to forget it. She says it could easily be any of them lying here, which would be true if any of them had taken up kidnapping and murdering children as a hobby, but, since they haven't done that, no. Mind you, on the basis that absolutely none of them has a character, it is true on a meta sense. It might as well have been any of you, since there's really nothing to tell any of you apart. Anyway, the Acolyte's introduction dispensed with, it's time to do the bit again. It's time for the thing, the moment, that the thing, I haven't thought of a name for it yet. I'll come back to that one. It's time for the bit where we play all her subsequent dialogue scenes. That bit.
What will they do now?
Up on the bicentennial eagle, Kora applauds Generic Man for stepping in to try and save the child earlier. And since characters are here having a rare conversation, it is, of course, time for another flashback. God forbid we do any present tense work, Zack. In this flashback, we learn that Kora, with her Kate Kane Batwoman power lesbo hairdo, was very successful on the battlefield and was rewarded by being made personal guard to Princess Issa. It's all pretty and it's snowy and it's a flashback, and that means we get a slow motion dog killing a bird. As if we care. As if we care, we learn that Issa was named after some mythic queen called Issa the Life Giver. This mythic queen was said to have the power to give life. Mike, fucking hell, putting out all the stops there, aren't we, Zack? And this means that young Princess Issa literally has the power to give life, so she magically heals the little birdie creature, and Kora, ever the observant protagonist, says,
I saw on more than one occasion things that I couldn't explain. Things that made me think that she was different. Special.
Well spotted. In a subsequent meeting with the king, Zack decides, to hell with subtext, actually, let's just make it all text.
When she becomes queen, I believe she'll bring a compassion that I've lost after all these hard years of war.
If this doesn't sound like the sort of thing a normal person would say, it's because it isn't. Zack is vaguely aware that the princess myth is really important to this overarching story. and also that he's not spent very much time on it, because training irrelevant hippogriffs looked cooler, so the king is really just recapitulating with all the subtlety of a startled platypus, the basic setup given us earlier by Anthony Robotkins. Issa is the personification of innocence, kindness, and so redemption, and her loss amounts to the death of the soul of the world. It doesn't work generally because, as established, this world doesn't really have a soul and has never had one, because that requires that thought, care, and attention is paid to the world's history and to its story, and Zack can't be bothered with any of that shit.
I'd written the script, of course, in a vacuum, just as I would.
And it doesn't work particularly when it comes from the king, because if he knows that his daughter will restore the compassion that he's lost, and he thinks that this is a good thing, then he hasn't really lost that compassion in the first place, and what part of it he seems to have temporarily misplaced is perfectly within his power to find. Again, this muddle arises from Zack's two contradictory pieces of setup. The mother world was already fallen, and then it fell when the royal family was assassinated, and you cannot have both of these things at once. There are relatively simple ways to fix this. One of them, an extension of something I've already mentioned, is that you portray the mother world as falling with the assassination of the royal family, its turn to evil embodied by Belisarius, with the princess's importance being as the nicest of a nice bunch of rulers. This would, though, involve either dropping the evil militarism of the Ancien regime, making that Belisarius' unique gift to the galaxy, or else putting in the work to establish that the royal family was benign in inclination, but increasingly overruled by a militaristic faction led by Belisarius and his generals. The obvious comparison is with the fall of the Jedi in the Star Wars prequels, being the victory of the ruthless and corrupt. The death of the monarchy is the death of the Republic, and Belisarius is Palpatine's new galactic empire. This would have the added benefit of clearing up the problem I raised right at the beginning and the confused motives and timing of the Outer Rim Rebellion. They would have a new cause for revolution. It's a well-trodden story, sure, but then again, everything about Rebel Moon has been artlessly stolen from better works already, so borrowing this world set up from the Star Wars prequels wouldn't be any less original than what we got. It would just have the added bonus of making sense. Part 2 does attempt to add some clarity to this, but as we'll discover when we get on to Part 2, it fails. Anyway, Kora has a cry and tells us that she came to really believe in Princess Issa, but since that comes dangerously close to conveying an actual emotion, we immediately cut away to the set of Gladiator 2, Maximus Decimus Boogaloo, where they have decided it is finally time to pick up the one person they actually planned to grab from the beginning, General Titus, who is fighting in the Colosseum at Bollocks. General Titus is now a hairy drunk who's just been left to pass out in the streets. Nobody much minds that the Suicide Squad can just walk right up to him and take him away for a cleaning, and Suicide Squad itself doesn't seem to have registered yet that this man is obviously not the great general in charge of an army on whom they had pinned all their hopes. This is quite a big deal, which is why I'm not spending any time asking why it is that Kora can just walk into the Colosseum and command the staff like she owns the place. Hey, at least she's not like the most wanted criminal in the galaxy or anything. Titus was their plan. Titus was so much their plan that finding the blood axes at the Rebel Alliance was portrayed as a secondary bonus. If this man is no longer of the power and station they were expecting, their plan is fucked. And he quite obviously is not. Actually, he's quite obviously not been since they first mentioned that he now spends his time fighting in a Colosseum. Actual characters might react with dread and horror at this realization, because it means their village is probably doomed, or, at least probably more doomed than it already was, which already was a lot. Kora, though, she still acts as though he's her one best hope. Well, act is a bit of a stretch. She just tells him that he's her one best hope. He says nah, because he surrendered in the past and got his men killed, so he just wants to die. But she says she doesn't think he's meant to die here, and she suggests he takes revenge. Pretty sure this slightly undercuts the Acolyte's prior message about the futility of such things. And if she was a character, this might be a source of conflict, but she isn't, so never mind. But Titus has been here for many years wallowing in booze and self-pity, and you're telling me that he hasn't at any point considered that revenge is an option? So just like that, Kora turns up and says, hey, have you maybe thought about taking revenge and that's enough? That's the thing that makes him just like that sign on the dotted line and join the team? Nobody in the Colosseum seems at all perturbed about one of their fighters just waltzing off without compensation. They had a harder job getting Hunk Mowgli off of a rancher. And that's kind of it. That's Titus. Titus is on the team now. Kora's biggest, bestest hope for salvation turned out to be just another muscly drunk, but never mind, because the plan has changed. It's just that nobody has really acknowledged it yet. Rather than Titus leading an army and training the peasants, it's Titus is just another member of a ragtag team of warriors that they only really picked up by accident. I do love it when a plan doesn't come together, but the film just muddles along without anyone ever worrying that maybe they're all fucked. That, by the way, would have been the much more natural way to do this. You accidentally pick up team members, but your sights are on Titus. But when you finally get to him, you realize that he's just a washed-up old drunk. The second act low point begins as our heroes realize they have labored seemingly in vain. They now have no choice but to seek out the Rebel Alliance, who have become their last remaining hope. What they have not yet begun to realize is that the adventure itself is forming bonds of friendship and compassion between them that will ultimately turn them into a proper team, capable of taking down the Empire together. Strength was never going to be found in begging distant generals for help. Strength can only come from within, you know, that sort of thing. A slightly less conventional way of doing it would have been for them to go and find Titus first, learn that he's a washed-up hobo who can't help them, which then sends them on their adventure, picking up less likely but more valuable friends en route to meeting the Rebel Alliance. Either one of them works much better because it means our characters actually suffer a setback and feel something about their adventure. But no, instead we just get this, a soulless succession of fetch quests picking up people we know nothing about, whose skills aren't particularly relevant, who go on to play almost no point in the plot. Oh, speaking of which, it's time o'clock. It's the thing, the bit again. It's the thing where we take the piss out of the movie's awfulness by playing all the important companions' dialogue scenes. It needs a better title. It's the bit. Hit it, Johnny.
This was a blow to the mother world, what we did this day. Criminals. Nobody's standing against a machine of war. This small act of defiance gives voice to the voiceless. This is more than just a fallen prick officer and some of his men. It's the beginning of something. You still get paid, I presume?
I've been wondering, is what that dead bounty hunter said true? That you're Arthelius?
Don't call me General.
Titus collected, the narrative swings back over to space battleship Yamato. Remember how the last time we were here, Peaky Nazi was informed that bounty hunters had captured an informant? Remember how that was right near the beginning of the movie? Remember how Suicide Squad has gone on no fewer than 3 fetch quests during that time? Yeah, well, time gets confusing in space, so the informant is only now being brought to space battleship Yamato for interrogation. The robot Scorpion brings him off the dropship. The Mark tells Peaky Nazi what we already know, because Generic Man somehow already knew it, meaning it's very odd that it's taken this long for the Motherworld to learn it, that the Rebel Alliance has been hiding on planet Leviticus. As a reward, Peaky Nazi fires a bolt gun through his spinal cord and orders his goons to dissect his brain to see if he has any more useful information. I'll give the film some credit, I'll try anyway, in that it's a creepy, visceral, and horrifying but not gory way to kill somebody. But as is usually the case, the film will shortly go on to ruin its good thing by being dumb. So Space Battleship Yamato goes to pay Leviticus a visit, which is another of those sentences you just never ever expect you'll ever have to write. As bad cuck... no, fuck it, stay. As bad cuck would have it, Suicide Squad has itself just arrived on Leviticus. Now, this is all quite severely broken, since you will recall that Generic Man knew that the Rebel Alliance is on Leviticus, and he learned it from his contact, and he and Kora both saw the contact get nabbed by bounty hunters way back before they even left Mos Eisley. Meaning, in other words, that they should assume that the Motherworld also knows that the Rebel Alliance is on Leviticus, and is actually ahead of them in getting to Leviticus. This really does break pretty much the entire plot of the movie again, because it means they are fully aware that a clock is ticking, and they have quite deliberately left Leviticus until last on their list of fetch quests, when the setup should have them in a mad dash to get there before the Mother World does, either to recruit the rebels or to warn them of their impending doom. It makes the entire sequence of events, all those pointless fetch quests to find more mute sidekicks, not only redundant but actively counterproductive, and it deprives the movie of any sense of urgency. If our protagonist isn't actually invested in this story, why the fuck should we be, Zack? Anywho, we arrive on Leviticus, and we meet the king of Leviticus, this happy little guy with a face like a Japanese porn shoot. The Blood Axe rebels aren't here in person yet because they are very secretive, which explains why literally everybody knows this is where they are. And despite being so very secretive, they have no problem with Kora landing on the planet to meet Squidward, who confirms that the rebels are indeed here. They're just waiting for the coolest moment to reveal themselves, because this is a Zack Snyder film after all. The rebels duly make their entrance. And considering how much they've been built up throughout this story, they are deeply unimpressive, and remain deeply unimpressive throughout the remainder of the movie. They want to know why a generic man should contact them from an unknown and flagless vessel. He says he assumed they had a certain degree of trust. At this point, we've just sort of given up doing believable dialogue because the film is completely out of practice. So Man Axe says,
"Do not confuse your business of commerce with our business of revolution."
I don't really know what this is supposed to mean, or why they'd have accepted this meeting if they thought Generic Man was confused about the relationship to begin with, or why they're publicly here at all given everyone knows about this place, and the fact a random farmer has just been able to find them should clue them in that their location isn't a secret anymore, but never mind. That would require some thought, and we don't do that here. I mean, hell, Sister Axe even tells him that he's put them in danger by coming here. No, you puffin, you're in danger because you told him where to find you, and he's just a random fucking farmer. Ah, Muhammad on a moped, these fucking people. Oh well, Kora makes her pitch. I've recruited this small team of randoms you don't know in order to defend a village you've never been to that has no value to you at all, against a massive starship that can blow it up from space. So how about you sign up and help us? Needless to say, this pitch is not especially convincing. Sister Axe tells us that space battleship Yamato is much too powerful to be destroyed by a few dozen villages, which is necessary because we've not seen it do anything yet, and which will be at least slightly undercut later when we see giant ships getting taken out by one solitary man with a fucking spear. Anyway, Sister Axe says nah, we're not too keen on this plan actually, and Kora loses her temper.
His people toil with their bare hands to grow the grain that fed you, all of you! And because of that transaction, their village is now threatened by Admiral Noble.
Wait, no, that's not actually what happened though, is it, Kora? The Mother World doesn't know you've been trading with terrorists. They just want all the food anyway. And you very explicitly told us earlier that the Mother World has come to take everything, that it can't be bargained with, which sort of implies there was no way they weren't going to bleed the village dry. Do you remember, Kora? Remember how the whole point of the Mother World is just generically and all-consumingly evil? That was quite explicitly the deal here, Kora. So this little attempt at a guilt trip is really just a lie, isn't it, Kora? None of this should appeal to the rebels, because if they were stupid enough to fall for it, they would not still be alive. You could have done a relatively interesting parallel if you'd shown the Blood Axe is just as likely to exploit poor farmers as the Mother World is, but no, because again, that would require something like world building and characterization. So Brother Axe says he'll join the cause. Sister Axe is upset. Brother Axe finally points out that if a farmer could find them, then anyone could, and he gives his men and women and in-betweeners a choice. Sacrifice everything you've built to go and save a doomed farm, which is the good thing to do apparently, or be a pussy and carry on building your actual revolution, which is the bad and cowardly thing to do. A good chunk of morons agree to join him on the suicide mission, so he says goodbye to Sister Axe and tells her to leave the planet as soon as possible, and then they all fly off in their ships. Up on the bicentennial Falcon, something rare and wonderful occurs. That's right, people are having a conversation that isn't just the launchpad for a flashback. Discount Solo asks Kora why Brother Axe would agree to join her, suggesting that it's short-sighted to weaken your entire resistance movement to take out one ship over a doomed farm, which is completely correct. Kora tells him that guilt is a powerful thing. He's going to betray you, Kora. He says he vaguely remembers having honor, but he doesn't have it anymore because he's going to betray her. Then he suggests that she's changed his mind and convinced him to join the cause. He's going to betray you, Kora. But before he does that, he has to go and drop off some cargo, because he's going to betray you, Kora. I cannot stress this enough. He's going to betray you. Kora, darling, he's gonna betray you. How can you not see where this is going? Akbar, fucking tell her.
It's a trap!
I mean, for fuck's sake, Kora. If getting rid of this mysterious cargo was so important to him, why wouldn't he have boarded up before now? Why wouldn't he have done it first thing? Why would you now risk taking this team you've expensively assembled to some random planet to meet a bunch of criminal thugs on the word of a man who just told you he has no honor? My god, you're a fucking Kora. Oh god, I bet you're a Monsterverse fan. Kora also seems to be slightly flirting with him, which might be interesting if this weren't the first extended dialogue scene between them since they met, since it suggests a certain breaking down of barriers. But once again, that would count as character work, so park that thought until part 2 at the very least, when Zack Snyder belatedly decides that she's in love with generic man after all. There's no room for it in part 1 though. You can't do character work in the first part of your movie, it's just the rule. Back on planet Leviticus, the man who likes putting tentacles in his holes plays reverse of reverse on God and glasses the place. Poor Squidward is very sad, and the creature design department at least does a good job giving us a sympathetic goober. I think this is probably the first time I felt anything about the movie, kind of like the whale's death in Avatar: The Way of Water. Well, you know, anything besides scorn and derision, obviously. It still fails the world-building check because Squidward tells us his civilization took in the rebels to uphold its 10,000-year civilizational tradition of honor and charity, meaning you have to ask just how this place survived 1,000 generations under a cruel militaristic motherworld dictatorship. What we'd have needed is, again, a sense of definite change in the motherworld with the advent of Belisarius' rule, but the movie has done absolutely nothing to establish that, so never mind. Peaky Nazi then does this very confusing blend of character, plot, world building, and theme.
Oh no, I understand. Charity I do not. Our king showed charity to an off-worlder like yourself and was slaughtered for his charity. So we named the ship to remind us of the power in that benevolent gaze. It was lost to charity.
But none of that's fucking true, though, is it? The king wasn't benevolent. He presided over the violent expansion of his empire and believed his daughter was lovely because she represented compassion he didn't have. We have, as yet, been given no indication of how showing charity to an off-worlder led to the king's death, which might be cleaned up in part 2. Spoilers, it really kind of isn't. But I'm inclined to say that part 2 is far too late to start addressing stuff like that. It's confusing, to say the least, to be naming your ship after a benevolence you despise. But I guess that's of a piece with the Space Nazis' general edginess. Anyway, Peaky Nazi Club Squidward to death. That's another of those fucking lines. Space battleship Yamato starts bombing the planet's surface, and we also learn that Motherworld forces are closing in on the rebels led by Sister Acts. The film taking the novel approach of hinging its second act low point on the deaths of people we first met 5 minutes ago, about whom we know pretty well nothing at all. And we then jump away to edgy Bespin, an unregistered trade depot suspended in the sky, floating above the planet's surface.
Looks like plastic. Carved from solid marble there.
But the weight of it! What's supporting it? What keeps it there?
Art.
This is where Discount Solo is nominally going to drop off his cargo. But of course he's really here to be a big old traitor. This has been obvious from the beginning, but Kora becomes aware of it when who should walk past in slow motion but big menacing alien from the Mos Eisley Cantina. You know, the big menacing alien who walked past in slow motion in the Mos Eisley Cantina? Oh, remember how wonderfully subtle that was? Yeah, here's the payoff. Bet you never saw this coming. Oh no, they get attacked. The guy who told you he's a dishonest mercenary with no honor who'll sell people to the highest bidder turns out indeed to be a dishonest mercenary with no honor who will sell you to the highest bidder. No one could have foreseen this turn of events. A big old evil spaceship takes out the rebels' air cover, and some more of those robotic rape scorpions grab all the members of the Suicide Squad. My goodness, the peril. You're telling me we've just done galaxy hopping to pick up this band of fearsome warriors, and they can't outrun or outfight a few run-of-the-mill mecha scorpions? They are beaten by the first enemies they face? Well, what was the giddy fucking point then? For reasons having to do with sheer fucking contrivance, the only person not grabbed by a scorpion is generic man. This is not because he escapes. Oh no, he's captured just like they are, but the film thinks this is time for him to redeem himself. And to achieve this, it requires that the villains display all the intelligence of your average Snyder fan. And here, yet again, the movie decides to just be completely fucking broken, because it has Discount Solo explain his evil plan thusly.
Unveiled. Providence. First time I heard your story. Thought with your ideals of resistance, I could round up a couple of heads. Tarek, for instance. His world enslaved. Then there was Nemesis. Her whole family slaughtered. But General Titus, have you any idea how much he alone is worth? They would have all jumped at the chance to exact any small vengeance against the realm, even if the payment was only a sack of grain. Then there was you, Kora. Or should I call you Arthaleus? The biggest prize of them all.
So, wait just 1 second. His grand plan was hoping that Kora could convince a bunch of known terrorists to sign up to fight in her revolution. A bunch of known terrorists he introduced her to in the first place? Zack, what are you doing, Zack? Jesus Christ, Zack. Oh God, this really does take the biscuit. It takes the biscuit, it dunks it in like scalding hot tea, and throws the biscuit and the tea in a baby's face. Discount Solo could have turned any of these people in at any time over the preceding however long it's been, before the movie began even, and he didn't, solely in order that he could perform the world's most obvious heel turn in this second act. There is no diegetic explanation for his actions. Not only could he have done this at any point before the movie, he could have done it at any point during the movie, since the crates they unload from the bicentennial Eagle contain the Scorpion rape robots, meaning he could have just turned them on last night and grabbed everyone while they were still aboard his ship and taken them directly to Peaky Nazi rather than stopping off here, which just only invites things to go wrong. And how, by the way, how in the name of Stephen Hawking's mega cyborg testicle did he learn that Kora is really Arthaleus, foster daughter of Belisarius? He just drops it in here with no explanation whatsoever. Oh, and by the way, this guy, Discount Solo, he's yet another character whose motive for helping the big old evil empire is that the big old evil empire tortured and murdered his parents and his entire planet. I mean, don't get me wrong, it makes ever so slightly more sense than Kora willingly fighting for the big old evil empire, but it still makes very little sense that he'd now willingly help them. Now, you know what would have been a much more interesting journey? Discount Solo goes around rounding up this team under false pretenses. He brings them to this planet specifically, betraying them to the Empire in order that he can lure Peaky Nazi here to try and kill him. Make him something of an anti-hero, a guy whose traitorous actions have a perverted moral point and purpose to them. It'd even pay off the Acolyte's line about revenge from earlier. And by the way, it's still very funny that she hasn't said a word since we picked her up. But no, man with dumb motives concocts dumb plan to make dumb trade with dumb empire that will inevitably go wrong because he's left dumb generic man unrestrained for no reason. Yes, well done, Zack. I can see why you get paid the big bucks. It took me about 90 seconds to come up with something better for Discount Solo, but there we are. Another very funny scene follows as Peaky Nazi goes around the captured heroes and reels off the extent of their characterization. It amounts to one sentence each.
Who indeed? Commander Bloodaxe? Leader of the very insurgency the King's Gaze was sent to this backwater of the galaxy to capture. He alone will secure my seat in the Senate. I would be remiss if I failed to mention we're in the presence of royalty. Tarak Decimus, or should I say Prince Tarek. General Titus needs no introduction, does he? His actions at the Battle of Sarawu precede him. The farmer. The ambitious farmer. I pride myself on never being surprised. And yet here I am. I understand why all of them are here. But you, what could you possibly hope to gain by mounting such a feeble stand? The legendary swordswoman known only by the name of Nemesis assassinated 16 high-ranking Imperial officers and their security details, all in a hunt to avenge her slaughtered children. Oh.
The only thing we actually learn from this sequence is that Hunk Mowgli is a prince of somewhere not significant enough to visit or explore or talk about or even explain in any way. I guess it sounds better than, Hunk Mowgli, you speak to hippogriffs. But it's of no more use to us than that. But wait, it gets dumber. Because when he comes to Kora, he says,
Now I thought I recognized something in you. Down in that filthy village, out there amongst all those simple people. The most wanted fugitive in the known universe. Scar-giver. Artheleus.
Oh no! What? What? You're telling me? You are telling me? You are seriously telling me that you just vaguely recognized someone? Just a slight stab of recognition, not enough for you to actually act on. Nothing clear or declarative. You just had this tiny little inkling back in the village that this woman was, and I quote, the most wanted fugitive in the known universe. The most wanted fugitive in the known fucking universe. Ah, well, tickle my fanny, isn't this just something else? Kind of recontextualizes the entire preceding movie, doesn't it? Kora, the most wanted fugitive in the known universe, has been galaxy hopping, making absolutely no attempt to hide her face. Kora, the most wanted fugitive in the known universe, has stood face to face with Motherworld soldiers, has stood face to face with Peaky Nazi, the Admiral himself, and nobody, not the bad guys, not the good guys, not the random guys, not Squidward, not Titus, not the Acolyte, not Gay Clown Creature, fucking nobody, and I mean nobody, recognized her, except for Discount Solo. No, I don't believe you, film. I don't believe this is possible. I think this is just full-on balked beyond sense. Intergalactic OJ here, just wandering around out in the open, and only now, because the film is ready for it, has anybody thought, you know, you do kinda look like the most wanted fugitive in the known universe. Oh, fuck you, Zack. And it just gets worse. We've already established that Peaky Nazi is an evil, psychopathic war criminal who just murders anyone and everyone he possibly can. We've already seen him sever the spinal cord of an informant who cooperated with him. He's just finished telling us... No, he hasn't actually told us yet. Take it away, Peaky Nazi.
When I lay your bodies at the foot of the region, I'll be a hero of the realm. They'll write songs of my feats of courage.
Okay, so now he's just finished telling us that his entire future, his entire reputation, rests on the impression that he has won a great victory and brought these criminals to heel. Cynical and worldly wise Discount Solo then says,
It's not like I didn't do all the work.
And this is the moment Peaky Nazi should shoot Discount Solo, because by the terms just established, the only person who now poses a threat to Peaky Nazi's ambition is Discount Solo. We already know Peaky Nazi is not above shooting people who tell him the truth, people who help him, people who follow orders, so he should shoot Discount Solo. And to be fair, Discount Solo should also have realized that this is the sort of thing Peaky Nazi is likely to do, and have either kept stum or concocted a better plan. The only reason he is not murdered in this scene is that this is the one scene where Zack decides, nah, actually, Peaky Nazi isn't that evil. In other words, the only reason he survives this scene is sheer character-breaking contrivance. Oh, and it gets even worse, because even though all these most wanted criminals have already been captured and completely restrained, they decide they need to do the bolt gun to the spine thing for fucking, I don't know, reasons. and for equivalently, I don't know, fucking reasons, this job is given to Generic Man. Discount Solo gives Generic Man the bolt gun and tells him to do it. Why? Why would you be this fucking dumb? What is the point? What does anybody gain by doing this? This is only likely to make things worse. It's only introducing a failure point. What the fuck are all you fuckleberry fuckwits doing? Discount Solo tells Generic Man he knows he's in love with Kora. No idea how. They've not shared so much as a line of dialogue, Discount Solo and Generic Man, but that's small fry compared to the giant mistake that is this setup. Oh look, it's all gone wrong. Oh no, Generic Man turns the gun on Discount Solo. Oh gee, who could have foreseen this? Ah golly, it's so unexpected. Oh gosh, and now Kora's free. Ooh wee, and now for some reason they don't immediately shoot all the other prisoners, so geez, they're all free now. Oh, what an unpredictable mess. Nobody could have foreseen this. Nobody at all. Ah gee, totally unexpected. Right out of the blue. Ah shucks, there's a battle. Oh my goodness. My golly. My goodness, and isn't it so exciting? Like your fucking testicles are buzzing. It's a battle. Oh, so invested in the battle. Now then, you'll recall that there is a giant enemy ship hovering right by the platform. So for all that preceding nonsense, you'd think they're still all dead. It can just take off and blast them from a distance. But oh no, oh geez, oh golly, no it doesn't. It decides it's a close range fighter. So it starts shooting at them and it takes out a few of the rebels. And this upsets Brother Axe, and then oh fuck it, just roll the tape.
トラップカードを発動させてもらったぜ。トラップカードオーラアーマー。
Analyze their attack, sir, and there is a danger. Should I have your ship standing by?
Evacuate? In our moment of triumph? I think you overestimate their chances.
Oh, ship designer? Hey, yeah, you. Why are the controls for your whole massive ship located in a gun turret? That seems like a bit of a design flaw to me. Might want to rethink that one. If a big old starship can be knocked out by one man with a spear, I don't think your big old starship is fit for purpose, really. Imagine being the government that shelled out tens of billions of dollars for a massive piece of military hardware that just doesn't work. God, that'd be embarrassing. Good job there's no real-world equivalence. Obligatory noble sacrifice dispensed with. The big old useless hunk of space junk crashes into the platform and inconveniently looks set to separate Kora from Peaky Nazi. Rather than shoot him before the ship gets in the way, Kora decides to run at him with her gun. This is just a thing in modern media. Nobody understands the difference between ranged and melee weapons. Guns are for punching people. This is now a rule. The ship crashes into not Bespin,
and of course it all goes slow motion again.
Peaky Nazi survives by hopping down onto a Tabana gas platform. Then it turns out Kora was there all along somehow, standing in the rafters. Fuck knows how she got there. Big shame she lost that gun of hers at some point in the proceeding. Otherwise, we'd not have got this thrilling fight scene. Oh god, yeah. Yawning? Yawn noises. This is the problem when you've not bothered building characters or relationships. There's just nothing to give a shit about. I don't care who wins. Not really. I know Kora's going to win because there's a part 2. But I don't particularly want her to. I don't want anything. I'm just a passive observer, which is not the effect you want your climactic punch-up to have on the audience. Kora stabs Peaky Nazi. Yay? Nay? I don't care. And then she twats him off the platform. Hooray, the movie's nearly over. Pretty sure a fall of that distance would obliterate his body, but it won't because we need him again for the sequel. up on what remains of Cloud City, some characters have a few generic lines.
They gave their lives for us.
They believed in their cause.
I don't know who either of you people are, for fuck's sake. This means nothing. Just get on with it. Roll the credits. Titus attempts to convince us that this battle represents a blow against the Motherworld, an act of defiance giving voice to the voiceless, etc. You might be forgiven for thinking, not really? No one was around to witness it. Space battleship Yamato is probably still up there somewhere, and you think the Motherworld will react with terrible fury once it learns that one of its admirals has been killed, right? Remember how in that first flashback, Kora explains how Belisarius genocided an entire planet because it had the gall to fight back against invasion? No, this solves nothing, you've just poked the bear. Oh, except that actually, the film has decided that what it really needs to do before part 2 is to reset the board completely. So it has Kora explain,
The crews of the Imperium are not known for their bravery. After the death of an admiral, protocol would demand the ship's return.
Ah yes, that was the distinct impression I got when I saw that flashback of you, leading Motherworld troops into oncoming fire against entrenched defenders. No bravery there at all. You knock out one and the rest run away. Yeah, that's absolutely in character with everything we've seen of these people so far. Well done, good-o, no problems here at all. And hey, it gives us a clean reset for part 2. Enemies are back where they started, heroes go back where they started, and we haven't actually begun giving most of them a character yet, so it'll be like meeting them again for the very first time. How very neat. Also, how completely fucking pointless. They do a hero pose over the wreckage of Bespin. Then, they return to Farm World. I'd expect the farmers to be quite upset, having sent someone off to gather an army and now to see them returning with a grand total of 6 strangers. Hunk Mowgli suggests it's a shame that they came all the way here when she's already killed Peaky Nazi so they don't have to fight, but no? No, my friend, part 2's coming. It's right around the corner, and obviously you're going to have to fight because you've achieved nothing. If anything, you've just pissed them off. And if the film hadn't just now decided they're all cowards, at least until part 2 when it needs them not to be again, Space Battleship Yamato would have already come back here and razed this village as vengeance. You have brought immeasurable pain and suffering to the far reaches of the galaxy. But never mind for now, because that all happens in the sequel. They ride back to the village. In the fields, Anthony Robotkins is wearing some antlers and he has a spear. He turns to look at the camera, and we all regret not seeing where he got those. But that is not quite the end of the movie. Oh no. First, we've got to rip off Revenge of the Sith, as a Motherworld ship flies over the site of the last battle, and finds the broken body of Peaky Nazi. It's not quite a rip-off though, because rather than lava, there's water. That's a difference. It's not Mustafar, it's more like Camino. The ship takes him back, and the weird religious Bene Gesserit cultist types set about turning Peaky Nazi into Darth Vader. This involves establishing a Neuralink connection between his mind and Belisarius back on the Motherworld, which for some reason can only take place inside a sperm bubble. I'm not even going to ask what the mechanics are that see him fully clothed again and transported to a fully realized frigid world for a conversation with Belisarius, but whatever the cause, he informs Belisarius that he has located Kora, or Asslicker, or whatever the fuck she's called. Belisarius isn't very happy to learn that his wonderful, skilled, fearsome former daughter has joined the Rebel Alliance, but Peaky Nazi says if she could be turned, she could prove a powerful ally. Belisarius says, yes, she could be a great asset. Can it be done? Peaky Nazi says she will join us or die, my master. And then Belisarius threatens that if Peaky Nazi can't do it, then he'll get crucified. Lovely chap, this Belisarius. And the Neuralink ends and the bubble bursts and his body is deposited back on the floor of the ship so the Bene Gesserit types can continue transforming him into Vader. They zap him and he wakes up. Where is Kora, he asks. Is she safe? Is she alright? Old Creamy Sheev creeps his way out from his little corner and says, it appears in your anger, you killed her. And that's the end of part 1. We made it. We made it all the way to, oh, fuck me, to the halfway point. Oh no, there's another one. Part 2. I'm regretting this massively. It's time for part 2. You never know. Maybe there'll be a character in this one. The always wonderful Werner Herzog has this to say on the subject of chickens.
The enormity of their flat brain, the enormity of their stupidity is just overwhelming. You have to do yourself a favor when you're out in the countryside and you see chicken. Try to look a chicken in the eye with great intensity, and the intensity of stupidity that is looking back at you is just amazing.
This quote comes back to me from time to time as I encounter something that at least poses the question, does anything else rival the chicken's cosmically deafening stupidity? Monsterverse fans, perhaps, or that breed of person in your YouTube comment section who begins every attempt at a sentence with bro or bruh. Granted, these are often one and the same. But it seems to me that the defining feature Herzog identifies in the chicken is not backward, balked, or misfiring intelligence. That would entail the presence of something that has simply gone wrong at some point in your life, whether that's being dropped on your head as a child, taking the wrong cocktail of mind-altering substances, or spending too much time on subreddits devoted to Godzilla. Rather, what he's describing is an antithesis of being, not a broken mind, but an absence of mind. The chicken's stupidity is terrifying because it's an emptiness, a hole where thought, reason, consciousness itself should be. The chicken is a clucking lobotomy. This makes it a formidable opponent for any contender to the crown of nihilistic emptiness. Yet the question has again been posed because I've spent the last few weeks considering Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon, and at some length. But if it was hard finding substance in Rebel Moon Part 1, I think Rebel Moon Part 2 probably comes closest of pretty much all the terrible movies I've been cursed to review even, to being a Werner Herzog's chicken of a movie. Not just wrong, not merely incompetent, but actually, spiritually, cognitively dead. Let us begin.
Where is Padme?
Hobbits! More hobbits!
Oh, stay! Go with the flow!
Stop! You're making me really uncomfortable!
Stop fighting me! Just let this happen.
Get off of me!
Isn't he beautiful? Say hello to Buckbeak.
Hagrid.
Get in there! Defend my honor!
Rebel Moon Part 2 begins with an admission of failure. Once again, we open on generic space visuals over a generic score with an Anthony Robotkins narration. But this time, rather than filling in new bits of history, world setting, and context, rather than filling in any gaps in the story since we left it, all he's doing is giving us a bare-bones plot breakdown of Part 1, and adding a few ridiculous nouns that we didn't have time to include back then.
On the far edges of the Motherworld's reach, circling the gas giant Mara, was the small moon of Velt. There, a village of humble farmers lived a simple life, born of the earth, until the shadow of a warship fell upon their fields. The ship's commander, Admiral Noble, demanded more than Velt's people could give. So it was that a woman named Kora and a man named Gooner set forth from the village to gather warriors to stand against the dreadnought. On New Wadi, they were joined by the mighty Tarak, in the mines of Dagus, the fierce Nemesis, in the Colosseum of Pollux, the wayward General Titus, and on the planet Charan, Darian Bloodaxe and his lieutenant Melius. In an ambush on the floating docks of Gondoval, Kora triumphed over Admiral Noble, leaving his shattered body on the rocky coastline. The victorious warriors returned to Velt to collect their pay, the threat of a dreadnought extinguished.
I say this is an admission of failure because Part 1 came out less than a year ago, and yet the assumption being made is that nobody can be trusted to remember even the most essential details of its story. Aha, says you. But maybe this is intended to future-proof the movie. Maybe it's done in case people come to this movie many years after the fact and they need a reminder, to which I'd point out that Empire Strikes Back didn't feel the need to bother recapping much at all of A New Hope, because A New Hope was as brilliant and iconic as Rebel Moon wishes it was. So yes, it is an admission of failure. The funny thing is, though, that in reminding the audience what happened in Part 1, minus all the dull, pointless, and stupid stuff, obviously, Anthony Robotkins' summary actually makes it sound like an intriguing film, so he should probably be sued for false advertising. I mean, hell, imagine hearing this thinking, oh, I've not seen Part 1, I might go and check that out, and then watching the thing we just witnessed. But while it's reminding the audience what happened in Part 1, Part 2 has, ironically, forgotten what happened in Part 1. For instance, we finished up in Part 1 with Peaky Nazi doing his cosmic Skype call with Belisarius, then waking up in his pod of jizz screaming. Yet here, when we rejoin the Bene Gesserit knockoffs and this new non-entity, Commander Cassius, we are told, and I quote,
"He had no brain function for quite a while."
This can only be true in the meta sense that Rebel Moon Part 1 was brain dead for pretty well its entire runtime, but it cannot be true in the particular sense because the whole point of wiring him up in this goo pod was that his brain could commune with Belisarius, and since he woke up screaming, I think we can safely say he was more alive at the end of Part 1 than he is now at the beginning of Part 2, which is not generally how time works. Time breaks in other ways too, since though we've just been told by the Bene Gesserit knockoff that Peaky Nazi had no brain function for a while, the implication being that they've been trying to heal him for some time, the narrative is shortly to pick up on Farm Simulator, having not skipped so much as a beat since the end of Part 1. That movie ended with them riding their space horses toward the village, and we join them again here riding their space horses towards the village, meaning more time seems to have passed on Space Battleship Yamato than has passed in Farm Simulator. But that's a tiny, tiny little grain-sized quibble next to most of the flaws in this movie. Just you wait. So yeah, I'm only really mentioning it here because I can't even be bothered to come up with a reason. Bene Gesserit knockoff says they don't know the extent of the damage inflicted on Peaky Nazi, and they won't know until they bring him out of his cocoon of dried semen, forgetting that he came out of his cocoon of dried semen at the end of Part 1 and was very much alive. In fact, not only is he undamaged when he emerges from his jizz cocoon, he's actually improved. Gone are the weird holes that the hentai monster sucked on in Part 1, for instance, and the teeth that Kora knocked out of his mouth have all regrown. Oh, and he's also been given super strength, but it never really comes up again in the movie, and it'll only come up again in this video when I point out that it really should have come up again in the movie, but didn't. For some reason, Zack has decided to pose Peaky Nazi in the style of Christ on the cross, because this is just the kind of shit Zack does, alright? Accidentally creates Nazi Jesus because he thinks it looks cool. Oh my goodness, the symbolism! Fuck knows what it means though. They scrape the dried jizz off Peaky Nazi's face, and they are relieved to discover that he's breathing on his own, which is the sort of thing you think you might want to check before now. Cassius then fills him in on the events since his not death, and in doing so breaks yet more of the setup from Part 1. You'll recall that at that time, Zack was very keen to establish a clean reset in order that he not have to remember what crap he'd committed to in his first movie. And so he had some fucker, one of them, I can't remember which, explain that the Motherworld Empire is really a bunch of cowards that runs away whenever it loses named characters in a battle. This was obviously dumb, since it basically means this empire is a logical impossibility. All you have to do is knock out one man and the entire fleet warps away through its vagina portals and leaves you alone. But it turns out that that is not what they do after all, even though we were explicitly told that that is exactly what they do. As Cassius explains that Space Battleship Yamato has just been holding in orbit waiting to see whether Peaky Nazi would come out of his coma, even though he already did that in Part 1. This wouldn't be a problem if our heroes back at Farm Simulator believed and acted as if the Motherworld would be back for vengeance ASAP. But that is not how they believe or act. They believe and act as though the Motherworld has indeed run away, and so they aren't going to have to fight, which is very, very dumb. The astonishingly simple fix to all this is just to drop that bullshit line from the end of Part 1 and have our heroes act as if the clock is still ticking, beginning Part 2 in a state of heightened tension. The Motherworld is easily startled, but they'll soon be back and in greater numbers, you know, that sort of thing. But since that would constitute feeling something, and Rebel Moon appears designed to make us lose consciousness, No. We just get random contradictory bullshit like this. Peaky Nazi tells Cassius that Kora, the Scar Giver, is on Farm Simulator. Scar Giver is a much more important name in this movie than it was in part 1, hence the movie being called The Scar Giver. Or maybe because the movie is called The Scar Giver, that name only occurs twice in the entirety of the part 1 script, and both of those mentions are in the third act, because again, the movie inexplicably forgot to mention how massively important Kora is to the Motherworld until it had Discount Solo reveal an identity that should have been widely known to everyone before he got around to it. Belisarius has apparently not told anybody else aboard Space Battleship Yamato about Kora, the Scar Giver, since when Peaky Nazi says she's on Farm Simulator, Cassius hasn't got a clue who he's referring to. And this is also quite dumb, since we just got done being told that they have no idea whether Peaky Nazi is even alive and sentient anymore. If, hypothetically, he was dead, or he came out with severe brain damage, both of which are presented as likely possibilities, then Belisarius would have lost Kora already, given he couldn't be bothered to circulate his orders to anybody else in his fleet. Orders demanding the capture of, and I cannot stress this enough, even though the film kind of forgot about it, the most wanted fugitive in the galaxy. Peaky Nazi orders Cassius to set course for Farm Simulator, and here already the movie is pretty much irretrievably broken. You see, we're about to discover that Space Battleship Yamato has been keeping in contact with Space Twink Alpha on Farm Simulator this entire time. This is actually something established in the novelization from part 1, but again, Zack ditched everything in that novel that might have made his movies make sense, so this is the first we hear about it. Space Twink Alpha has been filing false reports in order to keep the Motherworld ignorant of the fact that the evil Afrikaners are all dead. But Space Twink Alpha is on Farm Simulator, and Cassius now knows that the #1 fugitive in the galaxy is also on Farm Simulator, and he still believes he has a garrison on Farm Simulator, meaning he should now be telling Space Twink Alpha to put Commander Rapist on the line so he can order him to capture Kora, no? And in fact, this should have happened after Belisarius had relayed the information to him however long ago it was, but he didn't do that for unaccountable reasons. But then if he were to do that, they'd learn Space Twink Alpha is lying to them before the movie is ready for them to learn that, meaning that Space Twink Alpha would have alerted Kora that the Motherworld is coming for her before the movie is ready for her to learn that, so nobody takes this very obvious course of action in order that the rest of the broken movie can flop pathetically around on the screen like it deserves to live. The really maddening thing about this is that you've instantly and obviously got the premise for a much better movie here if you actually let the characters do what they are supposed to do, on the assumption they're not completely fucking of course. Kora and co. return to Farm Simulator, fearing that the Motherworld will strike back somewhere somehow, but maybe arguing amongst themselves whether this really puts them in danger. After all, they think Peaky Nazi is dead, and he's the only one who knew Kora was with the rebels, so maybe Farm Simulator will escape the wrath of the Motherworld? After all, they've got no reason to link her to their world, so yeah, maybe things will be alright. So could say, for example, Generic Man, or his name is Gooner now, I think? Gooner. So could say Gooner, who maybe wants to settle down quietly with Kora and just ride the war out. But continuing this hypothetically not shit movie, when Peaky Nazi wakes up and tells Cassius about Kora and Farm Simulator, Cassius could radio Space Twink Alpha. Space Twink Alpha could then tell Kora that Peaky Nazi is still alive and he is after her, and that he knows that she is here. This would set up a pivotal character and thematic conflict. Generic Man, no, fucking Gooner, keep having to say, it's so generic I forget his name. Gooner and the villagers want her to stay with them because she's one of them, she's family and this is her home now. But Kora struggles with her attachment to these people in the knowledge that her very presence here is putting them all in danger. If you absolutely insist on setting the rest of this hypothetical movie on Farm Simulator, then they could convince her to stay. But this tension should be a fundamental part of her character and decision making. It should probably inform a later attempt to sacrifice herself for her home, only then for her home to ride to her rescue. Again, None of this is especially novel or complex as a story type, but at least it gives us characters with agency, with personal stakes, with dynamic relationships that influence their decision making. At least it gives us an actual feeling reason to value Farm Simulator and the people who live here. At least it makes Kora a character, but no, as it is, we get fuck all of any of that. We just pick up after the title slate with the Suicide Squad riding into the village. Old Ben Not Kenobi and Hunter Man walk out to meet them, and given nobody here yet knows what's occurred on edgy Bespin, you would think the villagers would right now be despondent, looking on even in disgusted disbelief. We sent you to get an army and you've come back with fucking this? But they don't, because the village is supposed to represent peace and tranquility and love and niceness, and if you miss that that's what it's meant to represent, the soundtrack is positively vomitrocious in its attempt to drive the point home. Old Ben Not Kenobi and Hunter Man tell them they've prepared a feast in their honor, meaning I have again to point out that for a village that likes to moan they're on the brink of starvation, they sure do put on a lot of feasts. Also, fuck knows how they prepared it in the time it took the Suicide Squad to ride in. Must be damn quick cooks. Rosie spots them coming and goes to tell Space Twink Alpha that the 6 samurai of the Suicide Squad have indeed arrived. And he quite rightly points out that it doesn't matter how strong they are then, since 6 people is still only 6 people against an entire empire. Not just a pretty face, this Space Twink Alpha.
Gay.
This is the moment we first learn that he's been communicating with Cassius on Space Battleship Yamato. At no point during any of these communications does Cassius ever find it odd that the rest of the squad seems to have disappeared.
Cassius calls this kid, who has defected at this point, to help the village. And then he says, all right, is everything going smoothly? Eris is like, yeah. And then Cassius said, yeah, we'll be there in 5 days. Why did he tell him this?
I don't know. I don't know how they managed to keep this a secret this whole time. Because he's just random. He's just a private. He was the lowest ranking soldier in this team.
It's worse than you think, because the first thought is like, man, it'd be really awkward if Cassius like, hey, can I talk to Bob? I haven't seen Bob for a while. Can you put him on the phone? It's
that's
worse
where
than
that's
that. He's
where
already been told. He's already been told.
So he does.
She's there.
He does do what you just said, Friggy, but he doesn't do that until Noble is like, yeah, you should probably find out like what's going on there. And he's like, I haven't seen the sergeant or whatever his name is. Yeah, so he evidently didn't have the idea to do that.
Worse,
and he didn't.
It's worse than that. He was told in the first scene of the film by Noble that Kora was on Velt. Unless he believes that Noble is lying or mistaken, why the fuck would he call and give them information about when they're going to get there, when at this point he already knows that the most wanted fugitive in the galaxy is there?
Yeah. That is true. I missed that. That's insane.
Play the EFAP clip. Cassius demands that Space Twink Alpha ensures the harvest is ready for their arrival in 5 days' time, which, well, no. Wasn't it 10 weeks in part 1? Pretty sure that movie didn't take 9 weeks to occur. It might have fucking felt like it, but it didn't. Mind you, I mean, who really knows? But that movie established that a 10-week harvest was already pushing it, especially since they'd only just started planting the seeds at the beginning of the movie. But it's because this movie wants to do that generic movie thing where someone says, how long do you need? And is told, we'll need 10 weeks. And replies, you've got 5 days. Just gotta pull this, sorry, just very quickly. How long is it gonna take to have this baby? 9 months. You have 9 days.
That's fucking good.
This isn't how things work. God damn it. Things take time. Grain has to grow. You can't just tell the grain to hurry up because you need to cram in an action movie trope. Cassius doesn't think it worth asking about Kora, even though he now knows she's on Farm Simulator, because again, if he did that as he should, then nothing about anything that follows would hold up. Meanwhile, Anthony Robotkins is watching the 6 samurai of the Suicide Squad enter the village. He'll be doing a little bit of this here and there throughout the movie's first act. If anyone was hoping we might get to spend more time with Anthony Robotkins, get more information about his backstory, his current journey, his thoughts, his state of mind, his motives, nope, pretty much nada on that front, which takes him from a character with potential, which is how we left part 1, to just wasted potential. The villagers haven't come to the feast because they're too embarrassed to have to ask for help, right? And this gives this person, they, them, a chance to be very kind, saying the villagers should understand that asking for help is itself an act of bravery, even though it isn't, because asking other people to die to save your inevitably doomed and cosmically insignificant farm simulator when you should instead be running away? No, that's not brave, that's just fucking dumb. I have no idea who they them is, by the way, or why they them is in the movie. They them are picked up in part 1 from edgy Bespin because they them is a generic Rebel Alliance soldier who distinguished them themselves by pulling a funny face when Brother Axe died. And apparently, I guess this is all you need to do to become a character in the Rebel Mooniverse. So for no very good reason, they them are tagging along as one of the 6 samurai and will be given quite an astonishing number of lines for someone who is really the definition of pointlessness. Anyway, Kora, of all people, ex-Motherworld Special Forces Kora, person whose entire planet was massacred by the Motherworld Kora, soldier who helped massacre whole planets Kora, person with ample cause to know this isn't true Kora, says, "Lol, doesn't matter anyway. We won, right? Won't ever have to fight again. We're all peaceful. It's all peaceful now. Yay!" I'm giving her the silly voice because she just has no character. That silly voice is so much more character and depth to it than we get from her. And then Titus, former general of the Motherworld Titus, former invader of planets Titus, former big military chief who should know better Titus, doesn't contradict her on any of this. Both of these people, who should know it isn't true, apparently believe, truly, that killing an Imperial Admiral won't lead to any sort of reprisal whatsoever, ever again, at any point in all of time, so they've won. It takes Space Twink Alpha to run in and inform them that Space Battleship Yamato is in fact headed this way and will arrive in 5 days' time to disabuse these absolute fucking brainlets of their utterly absurd belief. Here again, the movie is irrevocably broken in new and interesting ways. Kora now knows, as she always should have known, that the Motherworld is coming back, and it's reasonable to assume they are coming back for vengeance. She also has good reason to suppose either that they know she's here and are after her specifically, or that Peaky Nazi isn't actually dead, and so is after her specifically. After all, she grew up on Motherworld ships. She was in the highest ranks of the armed forces. She lived on Space Battleship Yamato. We got all of this in the flashbacks in part 1, so she should know that it has the Gist Tank revival machine thing, meaning that she should now, in this moment, realize the Motherworld is after her, that they are only coming back for her, and that she is the one thing putting everyone here in danger. She should at least attempt to leave. But the movie is about to spend a good long while convincing itself that Grain in this universe, this massive galactic empire that can fast travel between planets through giant vagina portals, no, Grain is just as important as spice melanges in Dune. So not only does Kora not make this very obvious realization, the movie tricks itself into thinking that the harvest is the really important thing here, and tricks the Motherworld into thinking that the thing it really needs is the grain, at least as much as Kora, even though absolutely none of it is true. And the movie will realize that none of that is true before the end, but only after wasting a lot of our time with peak redundancy.
It's against protocol to come without an admiral to command the ship, right?
That is true. But death is not always deterrent enough for the designs of the Motherworld. There must be more in need of this grain than we could have known.
No, you fucking morons, no! How is this actually a line in your movie, Zack? Kora's question clearly implies the obvious answer. No, the grain isn't fucking important. Titus, my man, you're supposed to be a general. How can you be this stupid? Oh, it's probably worth recapitulating. The Motherworld came here in part 1 asking for grain because they were planning a long and exhaustive search of the outer reaches of the galaxy looking for the Rebel Alliance. They are no longer planning this, and you know they are no longer planning this, and you know all the things you need to know to draw the much likelier conclusion, goddammit, which is that they are hunting for you specifically. There is a fucking bouquet of evidence to tell you all of this. I really do think it's just that Zack has backed himself not so much into a corner here as off a cliff, narratively speaking, because the premise is obviously unwinnable. The Motherworld wants Kora. It knows where Kora is. And where she is so clearly overmatched. Tiny, defenseless farm simulator versus spaceship with orbital nukes and whatever else, all of which combines to make for a very short movie. Motherworld arrives, gets Kora and or nukes the site from orbit, it being the only way to be sure, the end. And the only way Zack could think of to give the villagers a fighting chance while also padding the runtime with as much slow motion harvesting as possible is if he has everyone temporarily trick themselves into thinking that grain is the most important thing in the galaxy, at least until the 90-ish minute mark when they're allowed to wake up from their stupor and forget the grain again. There have been many quick and easy fixes to a lot of the problems I've mentioned so far across parts 1 and 2, but I really don't think there is a fix for this one, certainly not a quick or an easy fix. You'd basically have to rewrite most of both movies. The Suicide Squad has no leverage here, so Zack just has to invent a temporary one that they logically don't actually have, and then surrender to logic again after the fact, but too late to save his movie. It's just broken. It's as if the rebels had stayed on Yavin after blowing up the Death Star, and George Lucas had decided for 75% of Empire Strikes Back that the Imperials couldn't just wipe them out from orbit because, I don't know, they really fucking love Tauntauns or something, only then for them to realize that they don't really fucking love Tauntauns after all and bomb the place from orbit anyway. No, there's a reason Vader has to use Han and Leia as bait to draw Luke elsewhere to capture him. The rebels sensibly ran away. Otherwise, they would all have died before the second movie even began. Oh, it's honestly tempting just to stop the review right now because from this point, there is no logically coherent way for the movie to progress. It has to be wrong in pretty much every conceivable dimension. But since a lot of those dimensions are really quite funny, I guess we'd better carry on. Having decided for no fucking reason that the Motherworld is breaking protocol and coming all the way back here just to get its hands on the precursor to bread, because nowhere else in your whole empire can you possibly find the precursor to bread, Titus rouses these poor doomed farmers with a speech in which he doubles down on the profound fuckery of the setup.
We need every man and woman who's able. The grain is our most powerful weapon.
No, it isn't, you clown. The grain is not important. It's not gonna save you. But hey, at least you've already had more lines than you got in the entirety of part 1. I hope you got paid more for this, Titus. I was going to say that that's a theme across part 2. We get a little bit more from the rest of the Suicide Squad, which is almost a logical necessity since getting anything from them constitutes more than we got in part 1. But even then, it's only just about true, and is mostly notable for the frankly horrific way Zack tries to retrofit them with character. Titus absolutely gets many more lines, and the basics of the most basic sort of arc. Being tasked with leading the defense of the village, he gets a couple of rousing speeches, and he also stops drinking. And that's kind of it for him. That is his journey. That's the whole of it. The Acolyte gets similarly scant, but I suppose present development. You'll recall that her shtick from part 1 is that she lost her children, and so at some point between the films, this village farm simulator has spawned some children in order that she can fight for them and redeem herself. It's not at all subtle. This child just pops up when the script needs him so she can look at him, so Snyder fans can say, oh my god, it's so deep, look how he's paying off her backstory. And so the general audience can say, yeah, so what, you just spawn children so you can pay off her one dimension? That's fucking boring. Still, it's more development than pretty much anybody else gets, so I suppose it's worthy of praise, at least by comparison.
They're coming! They're coming!
How long does it take to bring in your crop?
Half a cycle around Mara.
No, it must be done in 3 days' time.
What?
Look, they said the thing. They said the thing. I guess if you just tell farmers they need to have their harvest done in 3 days, it makes grain grow faster.
And look at that, I'm farming. I'm doing it!
We've no idea how long half a cycle is, by the way. It would probably depend, A, on how big the main planet is, and then on how fast the orbit is, and how quickly it's spinning, and whether it's elliptical or perfectly circular. If it's a really tiny planet, then of course a cycle's not going to be very long at all, is it? Maybe a cycle is only 6 days.
Look at this baby. Would you even know that wasn't Earth?
Yes, because there's no Africa.
Psh, white people problems, Morty. Let's go down and check her out. Oh, I thought it was further away. I guess this one's a little small.
It's probably for the best that we don't get any clarity on this though, because clarity would only make the premise seem more ridiculous. But still, pretty sure it's not how harvests work. You can't just tell things to grow faster. That night, Kora and Gooner have one of those conversations where they just turn subtext into text because the target audience for these movies is it's probably bots, isn't it? I mean, I'm pretty sure the Snyder Cut campaign established that. Gooner tells Kora that he loves her, so they fuck. Truly, a romance for the ages. Casablanca, eat your heart out. Part 1 establishes that Kora isn't particularly swayed by either Gooner or Hunter Man because she can't fall in love because her generic boyfriend died in a flashback. At no point throughout that movie do they have anything even vaguely resembling a romantic conversation because all their conversations were launch pads for flashbacks. Then discount Solo, who never has a single conversation with Gooner in that movie and only one meaningful conversation with Kora, tells Gooner that he knows that he loves Kora. And apparently Zack considers this good enough as far as relationships are concerned. So yeah, now Gooner loves Kora and Kora loves him back, even though one of the few things we actually know about her is that she doesn't do the whole love thing. Mercifully, we skip the scene where they actually fuck, meaning we'll have to wait for the R-rated extended cut to discover which of them has a bigger penis. But the fact these two are talking invokes one of the few consistent mechanics in these movies. That's right, it's time for another flashback, and my goodness, this is a good one. Strap yourselves in. Kora murders children. No word of a lie. Our protagonist is a child murderer now. Yay. The setting for this flashback, narrated dispassionately by Kora, like she really is just reading straight from the script for the first time, is a new Dreadnought-class warship. The last one planned for construction, because the king, who told us in the previous movie that he had no compassion left, but hey-ho, at least his daughter seems nice, has decided that he does have some compassion in him after all. So he's decided to pull back from the whole world-pillaging mass destruction era of Empire. Princess Issa isn't much older in this flashback than she was in the flashback from part 1, so this dramatic shift in the king's character, and also in the character of the Empire, and also in imperial policy generally, has come about quite suddenly. We will just park the fact that Anthony Robotkins believed that the princess was the sole reserve of compassion and love and decency in the Empire, and never once thought to mention that the king had second thoughts about it. But again, why bother? Why bother remembering this shit? Zack doesn't. The king, his wife, and the little princess are up here to celebrate the ship's completion. Apparently, in a bid to frame the narrative, Kora takes care to remind us that she was a loyal daughter to Belisarius. She could neither betray him nor defy him. This is the sort of loyalty you earn when you murder someone's entire family and massacre their entire planet. Do you want a loyal child or a partner? Well, forget speed dating, forget courtship, forget apps, forget buying them flowers and all that boring nonsense. There's a brand new dating strategy fresh on the market. Just find the one you want and murder their parents in front of them. That will earn their loyalty. That is how it works. Anyway, this means that when Belisarius orders Kora to kill the little princess because he doesn't want her to destroy the military-industrial complex that they've all sacrificed so much for so long to build, Kora has to do it because she's just so damn loyal. And no, this is not me reducing the premise to absurdity. This really is the motivation as she puts it.
Make no mistake. I was the loyal daughter of my adopted father. I could not betray him or defy him. He had told me the princess must die, and die she would.
What follows is, oh my goodness, it's a very embarrassing amateur dramatics rendition of Julius Caesar, in that Zack is basically just doing Julius Caesar, maybe with a touch of the Romanov aesthetic, but no, otherwise it's just Julius Caesar. Though we are nominally in the hold of a starship, we are really in the Roman Senate now. There are people wearing fucking togas and everything. Oh, there's also a wedding band, and this is just so absurd, it's funny. Top tip, if you're about to assassinate an emperor, you really don't want many witnesses. you absolutely don't want to be hiring a fucking wedding band for the occasion. And to make it all so much better, the wedding band makes the soundtrack diegetic, meaning the music you hear when the assassination plays out is the music they hear when the assassination plays out. And as I think it was Bagface said when we broke this movie down on The Best Show in the Universe, probably, the podcast I run on Mondays with the Movie Cynic, it's very, very nice of the royal family to die in perfect 4/4 time. The king detects that something is amiss, because there's no Kali here, and the furnaces aren't lit. What's a Kali, you might be wondering? And why would there be furnaces on a starship? Oh, fucking yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there. It's honestly one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen in a sci-fi film, but we'll get there in due course. No spoilers just now. Belisarius and the senators pull knives. The king says et tu, Brute, and gets himself stabbed. The wedding band obligingly ups the tempo for this scene because it's just a fucking joke movie. Kora then pulls a gun on little Issa and she hesitates, but Belisarius demands that she goes through with it. The musicians somehow, in the moment, register Kora's angst and indecision and, perfectly on beat, hit the dramatic diminuendo in time for the princess to say, "I forgive you." Kora shoots her and she explodes into magic. Yes, this is just a thing she does. Nobody else reacts to the magic. I guess this is just a common occurrence. People just sparkle when they die in this universe. Nobody thinks it's at all odd, even though part 1 has Kora tell us that the princess's magic really is quite odd, but never mind. The king dies, and Belisarius comically does diegetic amateur dramatics, blaming Kora for the assassination of the royal family.
What have you done? What have you done? Seize her! There she is, gentlemen. The assassin of the royal family. An off-worlder. A cancer of ethnic impurity.
Dude, all these people are in on it. Who are you acting for? Despite the entire plan now hinging on Kora's capture, or fuck it, why not just kill her and blame her? Nobody thinks it might be worth shooting her or stopping her, or indeed fighting back as she grabs a gun and blasts her way out of the room. And she doesn't think it might be worth shooting anybody important on her way out. Because if either of those things had happened, the film wouldn't, well, it doesn't work anyway, really, does it? But the film wouldn't be broken in the precise way Snyder wants to break it, and that would have been bad, probably, I guess, I don't know. Now, I have a few problems with this scene. Besides the fucking comical wedding band, obviously. There is a timeline problem, and there is a setup problem. The timeline problem first. The timeline problem is that the princess is not much more than a few months older than she was during the flashbacks in part 1, back when the king was still a happy genocidal emperor with no doubts about the morality of pillaging planets for fun. Part 1 also established that his was a bloodline that had ruled uninterrupted for 1,000 generations, which, as I said way back when reviewing part 1, is pretty well impossible to believe if you also have men of the character and caliber of Belisarius. We now know, thanks to this scene, that it's not just Belisarius, but a whole big bunch of senators as well, who are by inclination cutthroat and traitorous and selfish. This means that in the space of a few months, maybe a couple of years if you're being unduly charitable to the movie, the king has rediscovered charity and kindness, decided whether and how to change the moral character of his entire intergalactic empire, implemented that plan in a way that threatens the military-industrial complex, and left enough time for a pro-militarist faction to form amongst the senators, which has enough time to decide on a leader, enough time to discuss and debate, and now finally to action a plan of assassination, and to have gained mastery over the leaders of succession in order to install Belisarius as regent without a civil war. And my response to all of that is no. This is not the sort of thing you can cram into a period of a few months unless you've spent absolutely no time at all on your world building and you assume that none of your characters have either. There was no need to cram it all into a period of months either, when you could quite easily have portrayed the king himself as being a new kind of royal from the word go, someone increasingly dissatisfied with the status quo, someone who has moved gradually over the course of his lifetime toward peace. giving enough time for his rival faction to first emerge and then to coalesce in the person of Belisarius. The problem here is that Zack has tried to imbue the very young princess specifically with all the moral soul of his universe, making her the instigator of events, of the king's change of heart, and so confining his entire historical narrative into her far too short lifespan. By all means, maintain her as this beatific, angelic creature, but have her be the inheritor of something, of a tradition, an ethos from her father, and yeah, I guess a fucking magic as well. If you do that though, then you've gone some way towards solving this problem. All of this takes time, so you neatly and quickly imply that a lot more time has elapsed. But again, all of that requires thought and effort and work to pull off, and we can't be having that. The second problem, the problem of setup, is that the way this assassination has been pulled off is solely for dramatic effect. Hell, I mean, they hired a fucking wedding band for God's sake. But if your plan is actually to assassinate the royal family and then pin the blame on somebody else, you don't actually need that somebody else to take part in the plan, do you? All you need is for people to believe that they, Kora in this case, are responsible. Inviting the king up to your sinisterly gathered meeting of senators for a ceremonial assassination is just theatricality. And yeah, this is a movie. Theatricality is fine on principle. The problem is that it's dumb theatricality that offends against sense, reason, and believability. There are safer, saner, cheaper, and altogether more foolproof ways to carry out assassinations of this sort. Ones that don't allow your scapegoat to turn into an escapegoat. I'm sorry. The two problems actually combine then to make a third, which is that the nature of the setup cannot actually occur within this time frame. The plan cannot always have been to pin the blame on Kora because Kora is an outworlder, which is the narrative they tried to spin in this part of the movie. Because Belisarius took her as his foster child long before the king had any inclination toward pacifism, before the king had even had the daughter who instigates that change in him. I think the film wants to imply that Kora was manipulated through the ranks and then assigned to the royal guard in order that Belisarius can use her in this way. But again, that means the plans for the assassination were laid before the cause for the assassination was present. The other way to read it is that Kora's ascent through the ranks was natural and incidental, and her placement in the royal guard was likewise earned on merit. The plotters are just acting based on convenience. But that acts against the evil genius I think Zack wants to imbue Belisarius with. Injects a whole massive chunk of luck into the plan. After all, what if Kora had been appointed elsewhere? And then undercuts that sense of betrayal he wants us to feel on Kora's part. That she was Belisarius' loyal daughter for no fucking reason but whatever. So loyal that she would go along with this plan to assassinate an innocent child, but that she was being used by Belisarius all along. So no, in short, this scene is broken in pretty much every way, compounded by the fact that it looks ridiculous, it has some truly abysmal beards, some pretty naff costumes, some comical overacting, and a fucking wedding band playing in time with events. Zack, my god, oh man, what are you doing, Zack? That brings us to the end of the flashback. Gooner now realizes that he's just slept with a child killer. Oh god, I knew it. I knew there was something worse. Not only is she half the dirt, she's also a child killer. I'm in bed with a dirt-huffing, child-killing space Nazi. Although, I mean, she does have a really nice penis. Either way, this is another problem with Kora's lack of character. We know she ran away because Belisarius convinced her to murder a child and then dobbed her in for it. But we don't actually know that she knows that anything she did before then, or even that event itself, was particularly wrong. She ran away because she was betrayed and otherwise she would have been killed. But we have to assume that this betrayal completely deprogrammed her of the brainwashing that saw her go in for the child-killing plan to begin with, because the movie doesn't show us any of her wider or deeper thoughts. Remember, this is a loyal soldier of the Motherworld who helped it brutally contact many other worlds, and who was so besotted with the ideology that she would willingly murder a small child to further the Motherworld's ambitions. The only reason this isn't a massive problem for her, and for the movie as a whole, is that we've established quite well at this point that none of Snyder's characters actually have internal lives, thoughts, or feelings about anything they're not looking at the time. So we can assume she's no longer a red-blooded genocider in spirit, but only because we know she doesn't have a spirit to speak of. Now then, I'm sure you'll all agree that this has all been tedious, dull, pointless, meandering nonsense thus far. The only thing that could make it not tedious, dull, pointless, meandering nonsense is if we get some sweet payoffs pretty damn soon, right? Patented 300-era Zack Snyder action scenes, maybe. Lots of slow-motion gore, intense choreography, that zany comic book come-to-life magic that everybody used to love. That'll make it all worth it, right? Well, fuck you. Fuck you, audience, we're not getting any of that. But if for some reason you are intensely interested in farming,
I have absolutely no clue.
And you think that harvesting grain is a criminally overlooked art form that's really worthy of some mainstream cinematic attention, well, then I hope you've got a lot of lube because it's time for the harvest. So much harvest, so much
slow motion harvest. Slow harvest.
More harvest.
More slow motion grain. Slow motion Titus filling his flask with water.
Which you're supposed to notice because it's a really important character, be honest, guys. More harvest, more grain. Oh, you realize it's going to take you more than 3 days to gather this harvest if you're doing it all in slow motion, right? Oh, thank goodness we're back on Space Battleship Yamato. Peaky Nazi has woken up and he's in a bad mood. And when the Bene Gesserit knockoffs insist they need to run tests on him to see if his recent death has left any ill effects, he gets very angry and he kills one of them. This is where we see he now has super strength, as he lifts a priest up by the neck one-handed. This is also the last time we see he has super strength, since it's not relevant to gain at any point in the movie going forward, and he doesn't use it even in situations where it would have been immensely useful to use it. He doesn't even use it here to kill the Bene Gesserit knockoff. He borrows someone's gun to do that, which does sort of leave you wondering just what the place of the priesthood is in the Motherworld, and whether murdering them like this might get you in some sort of trouble. After all, they're important enough to be sent aboard seemingly every Motherworld mission. They're in charge of reanimating people. In part 1, they arranged the mind meld with Belisarius, which might leave you with the impression that they're quite important indeed. But the film never asks this question, never mind answers it, so there's no point us wasting time on such a trivial detail here. This scene is also the bit where Belisarius reminds us that the movie is called The Scar Giver.
Admiral, my apologies for the scar that was left by this incompetent medical team. I'm sure it can be removed.
No, leave it. She gave it to me. When I deliver her to Belisarius and her body is displayed in the rotunda of the Senate, I shall bare my chest. And it will stand as a symbol that it is I who brought to justice the Scar Giver.
Oh god, you're so fucking cool, Peaky Nazi. You're so cool and edgy. I know that the jizz cocoon healed all your other holes and scars. I guess those just weren't narratively important holes and scars. Meanwhile, on Farm Simulator, it's still fucking Farm Simulator, obviously, so more harvest, more grain,
more slow motion.
And I Am Baby wants to know, why did Rebel Moon's action sequence have so much slow motion? The obvious answer is slow motion is awesome. These movies are physical. There's a physicality to what our heroes go through. The use of slow motion to me is a way of just embellishing heroic moments that our heroes go through. Because I think I'm a fan of beautiful classic artwork or paintings, I like to kind of make the moments into those iconographic frames that you can hang on and see. Otherwise, you just go right by and you'd never have a chance to appreciate the composition, the sort of tension that's created by the characters and how they're pushing the frame in all the different directions. Slow motion tableau where you're moving with a character. I'm not a fan of action that is hidden by the camera. The camera becomes a third character in the fight when it's looking for the action. In the end, even in a sequence with a lot of editing, I tend to like to see the action unfold.
Yeah. Oh, okay, Zach. So why this? Also, why this? And while we're at it, why this? And maybe also why this? At this juncture, I have to point out that we are about a quarter of a way into the movie, and so far, a bad person has woken up, and the good people have harvested grain. We do at least get a tiny little bit of character work amid all the grain, as the Acolyte shirks off and gets teased by a child who just conveniently spawns into her scenes in this movie. So the critics can say, hey, we do at least get a tiny little bit of character work amid all the grain. Oh my goodness, is she actually going to speak? Is this core character going to get a line to speak? Oh, never mind. Now, I wouldn't necessarily mind this. Zack is attempting to show rather than tell, which is an inversion of his preferred approach, which sees characters turn subtext into text and deliver it with all the feeling and charisma of those bags of soggy, depressing salad you get from cheap Indian takeaways. The problem is that it barely counts as a journey for the Acolyte. What the film seemingly wants to convey is that she lost her children, and so she lost her hope and her will to fight, ? But now this conveniently spawned picture-perfect Aryan boy is reawakening that spirit within her. Unfortunately though, that's not actually the Acolyte's story, is it? Yes, she did lose her children. She told us this in part 1, and she will tell us this again a little bit later in a worse way. But we were introduced to her in part 1 fighting to defend children, meaning that her choosing to fight to defend children in this movie isn't character progression, it's just repetition. The movie attempts to show, and almost succeeds in showing, the Acolyte being brought out of her sullen, miserable shell by this small boy, but because it really has nothing besides this vaguest of vague ideas for what to do with her character, it doesn't really go anywhere. Person introduced fighting to protect children in part 1 realizes in part 2 that she can fight to protect children, which is the kind of arc you could draw with a ruler. I mean, in isolation, the scene is nice enough, even if you do have to very deliberately forget that this child didn't exist in part 1 and has only been created here to satisfy this most immediate of needs. Hell, would it have been too much to ask that the film portray him as the son of Modok from part 1? Kid who's lost his father meets woman who's lost her kids and they form a bond? That sort of thing? Yeah, apparently even that is too much work. We then take a quick break from Rebel Moon, a Farm Wars story, as Space Twink Alpha goes to file another report with the bads. Commander Cassius finally thinks it's just a little bit odd that all of the senior officers on Farm Simulator seem to have disappeared, but Space Twink Alpha says, that's cool, they've just been getting the harvest ready.
The work has continued around the clock. We should have all the grain milled into flour just in time for your arrival.
Wait, you're milling it as well? How? You don't have any fucking mills? You can't possibly do a whole harvest and mill it in 3 days. You're just making this even harder to believe. And if you're turning it into flour, then why are we going to spend the rest of the movie talking about how important grain is? Cassius suggests that maybe, just maybe, the villagers could be rewarded with leniency for getting the harvest ready so quickly. But Space Twink Alpha plays his part and says, nah, we're the mother world, we're a bunch of... It's literally the only thing we have. Why is your screensaver an Illuminati triangle? Now I think, I don't know because it's so very incompetent, but I think the film wants this to be a tense scene where we know but Space Twink Alpha doesn't, that Cassius and co already know that they have been betrayed. But it simply doesn't work because they should already have known they'd been betrayed when they immediately radioed in asking him to capture Kora for them, which they didn't do for reasons. It also doesn't work because, though pretty, Space Twink Alpha is not a very good actor, so it would be screamingly obvious he was lying even if they didn't already know he was lying, and they do already know he was lying, which they should have confirmed earlier anyway, so really you're just left wondering what the point of the scene is?
And it's clear that Faunus and Marcus and the rest of their men are dead. The Scargiver's among them, and it seems our young private has chosen a side.
Yes, like I said, obviously. Why are you wasting my time, film? We get even more fucking harvesting, but hey, at least there's even more sweaty abs. What's that? Do you have an erection? Here, have a gay clown creature, that'll fix it. And then they finish. Finally. And in case you wondered what the theme of all of this has been, the very Rings of Power-esque soundtrack hopefully tells us it's all about home. That night, they have another feast. And Rosie gives the 6 samurai of the Suicide Squad gifts of knitwear. This is where we get to remind ourselves what the rest of Suicide Squad is called, which is helpful because I've already forgotten again. So my abiding question from all of this is, wait, these guys rocked up at your village a couple of days back. we, the audience, have spent more time with them than you guys have, and we know fuck all about them, because Zack forgot to write their characters. So, how have you come upon all these deeply personal revelations, Rosie? Where are you pulling all this information from? You've not had time to talk to them, you've all been too busy harvesting from dawn till dusk. Or in your case, knitting like a good woman. Are you just maybe making all this shit up? I also like that in part 1, Zack got as far as giving space horses a slightly alien name and then stealing hippogriffs straight from Harry Potter, but that's as far as his imagination took him when it comes to populating his sci-fi world with alien animals. So we've got space horses and we've got hippogriffs, but otherwise Farm Simulator just runs with Earth fauna. Elk, wolves, them gets given, was that a crow of some sort, I guess? And gives a really awkward thank you, almost as if them thought things that this is just an awful load of vagina bollocks. Oh, it's the Acolyte's turn. She gets given a storm, because these villagers, whose entire lives depend on reliable weather patterns, believe for this scene and this scene only that storms are the mother of us all? Which means fuck all, but it's her thing. We've got to get her thing in there somewhere, right? Will she speak, though? Is she gonna speak? We're still here. Look, we're panning in on her. I think she might... Oh my fucking god, she talks! As with everything else, I've got no idea how they got this information about her personality, given that she doesn't have one of those, but never mind. Young Rosie then turns to Kora and says, "You stand between us and annihilation." And again, I am bound to point out that this is the precise opposite of the truth, since Kora is the one bringing the annihilation to them. And in a competent movie, she'd have twigged this by now, allowing for some actual character conflict. For instance, she could hear this from Rosie and become very sad, because she knows that she cannot stay. That night, she could steal away in a bit to distract the mother world, or because she can't watch another home inevitably crumble around her. Perhaps then she could be forced back later when the space Nazis arrive and hold the village hostage to draw her out. But since that might actually be interesting, not to mention competent and rely on the characters actually doing things that make sense, it is not what we get. A little party follows. In part 1, Zack had forgotten to include any children in the village, so that party was all about fucking. The fucking it becoming in part 1. But there are children in this movie, so nobody talks about fucking. Boo. Or, I don't know, maybe they think the foreigners would be weirded out by it? Or maybe it was MODOK's peculiar obsession and they're all quite glad the Randy fucker is dead, so they can have normal parties for a change. Or maybe they all fucked after the party in part 1 and all the women got pregnant, and they said they'd give birth in 9 months, but someone said, "You've got 6 days." And so they all popped these children out in time for part 2. Wait, what? Whoa, fuck, what are we doing now? Is there an Africa in space? We're more than half an hour into your less than 2 hour movie. Like, this isn't a good use of our time. Why is he singing? Outside, Anthony Robotkins lies down and has a listen. He hasn't intervened to help at all in any of the proceeding, even though part 1 established that Rosie reminds him of the princess he is sworn to serve. Probably because she is the princess, that's probably going to be what happens, isn't it? By some contrivance of magicry, the princess has reinstantiated herself in the body of a farm wench. And though you could come up with reasons for his reticence, you would have to actually, come up with reasons for his reticence. And this movie doesn't. Anthony Robotkins is really just loitering around, ready for the coolest moment to re-enter the script. Part 1's novelization actually spends a bit more time following him on his journey of self-discovery, his realization that he sits some way between, maybe even above, robot and human, culminating in the implied revelation that he has an independent soul, and it achieves all of this in a few very short scenes, thus proving that Zack has absolutely no excuse for including none of it in his fucking movies. Next morning, Titus wakes everybody up. Zack continues the habit of not doing his job properly by making it painfully obvious when the extras are being given their cue to walk in en masse. Titus's plan is still to treat the grain like it's the spice melange. They have somehow reasoned that if they move it all inside their buildings, it will act as a kind of plot armor and prevent the Motherworld from nuking them from orbit. Oh, for fuck. Remember that both Kora and Titus are experienced Motherworld commanders. Neither of them has any business being this naive. Recall too that Space Twink Alpha has been in frequent communication with the Motherworld, so if they'd wanted to make absolutely sure why Space Battleship Yamato was returning ahead of schedule, they could have just had him ask why the plan had changed. Once again, the only reason none of this occurs is that the movie needs everybody to be intellectually constipated in order for it to proceed. Which means, of course, that to the unconstipated audience, absolutely none of it works. It is really quite foundationally fucked. But we've come this far, so we might as well stick with it. The villagers have the weapons left behind by the dead Afrikaners. They also have knives and axes and hoes and farming implements and such, which you'd think would be entirely useless against a battle-hardened Motherworld army that has spaceships and laser guns and tanks, and who knows what else. Again, Zack, this is a sci-fi world you're building here. You've done nothing to establish why melee weapons would have any tangible use. You've not got shields as the Dune excuse for these backward-ass tactics. Hose versus battleships doesn't... Well, no, it does, doesn't it? It does. They took out a whole battleship with a spear in part 1. Oh, fuck, never mind, it's all balked. So they train the villagers to shoot, and they train them in the basics of swordplay, and an obvious ripoff of about 50,000 different movies where this sort of sequence occurs. It's not just the Afrikaners' Motherworld weapons they are gathering, by the way. The movie has also decided that the villagers have some antique weapons of their own. Fucking flintlock laser rifles, here we fucking go! Meaning that I'm now going to have to go back and play that clip from part 1 where I'm pretty sure it's established that the villagers don't have weapons.
You may need this.
Thought he was lost.
Our culture is not for such weapons.
Somehow, not only have they had time to complete a full harvest and mill it all into flour in 3 days, though Titus is back to talking about the grain again, so I guess, I don't know, maybe they just kind of forgot. But they've also got enough time left over to complete basic training and then to build networks of trenches and underground tunnels so the villagers can go all Viet Cong on the Motherworld. Needless to say, this only works if you assume the Motherworld will land all its forces outside the village and have them approach from distance, which you'd think they wouldn't do given they have complete air superiority. They can drop soldiers directly into the village, onto rooftops and such. They can surround the village. They can place artillery in the hills. They can place snipers around it. They can do anything you can possibly imagine a modern day army doing. Never mind a futuristic science fiction army. Again, the village is indefensible except by using a massive, overpowered, intelligence-reducing debuff on the bad guys. It is equivalently needless to say that this is exactly what they are going to do. And then the film commits another act of completely foundational destruction. This time though, the victim is not this movie. Oh no, it's the previous one. That's right, not content with having broken part 2, Zack has decided to go back and do even more damage to the wreck of part 1, because it's at this point in proceedings that old Ben Not Kenobi remembers that Kora crashed a ship here however many cycles ago, and as luck would have it, it still fucking works. Oh, for fuck's sake, Zack. Really? Zack? What are you doing, Zack? Really, Zack? Leaving aside that the premise was that Kora crashed on this planet, which sort of entails there should be something wrong with the ship, leaving aside that it's just been sat out here in the elements for however long, which can't be good for it, leaving aside that it's a Motherworld ship, making it the height of convenience that it has no sort of tracker or IFF transponder on it that could, now or later, alert anyone to its presence, leaving all that aside. Do you remember how the only reason in part 1 that they went to Mos Eisley and ended up bumping into Discount Solo is that they needed a ship? Remember, they already knew where the rebels were. Titus wasn't hard to find either, but they needed a ship. That's the only reason they went along with Discount Solo. And so the only reason they met the rest of Suicide Squad, and so the only reason the entire plot of part 1 happened. But now it turns out that they already had a fucking ship and it still works. And it got Kora all the way here, meaning it's fair to assume it's capable of interstellar travel, given the movies never bothered establishing how interstellar travel works anyway. But if they already had the ship, and they knew they already had the ship, then why didn't they just take the ship and bypass the entirety of the plot of part 1? What are you doing, Zack? Why are you doing this to us? Wasn't it broken enough? What compelled you to go back and say, yeah, you know what this needs? More fucking mistakes. Now, I'd have to go back and check, and I really don't want to do it, but I'm pretty sure the novelization for part 1... Oh, fuck it, I just went back and checked, and I'm right. The novelization for part 1 has the villagers go to strip the ship for parts after Kora leaves, believing that they will need its guns for their defense. Space Twink Alpha has the idea of fixing it because it's broken so they couldn't use it, Zack. But he can't. It's Anthony Robotkins, who at this point is acting as a kind of silent overseeing guardian while discovering his own will and agency, who fixes it for them in the dead of night. This takes pretty much 1 scene, 2 at most, and they are quite short scenes, but I don't imagine it's going to be added into the Snyder Cut extended version of part 1, because here we are in part 2, and it's the first time any of them have paid the ship a visit. They just rock up, say, wonder if this still works. Press a couple of buttons and say, hooray, it fucking works. Meaning that yes, the entirety of part 1, the movie, is broken, while the guy who got paid so much less than Zack to write the novelization alongside the movie managed to get it right. I think Netflix might have hired the wrong person. That night, Rogue Squadron discusses their plans. And because we've had no character development at all yet, Zack decides he can just break the most foundational rules of narrative writing and have them read out their backstories in a sequence. Oh my god, it's just a script reading. You know, that thing where all the actors gather together for the first time and read through whatever nonsense the writers have in store for them? That's what we're doing. We're just doing it fictionally. A fictional script reading. It's fucking absurd. This shouldn't be in anyone's movie. This shouldn't be in an amateur dramatic script. I bitched about that line from Kora back in part 1 justifying her flashback.
I'm only telling you this so you know who I am.
And Titus basically does his own version of that here.
You're all here because I want you to know who the hell you're fighting with.
You know that Team America Pearl Harbor song where the lyrics go, how does Michael Bay get to keep on making movies? I guess Pearl Harbor sucked just a little bit more than I Miss You. I think that needs to be updated. How does Zack Snyder get to keep on making movies? I guess Rebel Moon sucked significantly more than I Miss You. Oh well, fuck it, here we go. Titus goes first. He was a general leading an army and told to obliterate some village somewhere at some time. For some reason, having presumably done this a load of times before, this was the time when he said, nah, you know what, not cool with this. So he refused, and then he surrendered and he tried to trade his life for that of his men, but the Motherworld said, nah, and made him watch as it orbitally bombarded his men and the village he refused to destroy. Quite why they then let Titus himself bugger off to fight in the Colosseum for several years, I do not know, but the upshot is that Titus here resolves that he will never surrender again. He will fight to the death to protect his home, and his home is now Farm Simulator, I suppose. This is the extent of the character work in this movie. At this point, we could just skip the rest of the scene by having everybody else say, yeah, same really, because every one of these stories so closely resembles each other that calling them variations on a theme really overstates the variation part of that sentence. But we persist. Next up is they, them. I still have no idea who they, them are or why they're them are in this movie. They, them's backstory is that they are a tribesman woman whose people were enslaved by the Motherworld and sent to labor camps. But then they were rescued by brother acts of the Rebel Alliance, and the Rebel Alliance became them their new family, meaning they, them, would fight to the death for this village. Fuck me. But then they were rescued by the... There they are rescued by brother acts of the Rebel Alliance, and the Rebel Alliance became them their new family, meaning they, them, would fight to the death for this here village because it's our home now. This is the extent of the character work in this movie. Next up, holy shit guys, it's the Acolyte, she speaks! This is my favorite one by some distance. She grew up in a peaceful fishing village because she is Asian and everybody knows Asians love their fishing villages. Then they got bombed by the Motherworld for no established reason, and she remembered that there was a time long ago when her people were not so peaceful after all. So she digs up a box containing 2 lightsabers and 2 robotic arms. She uses the lightsabers to cut off her own arms and plug in the new robotic ones, because they are just plug and play and then they still work, which is really fucking lucky. And then her ancestors taught her how to fight through their blood that's still in the arms, I think. So now she has become Revenge, even though in part 1 she told us Revenge was a bad thing and not to be celebrated. Incidentally, she has to install the robot arms because the film will later decide that these lightsabers get so hot that the hilt burns your flesh, which seems like a design flaw to me. It does pose the question, wait, but then how did you cut off the first arm with the lightsaber if you couldn't use the lightsaber without already having a robot arm? But you know, that's just piddling, nitpicky, logic, reason, sequential ordering bullshit, okay? The important thing is that it looks cool. And hey, at least the rest of it makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. Peaceful Fishing Village has ancient lightsabers and robot arms that just happen to be the same sort of lightsabers used today by the militaristic homeworld. That's all fine. No, we absolutely didn't need to spend any time on the death of her family, because the death of her children is only the one thing we actually know about her characters, so no, showing that moment and giving it weight would just be completely pointless. It's not as important as the robot arms and the lightsabers, because they look cooler. And no, we don't really need to know why the Mother World would have come all the way out here just to bomb a tiny fishing village. It's just the kind of thing they do. They blow everyone up just for fun. It's just bad luck that this village got in the way, question mark, so they destroyed it. Probably explains why they're always so hungry for grain. They blow up all the agricultural planets and forget to take any of the foodstuffs with them beforehand. And no, we don't need to delve into the fact that the Acolyte's ancestors live on inside the robot arms and teach her how to fight through her blood. That's just details, alright? It's trivia is what it is. No explanation is needed. This is the extent of the character work in this movie. Next up, it's Hunk Mowgli's turn. Yay! His father was a king, and he went to negotiate with the Motherworld. But then the Motherworld just killed him and sent his body back and said, right, just for that, we're gonna come and fuck you up as well. Reasons. Hunk Mowgli wasn't always Hunk Mowgli. He did once wear actual clothes. His people rode hippogriffs in battle against metal spaceships, and needless to say, this did not end well. His mother, the queen, refused to run because she had too much honor. So instead she yeeted herself off a balcony because this is honor. Okay. And Hunk Mowgli himself ran away in a refugee ship.
I ran for duty's sake, for the preservation of a kingdom and a bloodline that no longer exists.
You're what? No, you were the blood. What? No, fuck it. This doesn't explain how he should have ended up on the random ranches world from part 1, and it especially doesn't explain how a hippogriff ended up on the random ranches world from part 1, since you'd think hippogriffs wouldn't be easily smuggled off-world as refugees. And it would be the height of convenience for two entities native to one particular destroyed planet ending up captured by one random rancher on one random planet with an entire universe of random planets and random ranchers to choose from, but who gives a fuck? This is the extent of the character work in this movie. Next up, it's Kora's turn to yes and, which should be unnecessary since we already had all this in flashbacks across both movies. She tells them that Farm Simulator taught her what home and family could really be, which is odd, since I distinctly remember that in part 1, she didn't feel that at all and was just a coin toss or a convenient rape scene away from just abandoning everybody to their face. I guess she's had time to reflect since then, and Zack just forgot to include those scenes? Kora does not tell the whole truth, though. Oh no.
Anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Sure.
How's the spring water?
What?
For several days now, Titus pretends to drink.
This whole time, too, by the way, she actually thinks that she's fooled these people into thinking that...
Yeah.
That the dreadnought and the villain have mistaken her. She is not the most wanted villain on the planet. You are mistaken, sir. Actually, and she actually thought that when they were like, "Oh, okay."
That's the bit, isn't it? So that they have the team building things. It's the flashback sequence when they're all talking about their backstories, and she gives hers, and she doesn't tell them about the thing where she murders the defenseless, innocent small child. And Titus says, "Huh. Are you sure there's nothing else you want to tell us?" And she's like, "No, that's definitely it for me." He's like, "Really? Yep, I'm done." Yes. Old stories, they're hard to let go of, aren't they? Yes, they sure are. Why have you stopped drinking? Hey, everyone, Titus isn't an alcoholic anymore. He's drinking water. Oh.
Yeah. Get off my fucking back. Weren't you an alcoholic like a week ago?
So, just to recap, Kora has lied by omission and we know that Titus knows that Kora is lying by omission, and her response is, "Lol, you're sober now. This is not a distraction." And even though we know, and even though we know that Titus knows, and even though it'll be explicitly confirmed later that we were right in saying that we know that Titus knows how massively important the missing part of the story is, nobody presses her on it, because once again, the movie is completely broken. And so the only way to justify continuing with it is for Zack to have his characters just not say or do what they should very obviously say or do in the moment. But we will come on to the specific reasons why this is all completely broken at the end of the movie. Oh, and Gooner is just so unspeakably generic he doesn't even get a flashback. This tedious nonsense dispensed with, I suppose it's time to return to their tediously nonsensical plans to defeat the Mother World. They have the grain, which may or may not be flour at this point, and it serves the same function as the energy shield on Hoth, because this film is... They also have a dropship. Their plan for the dropship is... to fly it many, many miles away and hide it behind a waterfall just in case. This is a confusing plan because it's simultaneously your one escape vehicle and your one air support unit, and here they've just made it as inaccessible to their own side as possible. Now this will end up being fine, of course, because in the moment the movie will do that thing where it folds space-time in order to have characters teleport from place to place in far less time than it's supposed to take. But if you naively assume the rules are consistent, then hiding the dropship up here is illogical. It means that if things get so bad you have no choice but to use it, you'll have to get on some space horses to go on a long trek up the mountain first. But if things have got so bad that this is your last best hope, the odds are things are so bad you'll not be able to get on the space horses to make the long trek up the mountainside. The Mother World will spot you on your silly space horses and take you out long before you get there. There is another consideration. We are shortly to learn that the villagers plan to keep the women and the children secured in a big barn surrounded by grain, because the film stupidly thinks that a barn full of grain is a fortress. The space Nazis, for their part, will decide that capturing the women and the children in the barn full of grain will give them the sort of leverage that their massive spaceship with orbital nuke cannons cannot provide, and compel the villagers to surrender, which they have no incentive to do because we just got done with all those flashbacks where the Motherworld genocides villagers for fun, and which the Motherworld itself shouldn't want or need them to do because they have a massive advantage in man and firepower even before you consider the giant spaceship, and because they don't actually need the grain anyway. But just running for the moment with the assumption that they are all right and these are all the bargaining chips, why exactly wouldn't you send the women and the children into the waterfall cave with the dropship? It's a super secret cave, that's why you're putting the dropship there to begin with. And should the battle go badly, it'd mean the people you most want to protect would be right next to the one thing they need to escape, which makes a good deal of sense, no? Well, say Zack, it would make a good deal of sense, so no. Kora flies the implausible dropship up into the waterfall, and who should be waiting for her there? Why, it's Anthony Robotkins. Why is it Anthony Robotkins? How did he make it up here in the time it took Kora to fly the dropship, given she is flying a dropship and he has to walk? What's he been doing in the meantime? And why couldn't we have seen that story instead? And why, for the entirety of this scene, does the movie proceed as though he and Kora have some deep... actually, no, scratch that. And why, for the entirety of this scene, does the movie proceed as though he and Kora have any kind of backstory at all? I'm pretty sure this is the first time they've met each other. They were in the same room once briefly in part 1 when Anthony Robotkins stepped in to save them from the vicissitudes of General Rapist. But they've never spoken before. We know Kora has served with others of Anthony's Robotkins. Look, here's that one getting shot in the background of her part 1 flashback. That won't come up again later, but I don't think the movie has established that Anthony and the Robotkins have shared consciousness, has it? That would be a rather important mechanic, if true. Also, why is he so fucking hopeless that being called James makes him happy?
Hello, James.
You know, the last person who called me that was the old commander of the Mechanicus Militarium, as he died in my arms.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. I like the way it sounds. It makes me feel something other than hopelessness.
And if that is true, then why does he then tell her that it's hopeless anyway because they can't hope to win? He's right, obviously, or rather he should be right, because this situation should be unwinnable. That he ends up being wrong is pretty much entirely because the movie is dumb. But if all he wanted to do was pop up and say, "Lol, you're fucked, you silly woman," then, well, why bother? Also, oh fuck, no, wait up one goddamn minute. Kora killed the princess, and that's not a secret. Everybody knows Kora killed the princess. In fact, everyone thinks Kora murdered the entire royal family. Deaths that have left Anthony Robotkins feeling nothing but futility and despair. So, why exactly isn't he killing her in this scene? Why isn't he at the very least very angry with her in this scene? Shouldn't everything in his nature compel him to try and avenge the king he couldn't serve and the child he couldn't save? This shouldn't be a peaceful conversation. And in fact, Kora should now be absolutely terrified, shouldn't she? Why are we not making use of these character beats, Zack? Meanwhile, Space Battleship Yamato has arrived in the system. I still don't know how space travel is supposed to work in this movie. Part 1 gave us space vaginas and implies they can travel back to the Motherworld pretty damn quickly, since protocol dictates that they all run away when their admirals get killed. Yet it also proceeds as though they can't fast travel at all, hence their need for grain and local supply routes. And here, the ambiguity is used to explain why the villains only arrive back on the scene when everyone is ready for them to arrive back on the scene. Now, yeah, sure, drama has its own rule set, and strategic ambiguity can help arrange scenes just so, and this is probably as old a rule as drama itself. Very few films have completely consistent physics. The charge leveled against Rebel Moon, though, is that the ambiguity isn't so much strategic as it is general. It's useful in this particular instance, but because no thought has been paid to how the underlying mechanics really work, it invites many more damaging questions elsewhere. How and in what conditions can they insta-hop around the galaxy, for example? If they can insta-hop around the galaxy, then why do they need grain supplies from random backwater planets? If they can insta-hop back to the Motherworld, then why can't they insta-hop from the Motherworld to here? But if they can insta-hop from the Motherworld to here, then why would the Motherworld not have sent a whole fleet to make sure the most wanted fugitive in the galaxy is captured? You don't have to go all hard sci-fi specificity in your world building and your mechanics, but setting out a few basic rules, for instance that interplanetary travel operates like so and takes this amount of time, very much helps ensure that your entire creation feels more purposive and directed, rather than a hodgepodge of scenes incompetently stuck together to suit whatever your terrible director wants to happen in any given moment. Space Battleship Yamato then arrives in orbit over Farm Simulator, and Titus's reaction seems to imply that he is surprised by the type of ship they're up against. Which he shouldn't be, because he's an ex-general, he knows who he's up against, and Kora would surely have told them what to expect anyway. Space Battleship Yamato scans the ground from orbit and detects that they are using the grain as a shield, which shouldn't matter, but whatever. Curiously, the orbital scanners can look through the roofs of buildings. It spots the grain, it also spots the women and the children in the barn, but it can't detect the tunnels they've built all over the place. Because again, there are no rules in operation here, there is no real consistency. It's just a hodgepodge of scenes incompetently stuck together to suit whatever the terrible director wants to happen in any given moment. Kora then does that thing you've seen several dozen heroines do in many better movies. She cuts her hair ready for the battle. I note that these villagers' occasional aversion to technology means they don't have razors or clippers or anything like that, but Kora must have taken the advanced hair trimming module in her military training, because she manages to give herself a skin fade using, what, a pair of rusty shears? But hey, she's got her Kate Kane power lesbian Batwoman haircut again, so there's absolutely no way she's losing whatever fight is coming. Space Battleship Yamato launches many aircraft and tanks and dropships. You know they are evil because some of them billow black smoke, except where the VFX team forgot to animate it. Look, smoke! Oh no, no smoke. Smoke again! No smoke. Smoke! No smoke. It's this sort of attention to detail that really lets you know you're watching boutique premiere content from Zack Snyder and his Netflix gremlins. Anyway, this once again drives home that the villagers' plight is hopeless. It is terminal. It has to be. You're up against enemies that actually use technology. They have air superiority. They've got tanks, artillery, massive spaceships. They could just land their forces right in the middle of your village and your entire defense strategy is shot. They want to capture the women and the children? Well, they can just airdrop special forces onto the barn. Stick artillery in the surrounding hills. Look, that's a big old hill right there. Put men on the rooftops. Put men in the streets. Sweep in with a targeted bombing raid and knock out the defenders with shock and awe. Wait for the cover of night. Conduct a raid. Do anything. Do anything at all. Just don't land all your men outside the village and then your tanks miles behind the front line. and have them walk slowly toward the perimeter? That's just dumb, you fucks. Kora then does her best to give the Motherworld another swift victory. Peaky Nazi and his peaky Praetorian guard land right outside the village. Nobody in the village decides it might be worth sniping him, thereby killing the Admiral and forcing the Motherworld chaps to run away like the cowards they are sometimes. And Kora walks right up to him. She walks out of the village, she walks across the bridge, she stands right in front of him. And at this point, you, I'm sure, recall that Peaky Nazi's primary mission is capturing Kora. He is obsessed with it. He's been told he has to do it, otherwise he will die. He murdered a priest for daring to suggest they wait a little bit to make sure he was fully healed first. This is what he wants. It's the only thing he wants. And here is Kora standing right in front of him with no backup at all, and she's surrounded by his men right in front of a dropship. Just fucking grab her and leave. But obviously that's not what they do, because they want the grain or something, I don't know.
Tell me what we're trying to achieve here.
The same thing as the last time we met. I kill you.
Yes. What an honor it was. A scar. From the Scargiver herself.
No blood need be spilled here today.
Not Kora. You just said you were gonna kill him. Sort of implies some blood might be spilled here today, doesn't it? Sort of how killing works. Kora then asks what he hopes to gain from all of this. Or what he hopes to gain from all of it, am I right? And posits that he's after a Senate seat.
A seat in the Senate is what you seek, I would imagine. If so, take the grain you need to feed your men on your voyage back to the Motherworld. No more, and no less. You leave the villagers unharmed, and report to Belisarius that the warriors you sought evaded capture.
Fuck's sake, Kora, no. You know the answer's no. You just explained to us that he'll get a Senate seat if he captures you. He can't take nothing and still get a Senate seat. Don't give me that if so why don't you just run away and lie to Belisarius bullshit. You uniquely know how that's going to work. I'm not filled with confidence by your negotiating skills here, Kora.
This is your choice. Disgrace and relegation, or your head cleaved from your shoulders.
Kora, these mean the same thing, Kora. He knows they mean the same thing. You know they mean the same thing. Why are you giving him this false choice? Peaky Nazi then gives the game away by telling her that the plan is to capture the women and the children, but then he offers alternative terms. Give us the grain, we will leave the villagers alive, but you have to come with us as our prisoner. Obviously, this isn't going to work either. Kora and the 6 samurai of the Suicide Squad, and by this point all of the villagers, know that the Motherworld genocides places like this for fun. They are a bunch of traitorous, dishonorable, violent shitweasels, and you cannot trust them. It also doesn't work because they don't need the grain anyway, they only need Kora. And that means it especially doesn't work, given they could just grab her right now and have done with it. Villagers be damned. I keep having to point out that this movie is foundationally broken. Absolutely nothing about any of this can work logically. These characters are just making noises out of their face holes because Zack thinks movies are meant to have speaking in them. He just doesn't give a shit what anyone happens to say. A triple stupidity then occurs, oh boy. Kora, as discussed, should have known ages ago that she was putting the village in danger, but she never realized it because she is a moron. This means that when now she makes a very abortive attempt to sacrifice herself for the village by accepting Peaky Nazi's terms, absolutely nothing is being paid off. This isn't the culmination of her long-standing doubts and her self-sacrificial impulse coming through, because she's never before had those doubts or that impulse. Attempting to turn herself in is a spur-of-the-moment decision like every other decision made by every other character in this movie. That is a waste, that is stupid A. Stupid B is that she uniquely knows that these Motherworld types do not keep their word. So if anything, giving herself up makes them more likely to nuke the village on their way out, which knowledge should really preclude her making this specific spur-of-the-moment decision. It's not brave or noble, it's just very fucking silly. And that brings us then to stupid C. Kora walks back to Gooner to say goodbye, but Gooner steals her gun, in full view of hundreds of watching soldiers, who I guess are just strategically blind in this moment. And then he turns and shoots the alarm bell, and that triggers the battle, thereby ensuring that negotiations break down when nobody's really ready for it, and so, believably, making Gooner responsible for the deaths of hundreds of villagers. This might have worked, by the way, because the villagers go all Viet Cong and start popping up from their newly dug and inexplicably scan-resistant tunnels and start fucking shit up. It's just that nobody thinks it might be worth aiming for the very obvious admiral standing right out in the open, even though they should all have been told by now that shooting admirals makes the mother world run away. This is because Peaky Nazi is a named character, and so he has plot armor activated for the entirety of what follows. It's far from the most ridiculous example of plot armor, as we shall shortly see, but it does call attention back to the fact that they could and should have had a plan to take out Peaky Nazi, and they don't take him out because the film just doesn't want them to. It's a fight scene, so obviously,
there's even more slow motion.
And the first exchange in the battle is just one Viet villager Cong person launching an RPG at the dropship. The rest of the Viet Cong villagers don't think it might be worth seizing the element of surprise and unloading a hail of bullets or triggering any of the bombs they've placed in their tunnels, undermining the entire battlefield. Oh yeah, by the way, they've rigged all their tunnels to blow. And nor does the highly trained Motherworld army think it might be worth shooting back until long after Kora and Gooner are conveniently out of the line of fire. To get out of the line of fire, they decide to hop on a convenient space horse and ride it all the way up to the waterfall in order to get Kora onto the dropship, in order that she can fly the dropship up to Space Battleship Yamato and take it out from the inside. This should not work, because they should have been shot 1 billion times already, and they should be shot 1 billion more times as they ride away on the space horse. And they should be shot 1 billion more times when the Motherworld send its fighter planes after the horse that's carrying the most wanted fugitive in the galaxy, and they should be shot 1 billion more times when a mystery dropship emerges from a waterfall, and they should be shot 1 billion more times when they realize the dropship is unregistered and has no IFF transponder and doesn't belong to their ship, but absolutely none of this occurs because the film just doesn't give a shit. So Kora and Gooner ride away. Peaky Nazi goes for a stroll across the battlefield and doesn't get shot again. And then he drops into one of the tunnels and he does a fucking hero pose before he goes about murdering lots of Viet Cong villagers single-handedly like a boss. Like an edgy boss.
Also, that bit that just happened there, I don't know if you could rewind to it. So just after he does his cringe face, you got the guy who walks up to the woman and is like, oh shit, there's a guy behind you. Here, have a pistol and hold it backwards. And then he just snaps her neck.
Yeah.
And her face before it happens is like, I don't know, what is this? What do I do with this?
It's actually really funny.
From presumably an entirely different tunnel, Hunter Man pops up and lobs a grenade into a fleeing dropship
in slow fucking motion.
None of the Motherworld soldiers thinks it might be worth taking him out first. The dropship pilot tells someone to bring the main gun around, even though I'm pretty sure they don't need to do that because they have a rear turret and it's pointing right at Hunter Man already, but fuck it. The grenades land in the dropship. The dropship pilot does a funny.
Oh, damn.
What is the tone you're going for in this fight scene, Zack? Meanwhile, in the Longhouse, the Space Nazi Special Forces are breaking in. I'm telling you they're Special Forces now. The movie doesn't really do very much to make this clear, it just gives them another city-sounding noun.
While I negotiate, we'll dispatch the Cryptea to capture the women and children.
And it only mentions it once, maybe twice, so that you don't really detect it as you're watching it, which is going to make it seem quite pathetic when Ninja Warrior Supreme Acolyte woman, who's been built up as this excellent fighter, gets taken out by people who are, for all intents and purposes, generic grunts. It's not even an especially necessary death. Zack has already shown us, unwisely, that lots of the women and children in the barn, not to mention Space Twink Alpha and Rosie, who are also in the barn, are armed with ranged weapons. This was unwise because the movie proceeds to forget that they are armed with lots of ranged weapons, meaning none of them do anything at any point to help the Acolyte as she engages in a discount lightsaber battle. I mean, fuck, the Special Forces guys just walk in. You could have taken a bunch of them out easily if you just opened fire from behind cover, but no. Acolyte's standing in the way doing another silly hero pose. Oh gee, oh goody, oh gosh, she can deflect bullets with her sword as well. Because Zack really does want her to be a Jedi. She's not the Jedi though, because when she gets stabbed by a lightsaber, she actually dies. Oh, and yeah, it's another fight scene, so obviously we get
slow motion lightsabers.
And then an
even slower motion elbow to the face.
Some more special forces bust in through a side door, because if there's one thing special forces are known for, it is not coordinating their actions. Peaky Nazi, meanwhile, finishes up taking out the Viet Cong in one of the tunnels, and just then strolls back to his ship. Once again, nobody thinks it might be worth taking a shot at him. Hunterman does see him, and Hunterman has a gun. We've just seen him using it. There are also plenty of guns lying around, there's even RPGs lying around, but rather than doing anything sensible, Hunterman decides, per the rules of modern media, to run at Peaky Nazi with his gun, which has now become a melee weapon. He then just throws the gun away, because otherwise it might have been useful to him, in order that he can try and punch Peaky Nazi to death on the dropship. This does not work, and he dies. The movie wants us to be very sad about this, by the way. Problem is, we have absolutely no idea who Hunterman is, and he was a Class A moron to get himself killed in this manner anyway, and it's been telegraphed so far in advance that you just watch it and you think, oh, moving on. Kora, Gooner, and the Space Horse have meanwhile teleported through some sort of wormhole up into the waterfall, and they launch their dropship.
There.
I noticed.
We all noticed.
Gooner hops up on the roof and attaches a smoke grenade to it, which they conveniently have, because it's just this easy to trick a massive Motherworld spaceship that you're one of them and that you're damaged and in need of repairs. So they direct them into the main hangar using an Independence Day maneuver to take control of the ship and guide it in. Meaning I assume that they could have scanned the dropship and connected to it and realized that it wasn't part of their attack party, but they didn't, because that would have been the smart thing to do. Back in the village, the fight has just sort of stopped for a bit, and everyone has reset for a round 2, which consists of soldiers running in a tight group into the village to be met by war bands of villagers popping out of barns led by Titus and Hunk Mowgli. And this is the point at which the plot armor just gets very silly indeed, because they all run out and straight at these heavily armed soldiers, and Hunk Mowgli in particular is armed with hatchets for no good reason, and Titus frequently decides to run directly into a hail of fire, and yet neither of them die. Zack actually invites us to realize how very absurd it is when, for instance, he has them run onto a bridge and start clubbing people to death, even as a hail of many, many thousands of plasma bolts fly all around them. Honestly, you could have just had Titus do the Rogue One thing and walk into enemy fire saying, I am one with the Force and the Force is with me. At least it'd make some sort of sense. But there is no Force to protect them in this movie. There is just impregnable, ridiculous plot armor. I was going to count the number of times they should all have died, but I swiftly gave up because there's really no point. They should all be dead. They should all be dead 1,000 times over. They should all be pelted with plasma rounds. They should be hit with grenades. They should be stabbed. They should be sniped. They should be shot from distance by tanks or artillery. They should be shot from air by spaceships. They should be bombed from orbit by the giant space battleship Yamato thing. At one point, a dying Viet Cong villager in the tunnels decides, fuck it, this is absolutely the time to hit the self-destruct button. He just sets off all the explosives with absolutely no idea who is above him and how many of his own people he will kill. They could have led with this when the Motherworld troops first stormed the village. They could additionally have mined the bridges, but they do none of this because it's a Zack Snyder film, so nobody thinks things through. Everyone just has half a mind to what will make for the coolest scene. Happily though, at least one of our named characters does die in all this. That is the Acolyte, who gets one of her robot hands cut off and then she gets stabbed. Absolutely nobody else in the Longhouse thinks it might be worth trying to help her. None of the armed villagers, not Rosie, not Space Twink Alpha. The only person who does anything at all is the kid, who presumably thinks he'll be fine because there's no way space Nazis will kill an Aryan child. He half saves the Acolyte, who saves him in turn, but she's taken too much damage, and so she dies. She dies. I said she dies. Jesus Christ, you're milking. Fucking hurry up. Die. She dies. Fucking having them stare at each other longer isn't going to make us care more, Zack. Get on with it. She dies. I said she dies. She dies. She dies, she dies, she dies, she dies. Oh, thank fuck, she's dead. Only after she's flopped do Space Twink Alpha and Rosie think, oh no, I wonder if we can possibly save her. Up on Space Battleship Yamato, Kora's ruse seems to be working quite well, as the film decides now is absolutely the time to do a Silence of the Lambs. She and Gooner are posing as severely injured soldiers, and the useless medics don't think it worth taking her mask off to check her. Then she does the Hannibal Lecter face, jumps up and shoots them all.
That brings us to
That
one of
does-
the most bizarre
yes.
scenes that Snyder has ever created. So basically, Kora's plan was that they were to trick the medics on board the ship that they were injured soldiers, and the medics are like, "All right, you're wounded. We got you. We're gonna take good care of you." They put them on the bed with wheels. I can't remember what it's. They wheel. And then they wheel them into the elevator, and they say, "We're going to do a visual inspection on the elevator." Imagine if they had done one not in the elevator in front of all of the soldiers. But then they're like, "Yeah, all right, we're going to take care of them. We're going to take care of them." Wait a minute, and then she kills them. Kora just kills the medics, unarmed medics. This is a war crime. Like, plain and simple.
It is.
Like,
and I pointed out on Twitter as well. It's like you're 90 minutes into your film, and the protagonist has so far killed an innocent child and some doctors.
Down in the village, the explosion set off by the Viet Cong villagers has wiped out the rest of the first wave of Motherworld troops. The distant shot clearly shows they could and should have led with this, and they would have saved themselves an awful lot of trouble if they had, but they didn't because Zack thought it would be cooler if they waited, so it could give us our second act of the battle low point. Oh no though, they're not done yet. It's time to rip off the Lord of the Rings now. Because at this point, Zack has entirely given up making anything at all. He is just stealing things. He's a dirty little thief is what he is. Up on the ship, having murdered some doctors, Kora and Gooner have an obligatory snog, then he runs off to get the dropship ready for departure, while she embarks upon several aliens references, stripping down to the vest, crawling through vents, makeshift weapons, clunky lifts, approaching the Queen. Yep, it's just aliens after aliens after aliens at this point. Meanwhile, down in the village, the next wave is approaching, so it's time for them to get her hero moment. I can't help but note that if you'd popped out of this window at the beginning and shot Peaky Nazi like with a sniper rifle, all of this could have been avoided, bro darling, but you didn't because fuck it. The Mumikil tanks open fire, and we seem rather to have given up limiting collateral damage. You might recall that the only reason any of the preceding nonsense occurred is that the Motherworld had convinced itself it still really wanted the grain, and you will equally recall that we all know that they never needed the grain and this was all the height of contrived nonsense. I did trail it, I trailed it, don't say you weren't warned. I trailed that the Motherworld would belatedly remember they don't need the grain after all, and at this point the Mumikil tank decides, charade's gone on long enough, charade you are! Hey Zack, what about the grain, Zack? Don't they need the grain? I thought they needed the grain, Zack.
Cassius, you may fire on the village.
Sir,
The grain. There's no need for the grain now.
You never needed the grain, you fucking sack of useless balls. While them decides to abandon a sniping position and go and take out soldiers with melee for no good reason, Kora attaches bombs to the giant head. Oh yeah, did I mention? No, I didn't mention, because it's the first and only time it comes up. But the Motherworld ships have giant heads in them. They are run by the fucking Cromulons from the Cygnus 5 Expanse.
Show me what you got. I want to see what you got.
She sticks bombs on its head and its eyes open and it says,
I like what you got. Good job.
And I genuinely missed this the first time because the movie is just piling bullshit on top of bullshit on top of nonsense on top of bullshit at this point. And it's doing it so quickly, it's almost as if it's ashamed of itself and it's hoping you won't notice all of its many varieties of bullshit and nonsense. It's the J.J. Abrams approach to storytelling, folks. If it's quick enough, no one will notice. The revelation that Space Battleship Yamato has a Cromulon in it is very swiftly followed by this dumb scene. Yeah, no, this is silly. You could have seen it ages ago. You just didn't because I don't know. I don't know why Zack shot it this way. Actually, it achieves nothing. But then that is swiftly followed by Kora swinging down from the platform and why is there coal on your spaceship, Zack? The ship is powered by fucking coal. Why is the ship powered by coal, Zack? I don't even know what to tackle first. You just put bombs on a Cromulon and now you're killing people shoveling coal in a spaceship furnaces. What is going on? Brandon Film Talk is probably a bigger nerd than I am, so he could quote you all the many bits and pieces Zack is stealing from Warhammer in this sequence.
The parallel between this and Warhammer is the Catan are star gods that are the oldest intelligent creatures that exist in the galaxy. And millions of years prior to like the 41st millennium, the Catan fought alongside the Necrontyr who became the Necrons against the Old Ones. And after they won, the Necrontyr turned against the Catan and contained fragments of the Catan inside shards so as to use them as a weapon. Quoting from one of the books, they are now only echoes of their former selves, splinters of energy that survived their Necron servants' ancient betrayal and were enslaved in turn.
Homer, that isn't very nice.
Marge, try to understand. As a jock, it is my duty to give nerds a hard time.
I don't play Warhammer because I would rather buy a house, but I do have access to the Rebel Moon Wiki. What does the Rebel Moon Wiki have to say about the Cromulon? The Kali were interdimensional beings that were harvested by the Motherworld to power their technology. The Kali appeared briefly in Rebel Moon Part 1, A Child of Fire, the official novelization, and Rebel Moon Part 2, The Scar Giver, but will be explored more deeply in an animated short film. Biology. The Kali were giant female humanoid figures akin to goddesses when compared to humans. When the Motherworld figured out how to capture them, they were able to pull seemingly unlimited energy from them, which they used to power their technology, allowing them to invent machinery with almost mystical capabilities. It's unknown how the Kali lived prior to their capture and what this energy was used for when in their own control, but the Kali in captivity were kept in a perpetual dreamlike state. History. There isn't any. Notable Kali. The one from this scene. Comments. There aren't any because Rebel Moon doesn't have a fandom. That actually doesn't help me at all. How does a galactic empire with spaceships that run on coal manage to capture trans-dimensional giant godheads? If the giant heads provide them with infinite power, why do they need the coal? Is the giant head happy with you strapping bombs to it? Wouldn't it rather that you, I don't know, set it free maybe? And hell, I'm using the wiki. Absolutely none of this information is actually in the movies. The movie just drops it in for shits and giggles. I assume there's still a line in the script even, somewhere saying, explain this later. And Zack just forgot to fill it in. It's absurd. Coal-powered spaceships. Cromulons. It's enough to distract you from the fact that Kora has just put time bombs on the Cromulon that are rigged to blow, you guessed it, right at the most convenient possible moment, just before the ship's main guns obliterate the village, which she can't have known they were going to do, because when she left the village, she still thought the Motherworld were after the grain, so wouldn't have destroyed the village, but fuck it. Because remember, they've remembered that they don't need the grain anymore, meaning you have to wonder why the gun isn't already powered up and ready to go and why it's taking so long to... Oh, I see. Oh, you aim it with a wheel.
We have a lock on the village.
You don't need a lock on it. It's a fucking village. I can't get over it. How do you capture giant trans-dimensional heads with coal-powered spaceships whose main guns take 3 days to aim at stationary targets because you're using a wheel off a battleship from the 1920s? Oh, God. Oh, I don't even care anymore. They Them takes out a tank with a convenient RPG from close range.
Obviously, that is slow motion as well.
Somebody tells Peaky Nazi that Kora is currently in the fucking coal pits murdering people who are probably slaves. He says, good, that's convenient, she's come to us. But rather than using his whole massive ship's worth of backup to corner and capture her, he decides to grab a lightsaber and go wait for her in the hangar bay, where I can't help but know that Gooner is still chilling in the dropship, meaning he could at any point have popped up and shot Peaky Nazi in the back, but he just didn't because then the dumb fight scene wouldn't have happened. He takes out the meanie, beardy sidekick that comes along for the ride, but he doesn't aim at the obviously big evil Nazi admiral, so he ends up getting shot himself because he is a spanner. They-them melees some more soldiers who just walk right at they-them but are apparently deafblind, so don't see-spot they-them right in front of they-them, so they-them die oh no. Somehow Titus and Hunk Mowgli aren't dead yet, even though they're just running out in the open, and this allows Hunk Mowgli to rescue they-them, which affords us another blatant Lord of the Rings ripoff. You know the scene?
I thought I'd die fighting side by side with an elf.
What about side by side with a friend?
I thought dying in battle was all I wanted. Fighting for something. I think I was wrong. I think I want to die at all. But if I must.
Together.
Harak and Hamburglar have a moment when it's just like, have you two spoken to each other before?
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
He said one.
I don't think I actually want to die, but if we do, let's die together. It's like, sure, let's do that, I guess.
It's the film is, again, it's implying that they've had character development and character growth. It's tricking the audience into thinking that they know each other, but they don't.
Yeah.
This is another Lord of the Rings knockoff. Never thought I'd die side by side with a whatever the fuck you are.
Whoever the fuck you are.
with a hamburger.
Yeah, I can't stress this enough. You don't know each other. You've never interacted before. You're not fucking friends. You're not even characters. How are you not dead yet anyway? Why are these two the characters who are doing Legolas and Gimli, Zack? Why these two? I mean, I guess it could have been fucking any of them, but why these two? Didn't you think it might be worth establishing any relationships between any of them? And then they all get saved by Anthony Robotkins. Take a look at this scene. Where did he come from? How did he get here? How did nobody spot him? Oh, well, you might be thinking, doesn't matter much. We saw him get shot in part 1, and though he didn't die, he got thrown around a lot. And we also saw one get shot and die in Kora's flashback, so we know they're not... Oh, okay, no, he is bulletproof now. Fair enough. Takes out the remaining Moomakill tank all by his lonesome. I mean, we could critique the fact that he is now just invincible, I suppose. I guess it's like fantasy armor. He's wearing that little tiara thing, and this gives him plus 50 defense. But I'm slightly more interested in what has spurred the change in his character. Why now? Why here? And why like this? Wasn't his only vague attachment to young Rosie because she slightly reminded him of the dead princess? If this were the novelized version that had actually bothered doing something with his character, we might say that this is the moment he discovers his own soul, his own reason to be, and his own motive to fight, which is what he gains by the end of the novelized version, but the movies haven't done any of that, so no. He just does it now because now is the time for him to do it, I suppose. And Zack couldn't be bothered to construct the scene in a way paying off any of the very little information we do have about him. In isolation, it looks cool enough, but it doesn't withstand even a second's thought, because not a second's thought went into it. Up on space battleship Yamato, Kora knocks out a bunch more guards, scolds her hand on a lightsaber hilt. Ken, this is fucking stupid. Ripley's herself a usable lightsaber, because apparently this sort of heat can be contained in a little bit of cloth wrapped around the hilt that doesn't get hot, doesn't catch fire. Yeah, that's definitely how physics works. And then she makes her way to the dropship hangar. And honestly, given it plays no role in the plot, given absolutely nothing about the movie hinges on this limitation, that's not a word, given nothing about the movie hinges on this limitation in lightsaber design, why is it even in the movie? Why even include this? It's just wasting time, it's silly. But it does mean Kora has a lightsaber, and Peaky Nazi also has a lightsaber, so hey, you might be thinking, at least we'll get a cool lightsaber battle to round off the film? Oh, okay, no, we don't get one of those either. Because Zack doesn't actually understand even the basics of filmmaking anymore. For a big climactic lightsaber battle between your protagonist and your antagonist, you need a few things in your favor. You need the story to have led up to this moment, placing all of fate in this climactic battle. You need your characters to be established, you need their wants, their beliefs, their agency to be firmly in place in order that the audience understands what's at stake and cares about the outcome.
And you need a root understanding that these things need time and space in the fight itself in order that they can be properly registered. After all, we're not supposed to just be watching people who are very good at sword fighting with swords. We are supposed to be reading the final climactic battle as a fight between good and evil, or a conflict of visions, the fate of the universe hanging on this moment. It is not just technique, it is craft and story as well. This is what the original Star Wars trilogy does exceptionally well. There are very few distractions in the fights between Vader and Obi-Wan Kenobi, Vader and Luke in Empire Strikes Back, or Vader, Luke, and the Emperor in Return of the Jedi. Everything in the scene besides the battle itself is on mute, and the battles themselves recognize that pacing is just as important in a fight scene as it is generally to any story. After all, the fight scene is a narrative implement. You need pauses, you need moments to breathe, moments to talk, in order that the participants' complete battle is present. After all, it's not just a test of swordplay, it's an emotional, psychological, and philosophical battle as well. The will to fight is just as important as the technique in fighting, if not more important. These are actually some of the quietest moments in the 3 original Star Wars films, and so the deepest and most consequential moments. Everything about the movies, all the explosions and the lasers, the ship battles, the running, the fighting, the flying, all the dialogue, the relationships, all the interactions, all of it comes to a head in these fight scenes. And so there is absolutely no need for distraction, for ludicrous sets, for intrusive environmental hazards. These fights are spectacles not because of how much noise you throw into every scene, but because of how quiet you allow them to be. It's something the Star Wars prequels don't do anything like as well, because Lucas made the mistake of thinking that big stakes require as much noise and action and flash and pizzazz as possible in order that the audience understands how important they are. But the more your attention is called, for example, to the superficial splendor of the setting for the Duel of the Fates in The Phantom Menace, and especially the battles on Mustafar and Coruscant in Revenge of the Sith, the less the truly important things matter. They are brilliant to look at, but they take an awful lot longer to say much less than any given fight in the original trilogy, to the point where the actual character interactions between Anakin and Obi-Wan in their climactic battle are remembered principally for their laughable meme quality.
You turned her against me!
You have done that yourself.
I should have known the Jedi were plotting to take over. Anakin, Chancellor Palpatine is evil! From my point of view, the Jedi are evil!
And now Zack Snyder has just taken the worst lessons from all of this, aided by the fact that he's never had a story or characters to pay off in this final exchange. At least in the Star Wars prequels, there is an academic big-picture coherence to the spectacle. The battle in the Senate chamber is the battle for the political future of the galaxy between the old and the new orders, set up throughout the 3 movies. The battle on Mustafar is so tightly contested because these are 2 men who know the other's every move, giving us the high tragedy that is a battle of brothers. Again, my argument isn't that the prequels have no merits, it's essentially that they are just depersonalized and they misplace the stress. But because Rebel Moon doesn't have a story, and it doesn't have characters, all it has is spectacle. And so Snyder really just recreates the sins of the worst bit of the Mustafar battle. You know, the second act bit where the movie temporarily forgets that the tragedy is meant to be a personal one, so it just lapses into the most absurd spectacle, where the combatants are much more concerned with environmental hazards than they are with each other. And that's what happens for pretty much the entire final fight scene in Rebel Moon. Before the fight even begins, Kora's bombs obliterate the giant head.
Boo! Not cool! Disqualified!
And send space battleship Yamato into a nosedive, so we don't really get a battle at all. We just get people falling through a ship trying not to get squashed by debris. There is no character to this fight because there are no characters in the fight, and because it's just ceaseless noise, there's no time for any character or significance to actually come through. It's an appalling final battle, orchestrated by a guy who is only interested in explosions and the cheapest of cheap spectacle. I mean, fuck it. Peaky Nazi doesn't even have his lightsaber for most of it. At one point, Gooner, who is supposed to be the love of Kora's life, slides past her down the ship and she just... Well, I mean, this isn't really a reaction, is it? Oh, and also Kora falling that distance and landing on her neck. Nah, she's dead. Once they finally stop tumbling through the ship, Peaky Nazi ignores the lightsaber that's right behind him and decides he's going to choke her to death instead. I am compelled to point out that if you have super strength, and if you're choking a bitch and she's still screaming, you're not doing it right. So I've been told, you know. Then Gooner saves her and Peaky Nazi gets himself stuck in a closing door, and so she chops his head off. And I really, really, really hope this is the last we will ever see of him. Space battleship Yamato plummets to Earth very, very slowly. Somehow, even though it's nosediving and we've just seen all the wreckage in the hangar bay exploding and crashing into each other and falling to pieces, there's still functioning dropships, and Kora and Gooner are able to board one and fly off. So indeed are lots of other Motherworld types who are likewise able to fly off before space battleship Yamato crashes. Kora and Gooner hit the floor, and Gooner is now in a bad way because he was shot ages ago and he is finally starting to feel the ill effects. He is very clearly dying, and Kora is sad about this, even though the movie has really not done enough to earn this emotion on her part, because this really isn't a relationship, is it? She related a couple of flashbacks to him, and then they fucked once for the lack of anything else to do, and because the movie's kind of aware that this is the case, it's not content to linger on this death scene. It would rather cut away to more action. This is occasioned by the fucking Rebel Alliance. They finally showed up. The battle's over, you lazy fucks. If you'd been here earlier, so many more people would have lived. Fuck it, Gooner might still be alive. Why are you showing up late to take credit for other people's hard work? What are you, fucking Americans? And hell, I'm pretty sure the only Motherworld ships stood in the sky are escape pods and such. I suspect wiping them out might be considered a war crime in a more civilized reach of the galaxy. Pretty sure you don't get to clap yourselves on the back for showing up late to kill escape pods. I have absolutely no idea why it's taken them so long to get here. To the question of how they knew to come here in the first place, I think we were told in part 1 that they knew where the village was, and Brother Axe did sign up to defend the village, so it's not a stretch that they should know where to go. But why they should come is much less clear, given Brother Axe went off with they, them, and a handful of others against the wishes of Sister Axe, who didn't think Farm Simulator was worth dying over. Correctly, I might point out. So her change of heart has happened some point off screen, and then the question of why it took them so long to show up is just unanswerable really, because again, Zack isn't thinking these things through, and nor are his characters. He just thinks it would be cool if they showed up now that the fight's already over. Oh yeah, and by the way, during all of this, Gooner dies. Oh no. Oh, so sad. He now bears the same dead behind the eyes expression of your average Snyderverse fan. But we can be happy for him, because he now rests peacefully in the knowledge that he won't have to put up with whatever nonsense Part 3 has in store. Assuming, of course, that it ever gets made. Now, I get that this is supposed to be very sad, but I'm genuinely not sure the film is aware of why it's supposed to be very sad. I was sitting there watching it thinking, well, yeah, it's sort of paying off one of the few things we know about Kora, isn't it? She couldn't love because she fell in love once and her generic boyfriend died in a war. And now, here we are again. It's happened again. She unwisely fell in love and now her generic boyfriend has died again in a war. But such has been the utter vacuity of this movie, on a character level especially, I am not sure it has this payoff in mind for this scene. I think it might just be me reading a narrative thread into it where none actually exists. It's not hyperbolic to say that the rest of this movie stands as evidence that this could genuinely just be coincidence, an accident, that it's more likely, in fact, to be the film repeating a beat because it's lazy, rather than because it actually recognizes the significance of repetition. It certainly doesn't come up again. Everybody cheers anyway, and it's cringe.
You skipped over the best part of the entire movie, which is when they're on that bridge and the old man just screams at Titus, and there's like a weird second pause, and Titus turns and just, yeah!
Oh, yeah, that was so funny, man.
It's literally right there. That's the bit.
Yeah.
It's so good. Titus, yeah. Then Titus just like,
it's more than a second because it's in slow-mo.
And he's just gonna go fucking nuts here in a second, dude. Yeah.
And this brings us, at long last, to the final scene of the movie. That night, we steal from Return of the Jedi for a cremation scene. Old Ben Not Kenobi's thoughts immediately return to the next harvest because he just loves his fucking grain and he's a peasant.
When next we bring in the harvest, a season from now, 100 seasons, and by carrying on,
Sister Axe tells them about honor and bravery.
All of you, honor the fallen. You honor my brother and his bravery.
Having just turned up late and wiped out a bunch of unarmed soldiers who'd probably have surrendered if they'd been given the chance. And this is the moment that Kora decides to spill the beans.
Do not speak of me when you speak of honor and bravery. I've lied to you.
I'm Arthur Leas. I killed the princess. Or rather, she tries to spill the beans, but Titus pops up and says, yeah, we know.
You know that I'm Arthelaus, adopted daughter of the regent Belisarius, and the assassin of the Princess Issa.
I know your name, yes.
I mean, that's not the biggest stretch in the world, since everybody knows who assassinated the princess. The only ambiguity thus far has arisen because inexplicably nobody recognized Kora's face. I guess they never bothered making wanted posters or anything. But the broken bit follows as surely as night follows day. Titus says that, well, actually, you're not the assassin because the princess is still alive.
But you were not her assassin, for the princess is still alive. You thought she could be killed so easily? No. She's more than that.
Oh, because fucking magic. It's magic. Why not? Yeah, she's alive because magic. And this is significantly fucked in pretty much all of the ways. In the first place, if Titus knew the princess was still alive somewhere and believes she is worth fighting for, then what the hell was he doing getting pissed in a coliseum for years, waiting for the plot to show up? If he believes that the princess is magical and so above the whole death thing, then why the hell would Anthony Robotkins, who's actually programmed to believe the princess is a goddess, not believe the same thing and be off looking for her somewhere? Why would a random general be deeper into the religion than a robot that's actually and specifically been programmed to be religious? And if Titus has known this all along, then why the hell would he have waited this long to mention it? Wouldn't this be the sort of thing he'd want to tell Kora as soon as possible, to free her of her guilt and make her a better, happier warrior? Oh, and if Titus, a random ex-general, knows this, then who the hell else knows it? Wouldn't the whole mother world be aware of it, even she was their princess? Wouldn't Belisarius know about it, for example, especially since he was there when Kora shot the princess and he saw the whole magic light show thing? Wouldn't his forces now be scouring the entire galaxy looking for the princess, given what she represents and how very dangerous she is? And if they already knew she was magic and could live on in the Force or whatever, then why would they bother assassinating her in that way in the first place, rather than concocting a more sensible plan? Oh, it's so obviously sequel bait, it's really quite painful. I can think of few other movies that deserve a sequel less than this film. And I have to point out, too, that absolutely nothing about their situation has actually changed. Farm Simulator is still fucked. If anything, it's even more fucked, given they just knocked out a whole big spaceship over it, and this is the sort of thing liable to piss off big, evil militaristic empires, and Belisarius knows this is where Kora is, so they'll just come back with an even bigger fleet and wipe everybody out. And even if you've already left, which you absolutely should, but then you already should have done it and you didn't, so you won't, they'll still wipe out the village's vengeance, because once again, we've seen them doing exactly that over and over and over again. Oh my goodness, it's also very, 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 very silly. But hey, Kora has a mission, she has a purpose now. Find and fight her way to the princess. Titus says, you have my sword, and Anthony Robotkins says, and you have my bow.
Fight. To find her and to fight.
Sister Act says, and my axe. Aren't you excited? Aren't you excited for the sequel? Oh boy, oh gee, oh golly, I can't wait to see what crazy japes Araporn, Legless, and Gimbal get up to as they go hunting down a princess who'll probably turn out to be Rosie all along, making the whole adventure a fucking waste of time. But that's it. Rebel Moon Part 2 ends with about 10 minutes of credits that will probably do as much for the careers of those on it as a sex offenders registry. Summing up the complete entity that is Rebel Moon is honestly quite difficult. I was going to call it a monumental waste of a creative endeavor, but that would be inaccurate because it never was a creative endeavor to begin with. There's no point really breaking it down to plot, character, world building, and theme, because as I think we've seen over the last however long it's been, Rebel Moon doesn't have any of those things. Its plot is a series of disconnected visuals stuck together like its arts and crafts day in the special school. To say its characters are one-dimensional is to credit them with one too many dimensions. Snyder seems to believe world building is a bad thing, which is why none of his universe's mechanics have been established, and we ended up with coal-powered spaceships that are also powered by infinite energy cromulons, which aim World War II battleship cannons at small farming villages because grain. And because Part 2 lately decided it would sacrifice everything on the altar of sequel bait, what vague hint of a theme that might have been emerging, redemption principally and fighting a just war against tyranny, was wiped out when the very bad thing Kora did transpired to be a very bad thing she only tried to do. Zack and his crew have said they now want to spin Rebel Moon out into at least 4 and possibly 6 entries, not accounting the extended versions of the 2 movies we've already got. I assume we'll get at least one of those, but you have to imagine difficult conversations are already being had behind the scenes. Zack might try and use his Snyder math to conclude that Part 1 was a more popular movie than Barbie.
You think about like Netflix, for instance, where like you push a button and like, you know, Rebel Moon, right? The zeitgeist is crazy because like Rebel Moon, so say right now there's like, it's like almost 90 million views, right? 90 million people, 90 million starts. So, or 90 million accounts said, turned it on, okay? Right. Give or take. They assume 2 viewers per screening, right? That's the kind of math. So you think if that movie was in the theater as a distribution model, so that's 160 million account or people supposedly watching based on that math. So 160 million people at $10 a ticket would be what is that math? I don't know. 160 million times 10. That's 1.6 billion. You know, so like you look at the view numbers, you can use that rough, you know, so more people probably saw Rebel Moon than saw Barbie in the theater, right?
And if that's true, it also means that Adam Sandler's Murder Mystery 2 was significantly more popular than Barbie, even it proved almost twice as popular as Rebel Moon when looking at Netflix originals across 2023. If you believe that, by the way, you're probably the sort of person who enjoys Adam Sandler movies. But spending not far short of $200 million on something this bad, with this small a cultural footprint, is obviously not sustainable. It's so obviously not sustainable, you suspect even Netflix has spotted it. If they were initially swayed by Zack Snyder's name recognition and his grand plans for a Star Wars-esque franchise, with spin-offs and novels and games and all the various components of a massive Rebel Mooniverse, then the fact it's kicked off not with a big bang, but with a whimper, should by rights do immense damage to Snyder's broader reputation and his credibility. I don't think even his most robotically devoted fans are jumping to the defense of this latest botched abortion of a movie. If this sorry affair is proof of anything, it's that fandom is not a mere commodity. George Lucas did not approach film studios promising them the phenomenon that Star Wars became. He earned an empire off the astounding success of a movie everyone underestimated at the time. Star Wars became massively successful and popular because a man had a brilliant idea and his team told it in the best way they could. The mistake Disney has made with Star Wars since has been to assume that product means popularity, and I strongly suspect this is the same error as Netflix made when it backed Zack's plans for a Rebel Mooniverse. He promised them toys, he promised them games, he promised them comics, he promised them an extended universe, just like Star Wars, right? And nobody in charge ever thought to ask him, okay, but what's the idea, Zack? What are we capitalizing on? What's the story that'll earn the fandom in the first place? What is your Star Wars? Oh, but hey, I'm sure he'll fix it in the extended versions. Yeah, that always happens. If at first you don't succeed, make it longer and try again. I am convinced. In fact, I'd put another $200 million on it that another couple of hours of slow-motion grain shots, gore, and R-rated sex scenes will make this franchise truly epic. Yes, with just a bit more porn, we'll be looking back at the icons of cinema, reeling off a list including Luke Skywalker, Indiana Jones, Ellen Ripley, Sarah Connor, Michael Corleone, Gandalf, Tony Stark, and fucking Kora. Oh dear, yeah, okay, that's it. Fuck it, done. I'm out. Mic drop. See you in part 3. Go away. Bye, 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 bye.